They were laughing happily when suddenly Qin Laosan raised the piece of wood. With a gentle swing, he stopped their big brother's great sword. Then, with a side kick, their big brother was kicked flying and hit the wall of the yard. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. A corner of the mud wall turned into ruins. The strong big brother looked like a broken rag, lying in the dirt with a dirty face. If his fingers weren't still moving, everyone would think he was dead. The small troublemakers were so scared they stared with wide eyes. Their laughter caught in their throats, and the scene became quiet for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Second Master and Wang De and others quietly stepped back, ready to leave.
Bang!
Qin Laosan tiptoed, grabbed the big sword on the ground, and kicked it. The sword spun and flew out, sticking into the wooden door in front of a few people. Second Master and Wang De were so frightened they stopped. They turned around, looking at Qin Laosan with shock. Qin Laosan looked at Xiaowan. Xiaowan nodded and walked in front of the group, smiling sweetly. They say that if you don't fight, you won't be enemies. Why don't you introduce yourselves first? Everyone looked at each other, but didn't speak. Go ahead. Xiaowan pointed at the strong man called Second Master. The strong man looked at Xiaowan, lips pressed tight, and tilted his head, unwilling to speak. Oh, you're quite brave. Xiaowan's eyes twinkled with a smile. She pointed at the strong man called Wang De. How about you tell us? Wang De looked up, glanced at Second Master, then quickly lowered his head as if to say, You can't see me. Seeing this, the others also followed suit.
Bang!
Qin Laosan said nothing and kicked Second Master out of the way. Whether intentionally or not, he directly hit the place where their big brother was swinging his sword. Unfortunately, it hit the man. The man was just about to get up when, with a loud smack, he was knocked out again. I said, I'll tell you. Seeing old man Qin approaching like a fierce spirit, Wang De finally couldn't bear the pressure. He tremblingly said, My name is Wang De. I work for the Runsixuan in Qingyan town. I have 2 subordinates, and they are with me. He pointed to 2 trembling men beside him and continued, The one just kicked away is a relative of our young master. His name contains the character, heir, so everyone calls him Second Master. He has been close to the young master, and is one of his most trusted people. As for Lu Yi, he pointed to the man still unconscious in the ruins and nervously said, He comes from the Qingyan gang. After the gang was disbanded by Brother Yong, he became independent and founded the Qingshan sect with some former gang brothers. The young master found him, saying he is skilled in martial arts and can help us. Help us defeat you. Wang De shrank back in fear as he finished speaking. Now tell me about your young master. Xiaowan raised an eyebrow and said. Wang De looked miserable and begged, Miss, please spare me. That's all I know. If I betray the young master, he will beat me to death. If you don't tell, I can kill you right now, Xiaowan threatened, raising her fist. The young master is the 3rd son of the Guo family in the city. The Guo family has been making porcelain for generations. In recent years, the business in Yuna County has been managed by the 3rd son. Miss, I am just a small enforcer at Runsixuan in Qingyan town. I rarely see the young master. I really don't know anything about him. Wang De almost cried. Enforcer from Runsixuan in Qingyan town. Xiaowan's tone turned icy cold as she looked at Wang De. So, all those porcelain merchants in Qingyan town were driven away by you? Miss, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Wang De knelt before Xiaowan, tears almost falling. Even if you dare, you probably won't have the chance. Xiaowan sneered and stood up. At this moment, 4 or 5 constables carrying large knives entered from outside. The leader asked, Who reported the case? I did. Old man Qin stepped forward. Officer, help. There's a murder. Someone is going to kill us. Before the constable could finish speaking, Wang De knelt and crawled in front of him, pointing at old man Qin and crying out desperately. Is this Guo Sanchao's person? The constable clearly recognizes Wang De. He looked at Wang De, then at the chaotic scene, and with a stern glare, he looked at Qin Laosan, who was cold and calm. Qin Laosan looked at him steadily, with a stronger presence. May I ask your honorable name, sir? He asked, turning his eyes to Qin Lao-san. My humble name is not worth mentioning. I dare not offend the officials. These people broke into a civilian house and tried to steal our belongings. I hope the officer will handle this fairly, Qin Lao-san said coldly. His attitude made the head constable very unhappy. But the more he disliked it, the more he was afraid of him. He carefully hesitated for a second, then waved his hand behind him. Take them all away. The people behind him weren't fools. They rushed forward, took away the second master, Wang De, Lu Qingshan, and others, and left. After walking a short distance outside, the constables released the people. What's going on? The head constable asked in a deep voice, speaking to the second master. Brotherly, this is a long story. We've encountered a tough opponent this time. Thank you for saving us. When I return, I will report this to the young master. When we get to the county town, I will definitely come to thank you, the second master hurriedly said politely. Who is that person? The constable asked. We don't know yet. Our people are investigating. I believe we will have an answer soon, the second master said, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Those two people probably have a strong backing. Otherwise, once his people find out, he will definitely find a way to get rid of them. The constable nodded. Then please, both of you, come with me to the yamen. Until the results are out, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here. He had survived this long by being very careful. Since the young master ordered to handle this fairly, until his identity is confirmed, he must first detain the people. Otherwise, if he turns out to be an important person, he would have offended him. After saying this, the constable led the group of more than 10 people back to the yamen. Young Master Qin, young Lady Qin, you should leave quickly. Once those people return, you won't be able to leave, Bai Xinlei's father said anxiously in the Bai family courtyard, seeing the constables take the people away. Instead of feeling relieved, he looked worried and urged Qin Lao-san and Xiao Wan to leave quickly. Uncle Bai, weren't those people taken away? Why are you so afraid? Zhou Wan asked with confusion. Uncle Bai sighed and shook his head. It won't be long before they find out who you are and let you go. When that happens, their revenge might become even more intense. Thank you both for today. Now, while no one is around, you should hurry and escape. Zhou Wan looked at old Third Qin, who silently shook his head at her. Zhou Wan smiled. Instead of rushing to leave, she found a stool and sat down. Uncle Bai, don't worry. Since we dared to act, we're not afraid of this. What's the story with you and Run Ci Xian? Tell me, Madam Qin. You. Seeing that she was not afraid, Uncle Bai hesitated but then sat down and sighed. All right. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Uncle Bai began to recall the story slowly and told it in detail. It turns out the Bai family has been making porcelain for generations. They have a special skill, and their porcelain is famous throughout Yunhe County. Some people from other counties even come just to buy a piece of Bai family porcelain to admire at home. This skill was passed down through the family, and by the time it reached Bai Xinlei's father, he was very curious and loved to experiment. His craftsmanship surpassed that of his ancestors, and he even developed new patterns. He took on a few apprentices, and under his leadership, the Bai family grew bigger and more well-known. Unfortunately, this glory didn't last long. 5 years ago, Run Ci Xian came to Qingyan town. They relied on the county magistrate and used some shady methods to secretly harm the Bai family. Bai Xinlei's grandfather was caught and imprisoned, and he died there. When Bai Xinlei's grandmother heard the news, she was so angry she fell ill and soon passed away. Bai Xinlei's father couldn't accept this and went to confront Run Ci Xian. In the chaos, he was beaten and broke his leg, and even his right hand was disabled. To save his father, 11-year-old Bai Xinlei had no choice but to sell some of the family's porcelain-making skills and secret recipes. After selling them, they realized it was all a trap set by Run Ci Xian. They had done all this just to get their secret recipes. Many of the Bai family's apprentices had already been bought by them. Once they got the secret recipes, those people went to work for Run Ci Xian. After the Bai family fell apart. To prevent them from making a comeback, Run Sichuan occasionally sends people to check on them and cause trouble at the Bai family. Sometimes, When he's angry or dislikes the Bai family, he even beats Bai Xinlei badly. Bai Xinlei's father has thought about moving away, but no matter where they go, Ren Xishuan keeps a close watch on them. They simply cannot leave. The only option is to move to the countryside, but Bai Xinlei, full of youthful energy and driven by hatred, doesn't want to leave. He has been delaying, looking for a chance to take revenge. Today, he finally got his chance to meet Xiao, Wan, and old Qin III. Grandpa Qin, Madam Qin, I came to see you because I know you have a grudge against Ren Xishuan. I want to discuss cooperation, hoping to make a fresh start. I have no intention of using you for revenge, Bai Xinlei hurriedly explained after his father finished speaking. I understand, Xiao Wan nodded. So, are you willing to return to Huaxi village with me? This could be your chance to start over. Bai Xinlei felt very tempted, but he still cared about his father's feelings. He looked at his father. Uncle Bai seemed to have made a firm decision. Ren Xishuan has gone too far. Today, Grandpa Qin and Madam Qin even saved our lives. We are willing to go. At my age, I no longer seek revenge. I can see that Grandpa Qin and Madam Qin are very confident. I think protecting my son shouldn't be a problem. Grandpa Qin, Madam Qin, Bai Zhua is willing to go with you. I don't want any reward, just enough to feed my family and keep my son safe. I am willing to make porcelain for you for free. Uncle Bai, you're being too kind, Xiao Wan said. She was not from Ren Xishuan's side and had her own principles. Here's the deal. You can build your own kiln and factory, and we sign a cooperation agreement. You make porcelain for me, and we are independent. Or, we cooperate to open a porcelain factory. I'll provide the money, you provide the skills, and manage sales. Or, I build the factory, and you work as master craftsman in my factory. You can just work for me. Choose one. Over the years, Bai Zhua's ambitions had been worn down. He wanted to choose the third option, simply doing the work without taking any risks. But seeing Bai Xinlei eager to try, he sighed. I'm old now. This is a young person's world. Let Xinlei decide. I'll go along with whatever he chooses. Father, Bai Xinlei looked at him with tears of emotion. He also looked quietly at Bai Xinlei. The father and son exchanged glances for a while before Bai Xinlei gritted his teeth and said, I'll choose the second option. Madam Qin will invest in building the kiln and find someone to help me manage it. He will handle hiring workers, I will take care of the technical side, and for sales, we can work together. You provide the materials for the porcelain, and I will make it for free. As for other matters, once we start making money, we will split the profits 80 to 20, with you getting 80% and me 20%. Bai Xinlei's attitude was already very humble. Lei, no, Bai Zhuotsai quickly stopped him. Madam Qin, Lei doesn't understand. We can share 10% of the profits or even half. We don't need so much. I will find someone to help you. Zhaoan thought of Li Shunzi and nodded, saying, I agree with what you said, but I want a lot of porcelain. Since it's free, I don't need that much now. In the future, just give us what's needed, and we'll pay the factory price. As for the profit, split it 30 to 70, with you getting 30% and us 70%. That's too much. Bai Zhuotsai shivered and looked at Zhaoan with some unease. That's settled. It's decided, Zhaoan said firmly. Go pack your things. We're leaving today. Today? Bai Zhuotsai and Bai Xinlei were both surprised and looked at Zhaoan in shock. As you said, we don't know when those people will be released. Staying here is too dangerous for you. Just come back with us today. As for this yard, if you want to stay, you can. If not, I'll find someone to handle it, Zhaoan said after some thought. Bai Zhuotsai was silent for a moment. Thinking that they would need money to settle in Huaxi village, he clenched his teeth and said, All right, we'll pack up now and leave with Madam Qin. As for this house, let's sell it. After saying that, the father and son went back to their house, packed their belongings simply, took their clothes and a set of porcelain-making tools, then got into Zhaoan's carriage and headed toward Huaxi village. As Zhaoan said, not long after the thugs were taken away, Ren Xian found out their identities. Once it was confirmed that they were just insignificant farmers from Huaxi village, the third young master of the Guo family was furious. Immediately, he went to find the county magistrate and had all his people released. Then he took his men to the Bai family. At this time, Bai Xinlei and his father had already returned to Huaxi village with Qiao Wan and old Qin San. As expected, they found the place empty. Third young Master Guo was angry and waved his hand, ordering his men to smash everything in the small courtyard. Then, he set everything on fire and angrily returned to Runsai Pavilion. After returning, he still felt unsatisfied. He gathered some people and planned to go to Huaxi village himself. But before he left, someone came to inform him that old Master Guo wanted him to return to the capital city. Humph. They got off easy. Let's give them a few more days to live, said third young Master Guo, snorting angrily. He kicked the messenger and then got into a carriage heading to the capital. After returning to the village, Qiaowen arranged for Bai Xinlei and his father to stay in the East Wing, next to Jiang Taifu. Then, she discussed making porcelain with them. Making porcelain is different from ordinary crafts. The process is very complicated. From mining the mountain to preparing the materials and firing the kiln, it takes a long time. Plus, glazing and firing are needed. Judging by Madame Qin's look, I don't think your porcelain can wait that long. Bai family has an abandoned kiln in the neighboring Huayu village, on a small hill with very suitable soil. There are some porcelain tools buried on the hill. Madame Qin can find someone to clean that place up, and we can start small from there, said Qiao Wan. After considering their strength, Bai Zhuocai finally revealed the Bai family's last backup. Qiao Wan knew that such a large family wouldn't fall apart all at once. They must have a backup plan. Seeing Bai Zhuocai finally reveal the Bai family's hidden cards, Qiao Wan smiled and said, I don't understand these things. Uncle Bai, just follow your arrangements. I'll give you 5,000 taels of silver and send 2 people to assist you. If you need anything, just tell me. How does that sound? Professional work should be handled by professionals. Qiao Wan wouldn't interfere in everything, otherwise, she would tire herself out. Bai Zhuocai was satisfied with her decision. He also feared encountering someone who knew nothing but insisted on interfering in everything. They agreed on this plan. Qiao Wan sent Li Shunzi to assist him, and he also had his son Bai Xinlei with him. That should be enough. Additionally, she arranged for a coachman and 2 bodyguards for him. This matter was temporarily settled, and Qiao Wan no longer paid attention to it. 2 days later, the spice workshop was finally completed. Qiao Wan went to the ironware shop in town to order a set of machines that could be operated manually for cleaning and cutting spices. She installed these machines in the spice workshop, which could now begin official operation. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wan, who were experienced in working at the spice workshop, were chosen to manage it. After talking with them, they decided that Aunt Wan, who is outgoing and the village chief's wife, would handle personnel management. Aunt Zhou, who is more calm and introverted, would take care of the technical work assigned by Qiao Wan. Since the workshop uses spiritual spring water for the spices, Qiao Wan entrusted her with its safekeeping. To Qiao Wan's surprise, when discussing hiring workers and finding someone literate to help, Aunt Zhou surprisingly said she could read and write. After asking further, Qiao Wan learned that Aunt Zhou had previously worked as a maid in a wealthy family and had served the young lady from a young age, which is how she learned to read. This was perfect, so there was no need to find anyone else to help. Later, thinking about hiring a few strong men for physical labor, they decided to follow the original plan and arrange for Du Xing's son, Du Xiaoda, to join. They thought that once he was familiar with the work, they could find a man among the new workers to replace him. 2 days earlier, the village chief had announced that Qiao Wan's family was hiring workers. Early that morning, many people gathered at her house, some from the village and others from nearby villages. Everyone was chatting happily, making the scene lively. Little Qiao, I heard your workshop is hiring workers. How will you pay them? Little Qiao, what do you think of Auntie? Little Qiao, your uncle is strong. Do you think he's suitable? Early that morning, as Du Xing opened the door, these people rushed into Qiao Wan's house and surrounded her, asking questions. Cough, cough. Qiao Wan stood up, cleared her throat, and raised her hands. Everyone quiet down and listen to me. My spice workshop is indeed finished. It will be managed by Aunt Wan and Aunt Zhou. Currently, we plan to hire 20 people, 15 women and 5 men. The women will handle spice preparation and packaging, while the men will do the heavy lifting. As for wages, men will earn 600 coins a month and women 500 coins. Many people started to feel interested. Of course, I also have some requirements. The workers must be diligent and strong. Those working at my house can rest 2 days out of every 7. Usually, there are no special events at home, so taking leave is not allowed. This rule is to prevent people from leaving during busy farming times and returning when there's nothing to do, which would disrupt the workshop's normal operation. Being able to rest 2 days sounds great. Xiao Xiao, look at me. I can do it.
Me too, me too.
To everyone's surprise, they all seemed very happy about the idea of resting and eagerly raised their hands to sign up. This time, I will select workers from Huaxi village first. If there aren't enough people, I will consider others outside the village, said Qiaowan. Why only from Huaxi village? As soon as Qiaowan finished speaking, a young wife stood up and shouted, Why only from Huaxi village? Are people from outside not human? If you only want people from Huaxi, why didn't you say so from the start? I don't agree. Because this workshop is mine, I can choose whoever I want, replied Qiaowan, looking at the young wife. If you want to cause trouble, you won't be hired. So, no matter which village you're from, you won't be able to join my workshop in the future. That foolish woman, can't the trouble she caused at Zhao's house teach her a lesson? Their daughter-in-law offended the Qiao family, and now they can't even grow seasonings. Before she could speak again, her husband suddenly kicked her. I told you not to make a fuss. Watch your mouth. Why can't you listen? She opened her mouth to argue. What do you mean? What do you want? Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Qiao, her husband said sternly. The young wife, who was about to throw a tantrum, was frightened by her husband's look and looked at Qiaowan in a whisper. No need. People like her, Qiaowan definitely wouldn't hire. A dishonest woman, and a man who beats his wife, won't be good people either. Qiaowan waved her hand, asking those who met the criteria to line up. For this first recruitment, Qiaowan asked questions, while Ruan's family watched nearby and added a few words. Aunt Zhou registered the names. In the end, Qiaowan selected 21 people. There were 15 women and 6 men, including 2 outsiders from other villages. Little Qiao, didn't you say we would choose people from our Huaxi village first? None of us were selected, so how did someone from the neighboring Huayu village get chosen? A woman from Huaxi village asked eagerly, but since no one from her family was picked, she couldn't help but ask. However, after seeing what happened to the daughters-in-law from the Zhao and Yang families earlier, she didn't dare to question Qiaowan loudly. She just forced a smile and asked politely. Madam, Qiaowan saw her tone was still kind and explained, My workshop makes food, so we need it to be clean and tidy. Look at how clean Huaxi village is today and how hardworking and quick the families are. Did I not choose anyone from there? Hearing this, the woman looked around and realized it was true. She felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. It's not that we don't like to keep things tidy. It's just that we're used to working in the fields. Actually, we do care about cleanliness. I understand, Qiaowan smiled gently. Today, I will only hire a few people for the spice workshop. Later, we will also need workers for making porcelain and planting cotton. There will be more jobs, both long-term and short-term. Everyone is welcome to come and sign up then. Hearing there was still a chance, many people's eyes lit up. Okay, little Qiao. We'll come back then. We won't bother you today. They dispersed and went back to their homes. Qiaowan confirmed the 21 workers and then took out a long-term work contract for Aunt Zhou to read aloud. After everyone listened, they all agreed and signed the contract with their fingerprints.
Good.
Starting from tomorrow at dawn, you can come over. Aunt Ruan, Aunt Zhou, and Du Xiaoda will arrange how you should work. Qiaowan dismissed everyone and then reminded Aunt Ruan and others a few more words before returning home. When she went upstairs to her small study, she saw old Third Qin sitting in the main seat, with a man standing beside him. Qiaowan raised an eyebrow, thinking about leaving. Come here, old Third Qin called her over. Greetings, madam. Qiaowan walked over, and the man stepped forward first to bow politely and respectfully. Old man Qin reached out and pulled her to sit beside him, then introduced, "This is Wu Ying, one of my bodyguards. He's been here for a while, you should have noticed." Wu Ying had been around for some time, mainly helping Old Man Qin handle various matters. This was the first time she saw Old Man Qin and Xiao Wan together up close. She hadn't expected that. The usually quiet general could be so gentle in front of his wife. Yes, Xiao Wan nodded silently. Old Man Qin handed her a small bag of silver coins. "This is the money from the Bai family's small courtyard. Later, you can give it to Bai Zhucai." Xiao Wan took it, weighed it, and looked at him in surprise. "Is the small courtyard in town worth that much?" It was at least 200 taels. Hee hee. Old Man Qin chuckled at her greed and said softly, "The courtyard was old and not worth much before. But whoever damages it must pay for repairs. The silver here is compensation from the Gua family, so it's more." Oh, Xiao Wan understood. They took advantage of the situation. "You're impressive, husband." She didn't ask how they handled it, but from Old Man Qin's expression, she knew they had solved the problem. Seeing that Wu Ying still had something to discuss with Old Man Qin, Xiao Wan stood up. "You two talk first. I'll deliver the silver to Uncle Bai." "Wait a moment." Old Man Qin called her back quickly. "There's one more thing, wife. I might be very busy later and won't have time to teach the children martial arts. I plan to leave Wu Ying here to train them." He valued the children's education but also knew he needed her approval. Xiao Wan looked at Wu Ying briefly, then looked away and nodded. "The husband's decision is fine. I don't know much about it anyway." She smiled and nodded at Wu Ying, then turned to leave to find Bai Zhucai in Huayu village. In 2 days, Bai Zhucai, along with the people brought by Wu Yong, had cleared out the earthen kiln. All the necessary equipment was in place, looking quite proper now. "Madam Qin, you're here." Seeing Xiao Wan arrive, Bai Zhucai, busy with work, handed his tasks to Bai Xinlei and hurried over, smiling. "I heard your seasoning shop started hiring today. We've also begun a small cleanup here. Tomorrow, I will start recruiting a group of people. They can work on making pottery and porcelain while others help with cleaning. Don't worry, it won't delay your work."
Good.
"Uncle Bai, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Wan smiled, took the money pouch from her sleeve, and handed it to him. "But I didn't come here to rush you today. I came to give you this." "What is this?" Bai Zhucai reached out to take it and asked. Xiao Wan calmly said, "This is the money from selling the small yard in town, and also the compensation from the damage caused by the Gua family the other day." Bai Zhucai tremblingly took it, looked at it again and again. Then, with tears in his eyes, he looked at Xiao Wan and repeatedly thanked her. "Thank you, madam. Thank you so much." Since learning that his house was burned down, he felt both relief and pain. He was glad that he and Xiao Wan had left that day, but he was sad that the house was gone, and the only savings he had left for his son was lost. These past 2 days, he was busy during the day and had trouble sleeping at night. He was worried that the Gua family might seek revenge. Not only could they not protect themselves, but they might also involve their third son's family. Now, seeing the silver in his hand, he felt overwhelmed. His excitement wasn't just about the money itself, but about the fact that old Third Qin and his wife could really stand up to the Gua family. This made him feel incredibly happy. At this moment, he finally saw hope. After handing the silver to Bai Zhucai, Xiao Wan wandered around the kiln. Seeing everyone busy and working hard, she nodded with satisfaction and then left with Cui Yuner and Du Landao. "Yuner, I remember I told you before that you also know embroidery. Compared to your second sister-in-law, who has better skills." On the way home, Xiao Wan leaned against the carriage. Du Lan brought a small hand stove and handed it to her. She took it, held it in her hand, and played with it casually, pretending to look at Cui Yuner and asked, "Respectful madam, I naturally cannot compare to second sister-in-law." Cui Yuner brewed a cup of hot tea for Xiao Wan and handed it to her. The young girl spoke softly and gently, just like her. But her big eyes were full of a charming, playful, and enchanting smile. Even though she was trying to stay calm and look dignified, she was so beautiful that even a simple movement could captivate people's hearts. Xiao Wan responded casually and then asked, "What do you think of Zhou Ying?" Although Miss Zhou is young and has not been studying embroidery for long, She is very quick to learn. She has a calm personality and, as long as she keeps practicing, she will surely succeed in the future. Recently, Zhou often visits her to ask about embroidery, and she finds the girl to be very talented. Oh, Qiaowan said nothing more, closing her eyes to rest. No one knew what she was thinking. Madam, I have a request, Du Landau said softly, covering her with a thin blanket. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Qiaowan and said, I also want to learn martial arts. Please, madam, help me. Since she was young, Du Landau has been honest and strong for a girl her age. She has been working in the fields with her father and has developed some strength. Recently, she's been going to the training ground to watch others practice martial arts and has become eager to learn. Do your parents agree? Qiaowan asked, seeming not surprised. I haven't asked them yet, but I think it should be fine, Du Landau replied. Qiaowan nodded. As long as your parents agree, you can start practicing with them. Having a maid who knows martial arts would be very helpful in many tasks. Qiaowan did not stop her. Thank you, madam. Du Landau happily bowed deeply to Qiaowan. After returning home, she jumped off the carriage and hurried to talk with her parents. Is anyone home? Is anyone there? Soon after Qiaowan returned home, she heard loud noises at the door. Madam, it's people from old Qin's family. Cui Yuner looked outside and frowned. It seems to be Hu Shi and Yang Shi, and they look very angry. I'll go see what they want. Then Cui Yuner went outside. When she reached Hu Shi and Yang Shi, her mother, Cui Mama, and the Du family mother and daughter also arrived at the door. So it's Grandma Qin. What brings you here? The village is never short of kind people. Recently, Cui Mama had heard many stories about Qiaowan's family and knew her attitude toward old Qin's family. She asked politely, What can I do for you? What are you worth? Hu Shi's dull eyes stared at Cui Mama, her face tight with anger. She lifted her chin and snorted coldly, sounding superior. You're just a servant. How dare you speak to me? Bring Qiaowan out. Madam is busy. Whatever you want to say, you can tell me. Madame Cui's face remained calm and steady. Hu Shi felt like she had been hit hard with a cotton ball. She was frustrated and felt stuck, unable to move forward or back, feeling very annoyed. Qiaowan, come out. I know you're at home. Come out now. She suddenly reached out and pushed Madame Cui. Then, with Yang Shi, she rushed toward Qiaowan's courtyard. However, Dulin and others blocked her way, so she couldn't get in and could only shout loudly at the door. What's the matter with me? Qiaowan was curious. She wondered how brave Hu Shi was to come to her house and cause trouble. Since she had nothing to do, she came out of the yard. Seeing Qiaowan, Hu Shi instinctively felt a little scared. But thinking about her purpose today, she straightened her back and shouted, The wasteland at the foot of the mountain. Our family has 3 acres. Qiaowan's eyebrows moved slightly. She understood Hu Shi's intention but asked calmly, And then, if I knew the village chief bought that land for you, I wouldn't sell it no matter how much money you offered. I'll return a couple of silver coins, and I won't sell the land, Hu Shi said, then took out 3 silver coins and handed them to Qiaowan. Qiaowan only glanced casually at the silver coins in her hand, but didn't reach out to take them. Take it. Hu Shi became a bit anxious. She took a step forward and said, I already said I won't sell it. Do you still want to force me to sell? Are you saying the village chief didn't say he was helping me buy the land? Qiaowan asked suspiciously. Hu Shi's eyes flickered.
No.
Why are you asking so many questions? The silver is yours. Hurry up and return the land deed to me. Qiaowan didn't even look at her. She turned to Dulin and said, Go invite the village chief here. Invite the village chief? Qiaowan, I tell you, today you've brought the county magistrate here. This land belongs to our old Qin family. We don't want to sell it anymore. You have to return it to us. I brought the money, and I don't want to take advantage of you. I just don't want to sell it. Please return the land to me, Hu Shi shouted loudly, attracting some villagers to watch. Qiaowan ignored her and stood at the door, waiting for the village chief to arrive. After asking around, she learned that the 3 acres of land she asked the village chief to help buy last time indeed belonged to the old Qin family. Who's sure? I made it very clear at the time. This land was bought by me for little Qiao. How come now you say you don't know? The village chief, Li Wenshan, was very angry after being falsely accused by Hu Shi. I didn't hear clearly. Anyway, I won't sell this land anymore. You must return the land deed to me, Hu Shi said, trying not to offend the village chief but also wanting to back out of the deal. She started acting stubborn. Madam Hu, first, the land deed has already been processed and now belongs to me. There's no way I'll give it back. Second, when you bought the land, we signed a contract to prevent people like you from breaking promises. The contract states that if you breach it before I get the deed, you must pay 100 times the value. So, why are you bothering me with a few silver coins? Madam Hu, I still have the contract. If you dare cause trouble at my door again, don't blame me for being rude. Mo, next time this happens, just hit her directly, Qiao Wan said lazily, then turned and left. Hu Shi was a little afraid of her. She reached out to stop her but was stared down coldly by Qiao Wan, who immediately scared her into silence. Hu Shi could only watch helplessly as Qiao Wan walked away. Go check what kind of people Hu Shi has been talking to lately. Back home, Qiao Wan felt more and more uneasy the more she thought about it. Since Hu Shi's family was dealt with, she didn't dare to trouble her easily anymore. But today, she actually dared to come boldly and wanted to back out of the land deal. Whenever something is unusual, there must be a problem. She thought for a moment and immediately ordered Dulan to investigate. Yes, madam. Dulan nodded and went out, following Hu Shi and her daughter-in-law to Lao Qin's house. How is it? Is everything settled? When Hu Shi and her daughter-in-law arrived home, a maid dressed as a young girl stood up and asked them. Hu Shi sat down heavily on a chair, looking annoyed. I told you this method wouldn't work. You insisted I go. Qiao Shi said the land deed is already done, and the land belongs to her. Plus, we signed that contract. Even if we breach it, we have to pay her 300 taels of silver to get the land back. Exiner, honestly, there are so many lands in Xiangxi village. Why does she have to want that worthless piece of wasteland? And with her intelligence, she surely knew that this place was no longer recoverable. It was unlikely that the Hu family would come looking for me just to simply annoy me. Qiao Wan was right to guess. Qiao Xian's goal in contacting the Hu family was simply to cause trouble for Qiao Wan and prevent her from living too comfortably. But she didn't expect that the Hu family's current strength was so weak. It was almost defenseless. Miss, the old Qin family is really useless now. The maid, Yinxing, complained after hearing the report from the young maid. Yes, they are quite useless. Qiao Xian snorted coldly and asked, have you contacted third young Master Gu? What did he say? He suffered a loss at the hands of third master and Qiao Wan and has been wanting revenge. But for some reason, he was suddenly called back to the city by old Master Gu. Our people contacted him the day before yesterday. He said to wait half a month, and he should be back by then. Honestly, Qiao Wan is quite lucky. Even third young Master Gu can't do anything about her. That's because third brother is helping her, Qiao Xian said, feeling annoyed. She couldn't understand why. No matter how carefully she planned, Qiao Wan always seemed to have divine help, turning danger into safety. All right, half a month is half a month. There's no rush here. Keep a close eye on the cotton at Qiao Wan's place. If there's another mistake like last time, you all will be punished. Qiao Xian referred to the issue with soaking the cotton seeds. Li Si only knew to soak the seeds in hot water at Qiao Wan's, but he didn't know that Qiao Wan added spiritual spring water and medicine. When Qiao Xian followed the same method, she almost killed all the cotton seeds she bought. Fortunately, there was an experienced old farmer on her estate who came up with a solution, so she didn't suffer too much loss. Yes, miss, Yinxing replied and hurried out to handle the matter. Qiao Wan paid no mind to Hu family's small schemes and tricks. In the past 2 days, she had drawn patterns for the pottery and porcelain she needed, then finalized the sizes with Bai Zhua. Oh, Uncle Bai, I want to engrave the character Qin on the bottom of the items, and it should be something others can imitate. Can you do that? As her business grew larger, Qiao Wan had already started thinking about anti-counterfeiting measures. Baizhua carefully looked at the words written by Qiaowan. Making it is not a problem, but if no one can copy it, I think we should. The two discussed all afternoon and finally finished designing the first batch of ceramics. The next day, they started firing the first batch of pottery. While the pottery was being fired, they continued making the first batch of porcelain. To make these items, Qiaowan recruited over 30 people from Huayu village, all strong young men. After more than 10 days, the first kiln of ceramics was finally finished. Baizhua invited Qiaowan to come and see the results. The finished products looked very good and were a great success. Qiaowan was very pleased. She told them to continue firing based on this design, and she would find ways to sell them later. Husband, do you think the eldest and third young masters of the Gua family are the same? She heard that Gua Sanshao was grounded by old Master Gua after the last incident, and the business in Qingyan town was now handled by the eldest young master. Today, Qiaowan and Qin Laosen specially went to town to meet the eldest Gua. Just see for yourself, Qin Laosen said, stopping the carriage in front of the Gua family's house. They got out together and told the gatekeeper their names. The gatekeeper politely led them into the hall, where they saw a young man sitting with a dignified appearance. When he saw Qin Laosen and Qiaowan, he quickly bowed and called others to welcome the couple to sit. At that moment, Qiaowan realized that the eldest Gua was actually disabled. I should have visited in person, but as you can see, my health is not good, and I can't travel far, so I can only meet you here, the young man said as he sat down. Qiaowan responded politely and directly asked, Eldest young Master Gua, you are so courteous. May I ask what brings you to visit us today? The young man smiled. Of course, I am here to apologize for my younger brother's reckless behavior. Isn't an apology supposed to be made in person? You come to our home to apologize. Where is your sincerity? Qiaowan looked at him calmly, then glanced at Qin Laosan. Both of them sat relaxed, drinking tea, and said nothing for a while. The young man felt a bit awkward. He was sincere in his apology, but before that, he had wanted to show off a bit by inviting them to his house. But he didn't expect them to actually come. At first glance, when entering, he immediately saw that these two people were not easy to mess with. Only the foolish third brother would be so blind as to provoke such trouble. Hee hee. Young Master Gu forced a smile and continued, Third Master Qin, Madam Qin, I truly apologize for my brother's actions that day and for our rudeness today. But I came this time with full sincerity. To show my sincerity, the Gu family is willing to voluntarily withdraw from the Qingyan town ceramic market and share all our customer sources. What do you think? The Gu family has dominated the ceramic market in Qingyan town for so long, yet they are willing to withdraw. This was unexpected for Qiaowan. She didn't believe this was out of conscience. If they had realized this over the years, they would have done so long ago.
So,
what exactly did Third Master Qin do? Qiaowan looked at Third Master Qin curiously. He nodded at her, then looked at young Master Gu with a cold voice. We are not interested in whether you withdraw from Qingyan town. We also don't care about the customer sources you hold. I only have one request. Don't block our business and give the Yunhe County ceramic market a fair chance. Third Master, do you want the entire Yunhe County market? Young Master Gu frowned, his gaze cold. Is your appetite too big? Not only Yunhe County, but our Qin family's business might also expand to Pingzhou Prefecture, Donglin Prefecture, and even the capital. I've never asked the Gu family to withdraw from any market, but it's best if you don't block my way. We each do our own business, unrelated to each other, said Third Master Qin.
So,
Third Master, you're determined to make enemies of the Gu family? Young Master Gu's face darkened. How is that making enemies? Qiaowan chuckled softly, her smile not reaching her eyes. My husband already said, each does their own business, unrelated. If young Master Gu insists on misunderstanding that, then we can't help it. As soon as she spoke, the smile on young Master Gu's face disappeared, and his eyes turned cold as he looked at the couple. The atmosphere instantly cooled to freezing point. Suddenly, at the door, a series of clapping sounds came. Qiaowan looked up and saw a serious, stern middle-aged man in a mink coat walking in, clapping his hands. Guadasheos hurriedly pushed the wheelchair forward and respectfully bowed to the visitor. The visitor ignored him and walked straight into the hall, offering a fist bump to Old Man Chin. "This is Lord Chin-san. I've heard of you." Old Man Chin stood up and returned the greeting. "Lord Gua, I overheard what Lord Chin-san just said. My son acted out of line and bumped into you. Please forgive him." Lord Gua sat across from Chiao Wan and Old Man Chin, glancing at them with a calm look. "Third Lord, if you want to make and sell porcelain, go ahead. I promise that the Gua family will never compete with you unfairly again. Also, Run Ci Xian will officially leave Yunhe County starting today and will not appear before Lord Chin-san or Lady Chin anymore. Could you please forgive us and spare my irresponsible son?" Lord Gua received news from relatives in the city and the county magistrate that Old Man Chin-san was not easy to deal with. At first, he didn't pay much attention. After all, every family has some poor relatives, right? He didn't believe that Lord Chin would offend him over a poor relative. But he was surprised to find that not only Chin Qianhe from the city was helping Old Man Chin-san, but Chin Qianqi from Yunhe County also stepped in. Not wanting to offend the Chin family, he sent his eldest son to negotiate a settlement with Lord Chin-san through the Qingyun town market. He thought this was already showing respect to the Chin family, but unexpectedly, his third son was arrested just yesterday. He tried many connections and learned from relatives that Old Man Chin-san seemed to know the governor personally and was trying to save his son. It seemed he had to start with Old Man Chin-san. So early this morning, he rushed from the city to see Lord Chin-san in hopes of apologizing personally and rescuing his son. "Lord Gua, you're joking. My third son made a mistake and was caught, but it has nothing to do with me," Chin-san said calmly. Yes. Lord Gua quickly changed his tone. "Lord Chin-san, you're right. It was my son's fault, and I didn't discipline him well. Rest assured, I will control my family members better and won't trouble you again." "Then I'll thank you in advance," Chin-san said, standing up with Chiao Wan to leave. "About my son," Lord Gua followed behind them. "That's your family matter and has nothing to do with me," Chin-san replied, indicating he would no longer interfere. Old Mr. Gua understood quickly and smiled as he said, Yes, this is our matter. I was too focused. Please forgive me, Third Master Chin and Lady Chin. It doesn't matter whether we forgive or not. We are just ordinary common folks. If young Master Gua keeps acting like this, he might offend someone important someday and they might not forgive him, said Chiao Wan, a bit annoyed when she remembered Gua young master's arrogant attitude that day. Yes, Lady Chin is right. I will make sure to discipline my son better in the future, so he won't do such things again, replied old Mr. Gua respectfully as he saw them out and also handed over some gifts as a sign of apology. Xiao Wan refused to accept them, saying she couldn't take them. Third Master Chin, Lady Chin, my butler just told me that someone came to the Gua family looking for you. They mentioned your work with porcelain. Before leaving, Gua young master shared some news with Chiao Wan and her husband. It's obvious that this person wants to use my Gua family to get rid of the Chin family. I mean no harm, just a reminder. Perhaps you've made someone angry. We have control over that person now. Do you want to meet them? Chiao Wan's brow furrowed as she looked at old Third Chin. Both of them saw a clear understanding in each other's eyes. They hadn't offended anyone. Since they were making porcelain and someone found them, besides Chiao Xian, they couldn't think of anyone else. No need. Chiao Wan shook her head and politely bowed to the young master of the Gua family, saying, Thank you for your warning, young Master Gua. It's getting late, so we won't bother you any longer. Then she and old Third Chin left the Gua family. After leaving, they stopped by the village near Jinshi to check on things. The wheat was growing well, and in about a month, it would be ready for harvest. Recently, Wu Yong and his brothers had been staying there, fixing up each of the farmhouses. A few days ago, Chiao Wan had helped plant rice in the fields, and by April, she planned to plant rice on over 800 acres of water fields. If the rice yield was good, they could use all the rice as seeds in the future, and her seed shop could start operating. After inspecting over 4,000 acres of farmland, they leisurely headed back home. As they reached the gate, they saw many people standing far away. When those people saw them return, they all gathered around. Xiao Qiao, are you all okay? I heard the porcelain factory can't operate anymore. Is that true? Xiao Qiao, you offended Run Xian. Why didn't you tell us earlier? I'm not doing this work anymore. Before the car stopped completely, Qiao Wan heard everyone arguing loudly, crowding around them, each saying something. She listened carefully for a while and roughly understood what was happening. She looked at the crowd with a cold expression and said nothing. That's Run Xian. We can't afford to offend them. Xiao Qiao, why didn't you think about us before building the kiln? If Run Xian gets angry and blames us, what will we do? Yes, Xiao Qiao. Maybe you should close the porcelain factory and go apologize to Run Xian. Hearing their increasingly unreasonable words, Qiao Wan's face grew darker. Who told you I offended Run Xian? She took a deep breath, barely controlling her anger, and asked coldly. Who else? Run Xian is the biggest ceramic shop in Yunhe County. For many years, everyone who bought ceramics in town knew they monopolized the whole county's ceramic business. And now you're building a factory, which clearly offends Run Xian. A boy in the crowd said loudly. Qiao Wan looked up and saw the village troublemaker, Sun Xiaozi. Exactly. Many people nodded in agreement. And I also heard that your family brought back by Xinlei and his father who used to offend Run Xian. His father's leg was broken by Run Xian. They're from the same village, so don't say I didn't warn you. If you keep making ceramics with Qiao Wan, sooner or later, the Gua family will break your legs.
See?
That's how he looks, like your future state, Sun Xiaozi said, just as Bai Zhuo was walking over with a crutch. He quickly pointed at him proudly. Bai Zhuo was so angry his face turned pale, but he didn't know the details of what Qiao Wan and the others discussed with the Gua family in town. He could only walk over silently and ask softly, How is it? Xiao Qiao, is everything going smoothly? Nothing's wrong, Uncle Bai. Qiao Wan shook her head at him. Keep bragging. Nothing's wrong now, but when trouble comes, it'll be too late to run. Sun Xiaozi spends every day in Jinshan and has now met people from the Qingshan faction. He is very confident about the news he received and believes that Qiao Wan is just pretending to be strong. Yes, we won't do it anymore. Many people were frightened by Sun Xiaozi's words and immediately started arguing again. If you don't want to do it, then don't. I, Qiao Wan, won't force you. If you don't want to, take the contract you hold and come to my house. We will cancel the contract immediately. After speaking, Qiao Wan asked old Qin to drive the cart, and they headed home. Little Qiao, about the days we worked. Don't worry. The wages will be paid based on the days you worked. Hearing this, many people felt relieved. They gathered in small groups, walking and discussing whether to cancel the contract. Soon, they arrived at Qiao Wan's house. Sorry, Mississippi. I explained to them that nothing bad would happen, but it seems they don't believe us, said the Chui brothers, approaching and feeling guilty. It's not your fault. Qiao Wan waved her hand. If they want to cancel the contract, let them. Since you brothers are literate, help by Xinlei and Li Shunzi calculate the wages and then sign a contract to cancel the agreement. The Chui brothers nodded quickly and went to help. Master Qin, Madam Qin. Bai Zhuo hesitated for a moment, but still walked over with his cane. Seeing his hesitant look, Qiao Wan smiled. Uncle Bai, really, there's nothing to worry about. Today, we not only met young Master Gua, but also old Master Gua. They agreed that in the future, we will each do our own business and not interfere with each other. They also proposed withdrawing from the ceramic market in Yunhe County. Uncle Bai, your family has been in the ceramic business for many years, so you should have some connections. Whether you can revive the family business and make Bai family's ceramics famous again depends on you now. Is that true? Did you really manage to do it? Bai Zhuo took a moment to react and looked at Qiao Wan with excitement. Madam Qin, about those people just now. When the kiln factory was in trouble, the first instinct was to run away. Staying there wouldn't have helped. Qiao Wan slightly smiled as she looked at Bai Zhuo's eye. Uncle Bai, let's cancel the contracts with all these people. This situation can help us see who is loyal and who we shouldn't trust in the future. Yes, Madam Qin is right. Bai Zhuo's eye nodded excitedly. While they were talking, several families had already signed their termination papers. Qiao Wan looked up and saw those families slowly walking toward her. Little Chow, didn't you say that after ending the contract, the wages are calculated daily? Our contracts are also finished. Our head of household has been working at your ceramic factory from the start, and today marks 11 days. We don't want wages anymore, just count 10 days for him. Is that okay? One Andy spoke first. Little Chow, our 2 sons worked a total of exactly 12 days. Our family only has 1 person working, and today is the 5th day. Little Chow, look at this. One person started speaking, and others found it easier to talk. Soon, about 7 or 8 families gathered around Chow Wan, all asking for wages. Everyone, don't worry. Chow Wan kept her calm expression and still wore a gentle smile. Since I promised to pay everyone, I will do so. We agreed before on 1 tael of silver per month, but now, since it's calculated daily, let's go with 35 cents a day. Shunzi, please find the records of everyone's work. Today counts as a full day. Quigati, you handle the wages. After paying, have everyone sign, and then we can finish. At her command, Quigawan and Bai Xinlei helped with the contract cancellations, while Quigati and Li Shunzi distributed the wages. Soon, most of the contract terminations were completed. 4 families from Huaxi Village and 8 from Huayu Village ended their contracts. 2 other families, though from Huaxi Village, worked at the condiment workshop and also ended their contracts, fearing involvement. In total, 14 families had their contracts cancelled. Is there anyone else? Chow Wan looked at the termination papers and asked, are there more to cancel? A woman stepped forward, wanting to say something but was pulled back by her husband. What are you doing? You blockhead. Can't you see so many people have already cancelled? Now, while you can still get your wages, you should hurry. Once the people from Run Ci Xian arrive, it will be too late. The woman angrily glared at the man and said, you really can't do anything right. Yes, boss, don't hesitate anymore. Just cancel the contract, said 2 women from other families nearby, encouraging him. After hesitating for a moment, the 2 women finally stepped forward, wanting to cancel their contracts. Hurry up, Dinyo. The woman who spoke earlier quickly urged her husband. I said I won't go if I don't want to. Dinyo impatiently shook her off. I'm the one doing the work, and I'm the one who signed the contract. Xiao pays us well, and it's good for us. If I cancel now, am I still a man? I won't cancel. After saying that, he stood behind the crowd, refusing to step forward no matter what his wife said. In the end, she had no choice but to pinch him twice and said nothing more. Finally, 2 more families also canceled their contracts. Seeing that the last 2 families had finished the cancellation procedures, Chow Wan smiled, stood up with the cancellation contracts in hand, and said, today's matter ends here. Those who canceled their contracts, you don't need to come to work from now on. For those who haven't, thank you all. Because so many people suddenly left, and the factory situation is urgent, I ask for your understanding over the next 2 days. We will rehire workers tomorrow, and once everyone is back, you can continue your work the day after tomorrow. Boss, please don't say that. It's what we should do, said the workers. Exactly. Boss, you're generous. You pay well, and it's hard to find such good work in town, or even in the county. It's only been 2 days, and we don't find it hard. Everyone watched Chow Wan handle the contract cancellations and sighed inwardly. Xiao is kind-hearted. The remaining people all supported Chow Wan. TCH, 2 days to hire people? If the things at Run Ci Xian aren't resolved with your current situation, who would dare to come? Sun Xiaozi scoffed disdainfully. Who told you that the issues at Run Ci Xian haven't been resolved? Baizhua was angry and glared fiercely at Sun Xiaozi. The matter at Run Ci Xian was already resolved today when 3rd Master Qin and Madam Qin went to town. From now on, Run Ci Xian won't cause us trouble and will even withdraw from the Yunhe County market. As Baizhua finished speaking, the whole scene fell silent. Ha ha ha, some little boy seemed to hear a big joke and burst out laughing. Are you crazy, old man? You say that Run Ci Pavilion has settled things and is withdrawing from the Yunhe County market? Who do you think you are? Is the Guo family something you can mess with? You're just bragging without thinking. May I ask if this is the home of Lord Qin? Baizhua Cai was about to speak and argue back when he suddenly heard a familiar male voice at the door. He looked up and saw a man dressed in blue brocade clothes, with a small beard, walking in. Behind him was a carriage. Housekeeper Gua. Bai Zhuotsai recognized him and exclaimed,
Gua?
"Are you from the Runsai Pavilion in town? Coming so quickly, are you really here to cause trouble for Xiao Qiao's family? But look at his smile. He doesn't seem like he's here to pick a fight. People from the town are not as rude as our village. Maybe this is a case of courtesy before force. Since he's from the Gua family, he's definitely here to cause trouble." No doubt about it. Everyone was guessing and looking at the man who just entered. Old Master Bai, Gua housekeeper politely greeted Bai Zhuotsai, then turned to Qin Laosan and Xiao Wan, cupping his hands. "Greetings, Lord Qin and Lady Qin. I am Gua Wei, the housekeeper of the Gua family. So, you're from the Gua family? Are you here to cause trouble? Luckily, we just ended our contract with the Qiao family, or we would have been dragged into this." Xiao Wan looked up and saw that the speaker was a woman from the village. This woman used to work at the condiment factory. Today, after hearing about her own trouble, she insisted on ending the contract together. Now, seeing Xiao Wan look over, she shyly blinked and then straightened her chest, looking confident. "What's wrong?" "I didn't say anything wrong. You offended Runsai Pavilion yourself. Do you want us to share your bad luck?" "Sir, we have already severed ties with the Qin family, so please don't take your anger out on us." She was speaking to Gua Wei. Gua Wei had been with old Master Gua for most of his life. He had seen many things. When this woman spoke, he roughly understood why Qiao Wan's family had so many people. "What do you mean by bad luck? What do you mean by taking out your anger? What are you talking about?" He pretended to be confused as he spoke to the woman, then turned to Old Man Qin and Xiao Wan, smiling. "Master Qin, Madam Qin, our master specially prepared some gifts for you. I had them brought here. They should have arrived earlier, but due to unfamiliar roads, it took some time. Sorry for the delay." He waved to the coachman outside, who understood immediately. The coachman quickly carried the gifts out of the carriage and placed them in Xiao Wan's yard. The people in the yard were stunned by Gua Wei's words. Seeing the gifts being brought into the yard, the woman who had just spoken became unsettled. She looked at Gua Wei and asked, "Sir, are you here to give gifts to Old Three's family?" "Why else would I come?" Gua Wei asked impatiently. "Are you really from Run Xian?" The woman looked confused and almost in disbelief, whispering to herself.
Yes.
"I am from Run Xian," Gua Wei replied. "That can't be right. It shouldn't be. People from Run Xian wouldn't give gifts to the Qiao family. They should be here to cause trouble." The woman seemed to realize something but couldn't accept it. She continued muttering, "You're so rude, madam. What do you mean I should come to cause trouble? Are you cursing our Run Xian and Master Qin? Are you crazy?" Gua Wei's face darkened, and he looked angrily at the woman. "Sir, please don't be angry. My wife doesn't know better. Don't mind her." Her husband quickly pulled her back. The other families who had just broken their contracts also seemed to realize something. They all stared blankly at Gua Wei. They couldn't understand. Wasn't the Gua family supposed to come to trouble Qiao Wan? Why does the housekeeper of the Gua family look so friendly now, as if he had a good relationship with Old Three and his wife? What's going on? Everyone dared not speak. They just stared at Gua Wei and the couple. "Sorry for causing trouble for Master and Madam," Gua Wei said first, bowing politely. "Not at all, Gua housekeeper. You're too polite," they replied. Gua Wei smiled and said, "No trouble at all. It's my honor." Seeing that the coachman had already unloaded all the gifts and placed them in the yard, Steward Gua continued, "It's getting late. Since everything has been delivered, I will take my leave now. Lord Qin, Lady Qin, farewell." After seeing Gua Wei off, Qiao Wan turned around and realized that many people were still standing in her yard. "Everyone go ahead and get busy. Do what you need to do. Don't just stand here." Qiao Wan waved her hand, and many people gradually dispersed. When she finished organizing her own matters and came out again, she found that about 20 or 30 people were still there, mostly those who had just ended their contracts or their family members. Qiao Wan paused, then turned to go back to her room. "Little Qiao, wait a moment," called out the woman who had been the loudest earlier, stopping her first. Xiao Wan said nothing, just gave a faint glance at a few people. They looked a bit guilty under her gaze and lowered their heads shyly. Little Xiao, today's events were our fault, but you also need to understand us. We are just ordinary common folks. Facing a big shop like Run Ci Xian, we were naturally scared. Please forgive us, the woman who had spoken first finally said. Yes, little Xiao, we know we were wrong. Can we sign the contract again? Someone else spoke up, and the words that followed were easier to accept. Another woman addressed Xiao Wan. A faint smile remained on Xiao Wan's lips, but her eyes were cold and sharp as she looked at the two women. Little Xiao, we really didn't mean to cause trouble. It was just a reflex, a wrong decision. Please give us another chance. We promise it won't happen again. Seeing her silent, others started to panic and spoke hurriedly, trying to persuade Xiao Wan and save their jobs. Xiao Wan chuckled coldly, walking out of the crowd and saying sharply, Sorry, everyone. There won't be a next time. You. What do you mean, little Xiao? Someone asked. It means we have already ended our contracts. As former long-term workers of the Qin family, when the Qin family was in trouble, you chose to run away. From now on, you all lose the right to work for the Qin family again. After speaking, Xiao Wan looked at village chief Li Winshan, who hadn't left yet. Uncle Li, please inform the others in the village. Tomorrow noon, we will continue recruiting at my house. If anyone is interested, they are welcome to come and sign up. The pay will be the same as before, but as usual, I will screen the applicants, and only those who meet the criteria will be accepted. Okay, I will notify everyone right away, Li Winshan said eagerly as he left Xiao Wan's house. The remaining people looked at each other. Some gritted their teeth and said to Xiao Wan, Little Xiao, are you really going to be so cold-hearted? We are from the same village. Why didn't you think about that when you broke the contract? Earlier, some people had been encouraging Denyo to break the contract. Now, Denyo's wife was a bit scared. After Denyo went to work and she calmed down, she saw the person who had broken the contract arguing with Xiao Wan. She walked over with a desire to make amends, shouting sharply, You're heartless and unfaithful. When others are in trouble, you just run away. Yet you still have the nerve to say that little Xiao is cold-hearted. From Denyo's family, what are you proud of? If your Denyo hadn't insisted, you would have already broken the contract. Someone shouted angrily at her, unable to stand her smug attitude. Denyo's wife was not afraid. She straightened her chest and glared at the person. Yes, my Denyo is kind and righteous. He will insist. If you have the guts, don't listen to your wife.
You should also insist.
Then you can continue working with my Denyo at Xiao Qiao's kiln. The person was speechless for a moment and glared fiercely at his wife. After they finished arguing and looked around, Xiao Wan had already left without anyone noticing. Knowing there was no point in staying, the people who had broken the contract were angry and frustrated, and they all went home. I feel like that kid's son has a problem, Xiao Wan said to Qin Laosan as she returned to her room, taking a sip of water casually. Qin Laosan nodded and said, Last time when Lu Fang entered the village, I felt he was very strange. You mean he's working for Lu Fang? But that shouldn't be. Since Lu Fang had that issue with Qin Miao, he's been busy with his own problems. He shouldn't have time to come find Sun Xiaozu and cause trouble for us. I heard that Qin Miao was not willing to marry just a servant of the Lu family. The day after her marriage, she used the excuse of seeing that servant to get close to Lu Fang's father. For some unknown reason, that servant was sold away, and Qin Miao was made a concubine by old Master Lu. After becoming old Master Lu's concubine, Qin Miao often opposed Lu Fang. The Lu family is now in chaos. Lu Fang finds it hard to deal with Qin Miao, so he has no time to bother Xiao Wan. Lu Fang is also being used. Qin Miao's third brother knew about her situation and continued. Are you saying?
Kiu Xin, Kiu Wan Frauen.
Thinking back to what happened that day, the more she thought, the more she believed it was possible. This woman is really persistent. If she wasn't still useful, I would have gotten rid of her long ago. It's not impossible. Qin's third brother also found Xiao Xian annoying. Forget it. Let's wait and see how she behaves for a while. As for that young man, we don't need to worry about him for now. He's just a. If we get rid of him, we still have to watch out for others, which is quite troublesome. Plus, today he caused those people to break their contracts, and now they are all against him. He'll have a hard time. Chaowon thought for a moment and continued. The flour mill and the porcelain factory are now running smoothly. The only thing left is my cotton fields and the technology and machines for spinning cotton. Husband, after the cotton is planted for a while, I plan to go to Jiangnan to investigate the spinning technology there. Qin's third brother responded, I'll go with you then. What about when you go home? And the children are at home. Who will take care of them? Chaowon chuckled. Isn't there a lot of servants at home? Qin's third brother was unconcerned. And with old man Jiang and Wu Ying at home, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Let's see about that, Chaowon said, not dwelling on the topic. She turned around and said, Master Lin and the others are building the cotton spinning factory. Behind that small hill on the land there, we can raise chickens and fish and plant fruit trees. I asked last time, but the land along the Qilin Mountains costs over 40,000 taels. Husband, do you think I should ask the county magistrate if I can buy the mountain? I want to pay in installments. I wonder if you'll agree. Qin's third brother didn't speak. He took a letter from the drawer of the small study desk and handed it to her. What is this? Joe looked at old third Qin casually, then took out something from inside and was surprised to find it was a land deed for the 7 Ridge Mountains. She was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at old third Qin. Where did you get this?
Did you steal it?
No, it has my name on it. Husband, did you buy this? Where did you get so much silver? Didn't I tell you last time? I still have some spoils of war that haven't been exchanged for money. Old third Qin smiled softly, his eyes gentle as he looked at Joewon. This time, Wu Ying came over just to handle the spoils and bring the silver. How do you like this land deed? Of course she liked it. Joewon nodded heavily and whispered, so fighting on the battlefield really makes a lot of money. Thank you, husband. She kissed old third Qin and then started planning to plant fruit trees on the small hill, dig a fish pond, and raise chickens. Old third Qin watched her busy and happy, feeling very satisfied. Late at night, the cold wind howled. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared in Joewon's yard. Old third Qin opened his eyes, jumped out of the window, and saw Wu Ying chasing a few dark figures toward the back mountain. Without hesitation, he tiptoed and followed. Deep in the forest, he heard the sound of clashing weapons, ping-pong pang-pang, as darkness covered the sky and earth. Old third Qin held a long sword and joined the fight. Sword energy flew everywhere. Soon, the dark figures flying into his backyard were swept away. General Qin, it's really you. Just as the last person was knocked away, a figure in flowing white clothes suddenly appeared from the woods. She had beautiful features, starry eyes, long black hair hanging to her waist, and a charming smile like a fox. She was looking at old third Qin with a mischievous gaze. Old third Qin looked up and saw her clearly. He paused before speaking 3 words. Zhou Yiyuan, General Qin. Zhou Yiyuan's narrow fox-like eyes still held a smile. She stepped closer to old third Qin gracefully and said, We only met briefly in Qingyan town today. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but it turns out it really is you. I heard you were seriously injured and sent back to your hometown to recover.
So,
your hometown is in Qingyan town? This is my first visit, and I didn't have time to prepare a proper gift. Sorry for the rudeness. Old man Qin looked at him coldly, without speaking. Why are you so cold, General Qin? Qiao Yiyuan's smile grew deeper as he looked at old man Qin. We're not enemies, really. Actually, we're old friends, both working for the court. I came tonight just to check if the person I saw earlier was really you, General Qin. I have no other purpose. That's best. Old man Qin coldly threw a soft sword back to him. Xiao Yiyuan caught it, but the sword's energy pushed him back several steps. He leaned against a big tree to stop himself. No matter what you're here for, it's better not to provoke me. If you do, the consequences might be too much for your family to handle. Old man Qin said coldly. He glanced at Wu Ying, and both of them disappeared at the same time. That General Qin is really rude. Young master, I'll go catch him. The guards with Qiao Yiyuan moved quickly to chase him, but Qiao Yiyuan stopped them. Forget it. With your skills, You're no match for him. Don't embarrass yourselves. Qiao Yuyuan smiled playfully and pointed at the guard who had just spoken. You go and spread the news that Qin Shirmu is here. Yes, the guard stood up and was about to leave. Qiao Yuyuan thought for a moment, then quickly called him back. Never mind. Our main goal is to investigate that matter. Qin Shirmu is a crazy person. It's better not to provoke him. Let's go back. After saying that, he and his followers disappeared. They didn't notice that from where they left, two figures appeared again. Old Man Qin and Wu Ying, who should have already left. Xiao Wan slept well through the night. Early the next morning, she got up. Today, her triplets had a day off. A few days ago, she promised them they could go to the farm to fly kites and watch the wheat. After they finished practicing martial arts and had breakfast, the whole family of 5 set out in a carriage. Since they started school, the 3 little ones rarely went out with Xiao Wan. Now, sitting in the carriage, the children looked very excited. They chattered happily, leaning their heads together, pressing their small heads against each other, and peering out the window at the scenery. Wow, brother, is that wheat? It's a big field. So pretty. The carriage was traveling along the main road of the village. Qin Bebe looked at the large fields of wheat that were almost ready to harvest and exclaimed in amazement. She quickly asked her brothers to look as well. It's wheat. When we came last time, it was still green. Now it's starting to turn yellow. Qin Erbao nodded. Why is it turning yellow? Are they sick? Qin Bebe asked with big eyes. When they get close to being ripe, they turn yellow. You're so silly, little sister, Qin Erbao said with a look of slight annoyance. The little girl felt a bit sad from being scolded. She tugged at Qin Debao's sleeve. Qin Debao looked at Qin Erbao warningly, then gently patted his sister's head. Wheat is like rice. When it's ready, it turns yellow. Mother made us 3 kites, a little tiger, a butterfly, and an eagle. Which one do you want? You can choose first. I want the butterfly. It's so pretty, she said happily. Qin Bebe's eyes lit up. As the carriage reached the field and was still stopping, she couldn't wait to get off and fly her kite. Qin Laosen and Xiao Wan helped the 3 children out of the carriage one after another. They all played together, flying the kites. They played for a long time. Debao, Erbao, Bebe, Mother has some errands to run in town. She'll go there and come back to pick you up. Sister Yun'er and Sister Dulin will stay here to keep you company. Is that okay? Wu Yong and his brothers were nearby in the village, so Qiao Wan was not worried about the children's safety. Yes, the triplets were having so much fun that they agreed happily. Xiao Wan took Qin Laosan onto the carriage. Today, the driver was Cui Gaoyuan, who had worked in the Ministry of Revenue. Xiao Wan deliberately brought him along because she wanted to visit the grain shops in town and in the county. There was also another person on the carriage, Jiang Taifu. Since his identity was revealed, he had become much more confident around Xiao Wan and her husband. Sometimes, he even went back to the county with them to see his grandson. Another person was Qin Qingchu, the son of Qin Qianheng. Since he met Jiang Taifu at Xiao Wan's house, he hadn't returned to the county. He followed Jiang Taifu like a sticky dog, unable to be driven away. Today, if Jiang Taifu hadn't insisted that he come along, he probably would have refused to leave Xiao Wan's house. All right, you can get off now, Jiang Taifu said as they arrived at the most famous calligraphy school in the county, Hanmo Academy. He helped the 2 men get down from the carriage. Third uncle, third aunt, why are you just arriving? I've been waiting here for you for half a day. As soon as Minister Jiang and Qin Qingchu got out of the carriage, they saw Qin Qinghao happily running over and climbing onto the Zhou Wan family's cart by himself.
Jag voyage lipstvitcher.
You're really not polite at all. Why should family members be polite? Qin Qinghao waved dismissively. Are we going to visit the seed shop? Let's go. Andy, why would you want to open a seed shop? I've never heard of a seed shop making money.
Do your seeds
have some special quality? Seeing the cart start moving, Qin Qinghao leaned in and asked Zhou Wan. Stay away from me. Zhou Wan pushed him away with a look of disgust. Even though you're the son of the county magistrate and your grandfather is the prefect, now Minister Jiang is right in front of us. Why don't you go talk to him, maybe become his apprentice and work hard to get good grades? Why are you always talking about making money? Isn't that a bit? Third aunt, you're right. I am just an ordinary person. I like shiny, flashy things. You said you'd help me make money, and now you're thinking of changing your mind? Qin Qinghao asked mischievously. Changing my mind? You're dreaming. I'm just worried your parents might dislike you, and that could cause trouble for me too, Zhou Wan said half-jokingly.
Don't worry about that.
We have Qingqi too. He's already apprenticed to Minister Jiang. Hearing this, Qin Qinghao was very happy. You don't know, that kid managed to become Minister Jiang's apprentice, and I helped a lot with that. My father is very pleased with me now. He knows I work with Uncle San and Annie San to run a business, and he told me to do well and not embarrass him. Auntie, we're here. The biggest grain seed shop in the county is right ahead. Zhou Wan and Qin Laosin got out of the carriage. After Cui Gaoyuan found a place to park the horses, the four of them went into the seed shop together. It was late March, spring was in full bloom, and it was the perfect time for spring planting. The seed shop was still busy, with 2 shop assistants helping other customers. When Zhou Wan and the others entered and looked around, no one came to ask if they needed help. Would you like to buy something? This shop mainly sells seeds. Madam, you probably came here by mistake, said the shopkeeper, standing at the counter. Seeing the 4 of them, he frowned and approached Zhou Wan. In his opinion, these 4 didn't look like farmers, especially Qin Qinghao, who clearly looks like a wealthy young master. I don't know why they came to our grain shop. The shopkeeper thought they were here to cause trouble and looked at them with obvious displeasure. Zhou Wan was surprised and then realized. She smiled and said, I'm here to buy seeds. Do you sell rice seeds? Her 800 acres of rice had already been planted, but she decided to add another 200 acres. Today, she came to the county to learn about the market for grain seeds and also to buy some rice seeds. The shopkeeper looked at her suspiciously and asked, Are you really here to buy rice seeds, madam? Yes, Zhou Wan replied, not seeing anything wrong. How much do you want? He asked. About 1,500 jin, she said. 1 acre of rice field needs about 8 jin of seeds, so 200 acres would need around 1,600 to 1,700 jin. But with her space spring, she didn't need that much. 1,500 jin was enough. 1,500 jin? The shopkeeper was surprised and looked at her more unfriendly. 1,500 jin? How much land do you want to plant? Usually people keep some seeds for themselves, and even those who plant so much wouldn't buy seeds from a shop. They save their seeds when they harvest rice. Are you here to cause trouble? I said I want to buy, so what's the problem? If you don't have it, just say so. I can buy elsewhere, Zhou Wan said, annoyed by the suspicion. Yes, we have it. But just so you know, 26 coins per jin. 1,500 jin will cost 39 taels and 2 qian silver, the shopkeeper said, still suspicious and wary of her. That's too expensive. Glutinous rice is only 30 coins per jin, Zhou Wan frowned. Last time, she bought rice from someone's granary, choosing full grains, and it only cost 25 coins per jin. She had wanted to buy from that person again, but they didn't have enough stock this time. Too expensive, the shopkeeper looked angry, as if saying, I knew you were here to cause trouble, and you're just pretending not to admit it. Zhou Wan was speechless. She waved her hand and said, Fine, fine. I'll buy it at 26 coins per jin. Where are your rice seeds? I need to see them. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the shopkeeper pointed to a cloth bag in the corner. Xiao Wan walked over, grabbed a handful of rice seeds, looked at them, and said, Shopkeeper, these rice seeds are shriveled and a bit damp. Why are you still selling them for 26 coins per jin? Planting this kind of seed will only produce about 400 to 500 jin per acre, which is not worth it. Is 400 to 500 jin not enough? Ask everyone here, whose rice yield is higher than that. When the harvest is good, an acre can produce around 400 jin. If you can get 400 to 500 jin from these seeds, why are you still complaining? The shopkeeper glared angrily at Xiao Wan, waving his hand impatiently. I told you, you're just here to cause trouble. Admit it or not. Get out of here. If you don't want to buy, don't waste my time. If you're not satisfied with 400 to 500 jin, can you grow rice that yields 1,000 jin per acre? I can. Xiaowan took a step back to avoid being hit by the shopkeeper's raised hand. Your seeds are not good, but that doesn't mean I can't grow good rice. Husband, let's go. She had wanted to buy some other seeds, but after seeing this, she knew this shop was not worth it. Xiao Wan and Qin Laosan and the others prepared to leave. How dare you say my shop's seeds are not good? Explain clearly. The shopkeeper was unhappy. He quickly stepped forward and blocked their way. If you can't produce rice that yields 1,000 jin per acre today, don't even think about leaving. Is this woman crazy? Have you heard of rice that can produce 1,000 jin per acre? No, probably just bragging. Bragging so much she came to our shop. No wonder she's being stopped. Isn't that young Master Qin? He doesn't study hard and spends his days idling around. Look at the people he knows. Are they good people? The onlookers initially just mocked Xiao Wan, but when they recognized Qin Qinghao, they started attacking him without realizing it. What does whether I study or not have to do with you? Qin Qinghao was speechless. He glared at them. You people, so inexperienced, you've never seen the world, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I come from the capital city. You haven't even left this small county. Do you think I'd lie to you? There are people in this world who can grow rice yielding 1,000 jin per acre. If you don't believe it, that's fine. Qin Qinghao held his chin high, looking proud and confident. Many people were fooled by his appearance and started to doubt whether they were just inexperienced, wondering if rice yields of 1,000 jin per mu had already appeared outside. Ha ha ha. Just as Qin Qinghao thought he had taken control of the situation and was about to leave with Xiao Wan and the others, a harsh laugh suddenly came from behind. He turned around and saw his rival Mu Kaiqing standing behind him, looking at Qin Qinghao with a foolish expression. I'm also from the city, and I just came here a few days ago. How come I haven't heard of anyone growing rice with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu in the city? Qin Qinghao's face stiffened, unsure of what to say. Xiao Wan also noticed the tension between them. She smiled softly and said, So, you haven't seen much of the world. Mu Kaiqing's sharp little eyes glared at Xiao Wan, a hint of experience flashing in his eyes. A small village girl, saying Mu Kaiqing, haven't seen much of the world. How funny. Yes, it's quite funny. Xiao Wan looked at him coldly. The young master of the Mu family is not even as knowledgeable as a village girl. I wonder what the head of the Mu family would think if he knew. You. Very good. Mu Kaiqing gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Wan and the others. If you have the ability, now show me the rice with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu. If you can't, you're spreading rumors. I will report you to the county magistrate. Mu Kaiqing thought she wouldn't dare and continued to raise the stakes. One shop isn't enough, then 3. In Qingyan Town, Yunhe County, and Heping Prefecture, our Mu family has grain stores. As long as you can provide the seeds, we can give you all of them. Plus, a silk shop in the prefecture city and a general store.
How about that?
Do you dare? The big offer was tempting. Zhou Wan kept speaking. For the silk shop, I want the one on Jixing Street of the Mu family. As for the general store, make it the biggest one. Qin Qinghao interrupted, then whispered in her ear. Then the general store should be the largest on Shuixing Street of the Mu family. Qin Qinghao, who knew a bit about Mu family's businesses, added. Mu Kaiqing readily agreed, but what if you can't produce it? What do you want? Zhou Wan asked. I want your secret recipe for the marinated meat and the secret ingredients in the condiment workshop. Mu Kaiqing answered without hesitation, and I want you to work as my maid. She pointed at Zhou Wan as she said this. That's unfair. Zhou Wan's eyes turned cold. She grabbed the angry Qin Laosan and said, If you lose, I didn't say you could work as a servant in my house. You could have said so, Mu Kaiqing said confidently. Zhou Wan didn't care if he couldn't produce high-yield rice. Too bad. Zhou Wan looked him over and said, I don't like you. Fine, if you lose, kneel in front of each of our shops for an hour, and then bark 3 times like a dog. Mu Kaiqing's face darkened as he stared at Zhou Wan. I've changed my mind. If you lose, I will sell you to the fragrant pavilion, where you can't escape or die. Do as you wish. Zhou Wan shrugged. Since it's a bet, it should be witnessed. Look here. Ha ha ha. Lady Qin, how about I be the witness? Before she finished speaking, a deep, hoarse laugh sounded. She raised an eyebrow and turned around. She saw a handsome man with fair skin and a charming face standing behind her, smiling kindly. Two men stood beside him. One was slightly chubby, dressed in official robes, clearly a county magistrate. The other was slim, dressed in simple cloth, but his gentle and refined aura was obvious. "Who are you?" Zhou Wan's eyes flashed with surprise and curiosity as she looked at the newcomer. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Qiao Yiyuan, a friend of third young Master Qin." My fox-like eyes twinkle as I look directly at Qiao Wan. He is truly a charming and handsome man. He is incredibly good-looking. Qiao Wan didn't pay much attention to him and turned to Old Third Qin quietly, asking, "Do you know him?" Old Third Qin looked at Qiao Yiyuan coldly. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, "We've met a few times, but we're not close."
Ha ha ha.
So, young Master Qiao knows third young Master Qin. I'll also join in the fun. I heard your bet just now, and I want to be a witness too. How about that? The slightly chubby county magistrate laughed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby villagers were stunned. They all knelt down and bowed to him. "Please don't mind us, no need for formalities." The county magistrate looked friendly and quickly said, "I have no other purpose. I just want to join in the fun. Also, if Madam Qin really has a way to grow rice that yields 1,000 jin per mu, it would be a blessing for the people of Yuna County and for our southernly kingdom. Master Jiang, do you agree?" Next to him, the gentle and elegant Master Jiang, who is a distant relative of Grand Tutor Jiang, nodded while stroking his beard.
What Lord Yu says is correct.
"Since we three have met, let's all be witnesses. What do you think?" The magistrate spoke to Qiao Wan, her husband, and Mu Kaicheng. "It's an honor to have your witness," Mu Kaicheng hurriedly replied, flattering. Seeing that everyone agreed, the county magistrate nodded happily and continued with a smile, "Whereas Madam Qin's rice that yields 1,000 jin per mu."
Can we see it now?
Qiao Wan bowed to everyone and smiled. "Our family does have rice that yields 1,000 jin per mu. But I'll take you to see it now, and you might not believe it. You might even doubt that my rice was brought from somewhere else. How about this? I have a farm on the west side of Qingyan town. This year, I plan to plant about 1,000 acres of rice there. If you have time, you can send someone or come yourself to inspect my land. When the next harvest is ready, we can measure and weigh it on the spot. What do you think? Now, where can she find rice that yields 1,000 jin per mu? The wheat that could bring 100 gold per mu was soon available, but it was still different from rice. She planned to harvest the wheat in a few days, store it in the granary as seeds, and take this opportunity to build a good reputation for rice. Once that was done, she wanted to open a seed shop which would surely make a lot of money. Yes, Lady Qin has a good point. The county magistrate nodded seriously and looked at Mu Kaicheng. What do you think? Do you have any opinions? I don't have any objections. But I have one request. When weighing, her rice must be from continuous fields. She can't just harvest the best parts and put them together later, Mu Kaicheng said. Of course, Qiao Wan nodded. All right, then it's settled. Let's wait a few months, and we can fulfill the bet. Everyone, disperse now. The magistrate spoke, and the onlookers didn't dare stay long. They gradually left. Thank you all for your trouble. After Mu Kaicheng left, Qiao Wan bowed to the three people. She and Qin Laosen also prepared to leave. Lady Qin, at this moment, Qiao Yiyuan called out to Qiao Wan. Do you have a moment? Can we talk privately? Qiao Wan instinctively glanced at Qin Laosen, then smiled. Does young Master Qiao have something to say? I don't dare to give orders, but I do have something to discuss with Lady Qin. I heard that Guangzhou Pavilion has recently introduced new dishes. Why don't we eat and chat? Qiao Yiyuan invited. Yes. Eat and chat. Eat and chat. County Magistrate Yu looked at Qiao Yiyuan with obvious flattery in his eyes. Qiao Wan frowned, neither agreeing nor refusing. Just say what you need here. We have other matters. Qin Laosen saw her hesitation and spoke directly. Qiao Wan suddenly looked up, blinked, and looked at him. This is the young master. Is it really okay to refuse like this? Qin Laosen shrugged indifferently. Qiao Wan understood. It seemed her husband was really not afraid of offending these people. She smiled and said, "Yes, it is busy. Young Master Chiao, just say what you need." Qiao Yiyuan looked at the two of them, a bit surprised, and raised an eyebrow. She never expected that the legendary fierce General Qin, known as the war god, would be like this in front of her daughter-in-law. He squinted his fox-like eyes and smiled seductively. "Forget it. A few words can't explain everything. Next time, I will visit the two of them in Huaxi village myself." How does that sound? Has he already figured out everything about her family? The person from last night. Could it be him? If I say no, will young Master Qiao refuse to go? Qiaowan asked with a gentle smile, but if you looked closely, you could see her eyes had cooled down. Qiao Yiyuan choked, and his usual warm smile froze on his face. Qiaowan snorted softly and said, "That's fine. Anyway, we can't stop him, right? Let's go, husband." After saying that, she led Qin Laosan and the others and walked away without looking back. Did I just offend her somehow? Xiao Yiyuan awkwardly touched his nose and asked. Yuxian and Zhang both looked at each other, pretending not to hear what he said, and started talking about other things. The person from last night was indeed him, but he probably came to Yunhe County to help the person investigating things, so it has nothing to do with us. After they got on the carriage, Qin Laosan softly told Qiaowan. Qiaowan responded with a nod. "It seems you have a good impression of him." If it were an ordinary person or someone she disliked, Qiaowan believed Qin Laosan wouldn't explain so much. This person is quite famous in the capital. I've only seen him twice by chance, so I can't say whether I like him or not. Whatever happens in the future, just go ahead. Don't worry about me or his identity. They talked and then went around the county again, but still couldn't find suitable rice seeds. In the end, Qin Qinghao took them to a countryside estate outside the city, where they bought over 1,000 jin of good rice and had someone bring it back directly, placing it on the estate west of Qingyan town. "By the way, husband, I want to build a granary on the highest small hill of the estate." On the way home, after a day of playing, the three little ones fell asleep with their heads together. Qiaowan sat beside Qin Laosan and shared her idea of storing wheat to use as seeds in the future. Qin Laosan's eyes darkened slightly after hearing this and thought for a moment before saying, "That's fine, but this must be kept secret. Also, find a chance to tell that old man and ask him to give you a grain-selling certificate. Otherwise, if the government finds out you're storing grain privately, it's a serious crime." Old man? Qiaowan doubted. Even if he is officially demoted, he is still a senior advisor and a mentor to the emperor. "He can handle this small matter," Qin Laosan said. "Yes, I will go find him when I get back. In about 10 days, the wheat will be ready for harvest. If you can't do it, you should first move Master Lin here to build the grain storage. The cotton spinning factory is not urgent for now." That's what I was thinking too. They talked as they walked home, and by the time they arrived, it was already dark. Seeing the children sleeping soundly, she didn't wake them. Instead, she asked Cui Yuner and Du Lan to bring 2 basins of water to wash the children, then let them lie in bed and sleep. In the next few days, Qiaowan went again to inspect the small hill on the back mountain. Then she bought over 3,000 orange seedlings from the neighboring village and hired temporary workers in town to transplant them onto the small hill. "Mother, aren't we going to dig a fish pond too?" After more than 10 days of work, all the orange trees on the small hill were planted. However, the fish pond she initially mentioned had not yet been dug. Little Qin Bebe was worried and quickly reminded her, "We're not digging the fish pond for now. The farm over there is going to grow rice. We'll raise fish in the rice fields later." Qiaowan gently touched the little girl's soft face and asked, "What? Do you want to eat fish?" Qin Bebe shook her head. "Big brother said the big pond is for taking baths in the summer. So you want me to dig a fish pond just for bathing? But this idea doesn't sound too bad. Tomorrow, we can buy some peaches, plums, pomegranates, and plant them on the mountaintop. After a few years, when these fruit trees mature, we can build a few big houses on the mountaintop and then dig a swimming pool. What do you think?" After Qin Bebe left, Qiaowan looked at Qin Laosan with shining eyes and said, "Yes." Qin Laosan nodded. "By the way, This orchard needs someone to take care of it. I originally wanted to ask Lu Guang's family from the neighboring village to help, but they want to do it themselves, continue planting fruit trees and selling them, and they don't have time. Do you have someone in mind to recommend? Lu Guang's family is the one from whom Qiao Wan bought the fruit seedlings. Their business hasn't been good, and they plan to stop after selling the remaining seedlings. Qiao Wan was also thinking of asking them to help manage the orchard in the future. Today, when we were loading the last batch of orange seedlings, Qiao Wan hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Their family said that business has been getting better recently, with several sales in the town and county. They decided to continue growing and selling fruit seedlings. They also said that Qiao Wan is their lucky star. Ever since she bought the seedlings, their business has been improving more and more. Because of this, they haven't yet decided who will manage the orchard. Old Qin Sen thought for a moment and said, "My eldest brother-in-law's family used to grow fruit. If you think it's okay, we can ask them." Qiao Wan blinked and took a while to realize that old Qin San was talking about Qindia. She is the woman who raised old Qin San and was the only one in old Qin's family who ever showed warmth to him. Qiao Wan happily agreed. "We haven't seen my eldest sister in many years. Although someone sent New Year gifts, it's been a while since we last visited her. It's time to see her. Let's take a day off tomorrow, bring the children and Tiezhuang, and go to Jinjian village to visit her. One day might not be enough," she added. Jinjian village is more than 30 kilometers from Huaxi village, mostly mountain roads. A few years ago, when old Qin San went there, the roads were blocked and carts couldn't get through. If one day isn't enough, then 2 or 3 days. Anyway, we have to go on this trip. So, Qiao Wan waved her hand and asked the children for 3 days off. She decided to take them to Jinjian village the next day. This made the 3 children very happy. They all eagerly started packing. Early the next morning, the family of 5 got into a horse-drawn cart. Tiezhuang waved the whip, and the 6 of them headed toward Jinjian village. From Huaxi village to Jinjian village, they first traveled 5 kilometers toward Qingyan town, then turned south at a fork in the road. After heading south, they still had to go over more than 20 kilometers of mountain roads, crossing several mountains before reaching Jinjian village. Although the road to Jinjian village is narrow and difficult to travel, it is passable, and the cart can go directly there. "Brother Tiezhuang, how much farther is your home?" After crossing 2 big mountains, Qin Beibei, who had been excited at first, now looked tired. She sat listlessly in the cart, leaning on Qiao Wan, and asked Tiezhuang, who was driving the cart, as she watched ahead. Seeing Qin Beibei looking pitiful, Tiezhuang shyly touched his head and suggested, "Is that okay?" Qin Beibei blinked her big eyes and looked at Qiao Wan. "Zhuang, find a bigger place to rest for a while. You're tired too. Let's stop and drink some water." Qiao Wan thought for a moment and said. Tiezhuang drove the carriage forward about a kilometer before finding a spacious spot by the roadside to stop. "Mother, I need to go," Qin Beibei said eagerly as soon as the carriage stopped. Qiao Wan quickly got out of the carriage, picked her up, and Qin Beibei then ran on her short legs toward the hillside on the left. "Slow down, Beibei. Be careful not to fall." Qiao Wan hurried to catch up. "I won't, mother. Oh no," she was saying when she suddenly stepped on a sharp stone, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground, almost rolling down the hill. "Beibei!" Qiao Wan shouted and quickened her pace, reaching out to catch her. At that moment, she suddenly saw a golden object rushing out from the side, biting onto Qin Beibei's clothes, saving her from falling down the hill. "Gold?" Qiao Wan was stunned, picked up Qin Beibei, then frowned slightly and looked at her. Qin Beibei shrank her neck, feeling guilty, and lowered her head, playing with her fingers. "What's going on?" At this time, Qin Laosen and Tiezhuang and others heard the mother and daughter's screams and hurried over. They saw Qin Beibei standing nervously in front of Qiao Wan, with gold and silver, also looking guilty and hanging their heads behind her. Qin Erbao saw this, his eyes brightened, and he quickly ran to Qin Beibei, grabbing her small hand. "Sister, it's okay. Just tell mother the truth. Gold and silver ran over on their own because they didn't listen to us." Gold and silver looked at Qin Erbao. "Are you polite? Aren't you the one who insisted we follow? Unexpectedly, Chin Bei's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking rice. That's right, mother. Gold and Silver wanted to come on their own. I didn't agree to bring them.
Oh.
Xiaowan looked puzzled. Mother, Gold is just a dog and Silver is still young. They don't understand human words. I told them not to follow, but they wouldn't listen. But mother, please forgive them.
Don't be angry.
After all, they don't understand anything. If you get upset, it won't be good for you. Chin Bei kept chattering on. Jinzi and Inzi are too naughty. Sister, when you go back, you must teach them well. Mother, please don't be angry. Look, if you get wrinkles from anger, even a beautiful woman like you. Chin Erbao pretended to be angry and glared at Jinzi and Inzi, then helplessly advised. Zhou was speechless. Do these children really think their mother is a fool? Jinzi and Inzi have always been obedient. If it weren't for their ideas, Jinzi and Inzi would probably stay at home and not dare to follow along. Chin Bei, I'll give you one more chance. Be honest, why did you bring Jinzi and Inzi? Zhou pulled Chin Bei in front of her and looked at her seriously. Think carefully before answering. Chin Bei looked at Chin San with a sad face. Seeing him standing nearby and not planning to help, she secretly disliked her father for a second. Then she mumbled, I heard that Brother Tiezhuang's grandma is also very fierce. She's so fierce she can even beat the nurse. I'm just afraid she might bully us, so. Chin Bei spoke softer and softer until her voice was almost inaudible. But Zhou lips twitched. She understood what was being said. It was heard that In Tiezhuang's grandma is strict, and she was worried she might be bullied, so she asked Jinzi and Inzi for help. Zhou felt both annoyed and amused. She reached out and gently tapped the little girl's smooth, fair forehead. Who told you that In family's grandma is fierce? If she's fierce to protect the eldest sister, then that's understandable.
You
little brat, in the future you must discuss things with your parents, understand? Oh, Chin Bei didn't understand completely, but she didn't dare to disobey her mother, so she just nodded. Get in the car, they had run so far. It wouldn't be right to let Jinzi and Inzi go back alone. Zhou asked Chin San to help the two children into the carriage, then looked at Jinzi and Inzi. The two children looked at her innocently, looking pitiful. Zhou looked up at the sky, helplessly waved her hand. The two children immediately understood, barked twice, and happily jumped onto the carriage with her. Zhou, Inzi, you're a cat. What kind of dog bark is that for a cat? She climbed onto the carriage with a bit of annoyance. Mother, here you go. A fragrant roasted chicken was brought in front of her. She turned her head and was surprised to see Chin Bei. This child hadn't spoken at all and had even started a fire beside the cart to roast the chicken. Little sister is still young and doesn't understand. She'll be fine after eating, Chin Bei said again, handing the roasted chicken to Xiaowan. Xiaowan was no longer upset. She looked at her eagerly waiting children, Chin Erbao and Chin Bei, who kept swallowing saliva and wanted the chicken. She returned the chicken to Chin Bei and helped him onto the cart. Eat first. Don't you still have fish? Come, I'll make grilled fish for you. Xiaowan's grilled fish was made with special spices from her space, and the aroma was very tempting. The three children, along with a cat and a dog, jumped down from the cart and gathered around the fire, eating and playing. After half an hour, everyone was full and happy, and they set off again toward Jinjian village. Suddenly, they heard the clashing of weapons ahead. Xiaowan and Qin Laosand exchanged glances and quickly told In Tiezhuang, the driver, stop the cart. In Tiezhuang also heard the sounds ahead. He tightened his grip on the reins, and the horses neighed loudly, stopping the cart. As soon as they stopped, a group of rough men dressed in animal skins and holding long knives surrounded them. Could it be bandits? Get out of the cart. Xiaowan was about to think what to do when she felt someone knocking the carriage with the handle of a knife. The carriage shook loudly, making a harsh noise that made Xiaowan frown. The sleeping triplets were also awakened by the noise.
Mom.
Bei, with sleepy eyes, looked at Xiaowan confused. It's okay, sweetheart. Keep sleeping. Qiao Wan gently patted her back. Bebe turned over, hugged her silver, and continued sleeping deeply. But Qin Debao and Qin Erbao seemed to understand something. They both got up quickly, nervously sticking close to Qiao Wan, ready to fight. Don't worry, little ones. Stay calm. Qiao Wan comforted, patting their small heads. Stay here with your sister. Don't make a sound. Dad, and I will protect you. The children nodded obediently. It was clear they were nervous, but their eyes showed no fear. Especially Qin Erbao, there was even a faint look of excitement in his eyes. Has he become arrogant after practicing martial arts? Qiao Wan looked at him with some helplessness. At this moment, Qin Laosan's expression turned cold. He threw a chopstick from his hand, which shot through the car curtain and directly hit the arm of the person outside knocking on the carriage. That person was struck and took a few steps back, clutching his arm and crying out in pain. Seeing this, the others also stepped back several paces, alert and watching the carriage carefully. Get lost! Qin Laosan shouted coldly, making Yin Tiezhuang drive the carriage forward. The people stared at the slowly moving carriage, but dared not make a move. Tiezhuang, help! Help! Tiezhuang, I am your second uncle. Please help. After the carriage had gone about 100 meters, everyone suddenly heard a cry for help. Yin Tiezhuang looked carefully and saw Yin Nyonya with a rope hanging from a big tree. 3 other men were also with him. Tiezhuang, it's really you. Please help us. When those people saw Yin Tiezhuang looking over, they brightened with hope and looked at him eagerly. Yin Tiezhuang felt a bit troubled. He wanted to help everyone but also didn't want to put Qiao Wan's family in danger. If you want to help, then do it. They're just a bunch of cowards. I want to see how much you've learned recently. Qin Laosan sat inside the carriage, sensing his inner struggle, and spoke to him. Yes, third uncle. Yin Tiezhuang replied, pulling the reins and jumping down from the carriage. We've already done our best to let you go. I advise you not to interfere. The leading man with a big knife pointed at Yin Tiezhuang and shouted angrily. They are from the same village as us, all poor folks. They don't have much money. Can you big brothers let them go? Yin Tiezhuang clasped his fists and tried to persuade them. Yin Tiezhuang, don't waste time with them. They know we have no money. They want us. They want to take us back to the mountain and make us bandits. Please help us. Yin Tiezhuang's second uncle suddenly struggled and cried out. Hearing this, Yin Tiezhuang's face darkened even more. He turned angrily to the people blocking their way, swung his big knife, and pointed at everyone, saying, Today, I must take them away. If you don't agree, then let's fight. Those people looked at me and I looked at them, seeming afraid of old third Qin in the car, so they didn't dare to come forward. Yin Tiezhuang saw this and went under the big tree. He quickly cut the ropes binding his second uncle and 3 other villagers, freeing them. Go ahead first. He pushed his second uncle and the others back, then raised his knife and stood in front of them. But I can't protect myself. Second uncle, take them and go first, Yin Tiezhuang said. All right. Then you take care of yourself. We'll wait for you up ahead, his second uncle replied. He and the other villagers hurried toward the main road. Yin Tiezhuang faced those big men for a moment, just about to fight when the leader waved his hand, and surprisingly, they all left. They just left. Yin Tiezhuang was left standing there, looking confused. What's going on? Qiao Wan also found it very strange and looked at where those people had gone, still a bit stunned. They left without fighting. They're too weak, Qin Erbao said. Something feels off, Qin Debao frowned. What's wrong? Qin Laosan asked. I don't know. I just feel something's wrong, but I can't say what, Qin Debao said, his brow tightening. Seeing his brother like that, Qin Erbao was surprised too. He started thinking about what just happened, but after a long while, he couldn't figure it out. He moved closer to his brother and whispered, Brother, do you think something's wrong? Erbao, did those people look aggressive at first? Qin Debao asked. Qin Erbao nodded. They knocked on our cart and woke us all up, and then, Qin Debao asked again. They got scared and ran away when Dad shouted at them. They let us go, Qin Erbao replied. But they're bandits, robbing houses. Do you think Dad's shout could scare them completely? They didn't even fight back. Qin Debao's brow was still very furrowed. He pointed at the big tree where Yin Tiezhuang's second uncle and others were tied, and said, "And look over there. It's very open. If those people needed help, wouldn't they have called for help as soon as they saw someone? Why did they only start calling for help after we left? Do you think those villagers calling for help are suspicious?" Qin Erbao also looked confused. "But that's Yin Tiezhuang's second uncle. It shouldn't be like that. Brother, do you think they were so scared that they froze until we left and only then did they start calling for help?" "That's possible." The two little guys analyzed for a long time but couldn't figure it out. They all looked up, confused, and stared at Qiaowan. "Qiaowan, I actually have my doubts too, but I have no proof, okay?" Old Qin, standing nearby, saw this and smiled, patting the heads of the two little guys. "Since you have doubts, keep them in your mind. On the way ahead, watch carefully and be cautious. If someone does something bad, they'll slip up. Then we'll know the truth. Taizhuang, let's go." Old Qin gave the order, and Yin Taizhuang set up the cart and continued on the road. "Taizhuang, are you okay? You finally arrived. Did those bandits bother you?" They moved forward about another kilometer when Yin Taizhuang's second uncle and 3 villagers suddenly appeared from the side of the road. Yin Taizhuang stopped the cart, shook his head foolishly, and said, "No." "Taizhuang, who are you riding with on this cart?" Seeing that Yin Taizhuang didn't plan to say more, Yin Ernyo looked at him with frustration and asked softly, "What are you trying to do?" Yin Taizhuang leaned back, suspiciously eyeing his second uncle. Yin Ernyo's eyes rolled, and he moved a little closer, smiling awkwardly. "Nothing much, just wondering if we could get a ride?" He kept glancing at the cart, but Qiaowan's cart was so well sealed that he couldn't see anything. "Get a ride? You guys are grown men and you didn't bring anything. Walk back yourselves," said Yin Taizhuang dismissively. After saying that, he flicked the whip and drove the cart away. Talk, talk, talk. In no time, he left the others behind. "Second brother Nyo, what should we do?" The remaining 3 were stunned. Watching the cart leave, they looked anxiously at Yin Ernyo and asked, "What else can we do?" Yin Ernyo glared at them irritably, then looked at the distant cart. "Let's go follow and see. How did Taizhuang get so lucky to be riding in a cart? It looks like he's just a driver. He's acting so proud." One person spat disdainfully toward the direction of the carriage and snorted. "Come on, it's just a carriage. What's so special about it, Brother Ernyu?" Another person echoed. But before he finished speaking, Yin Ernyu interrupted him. "The carriage isn't anything special, but the people on it are quite impressive. Hurry up, let's go see. If we can get a big deal, brothers, this will be our lucky day." The other 3 didn't dare say more and quickly followed Yin Ernyu. Qiaowan and her family sat in the carriage, heading toward Jinjian village. For some reason, the closer they got to the village, the more nervous Yin Tiezhuang felt. Especially when they entered the village and saw villagers gathering around the carriage, Yin Tiezhuang became even more anxious. "Zhuang, this is your home. Why are you so nervous? Did you sneak out again this time? Are you afraid of getting scolded when you go back?" Qiaowan said with a smile. I didn't. I got my parents' permission this time. They know I'm going to stay with Uncle San to learn some skills," Yin Tiezhuang hurriedly explained. "That's good. There's nothing to worry about. Is this your home?" While speaking, Qiaowan saw Yin Tiezhuang stop the carriage in front of an old, run-down courtyard. She smiled and got out, carrying the children one by one. Yin Tiezhuang nodded, walked to the door, and looked down. He found that his door was locked. Could it be that no one was home? "Are you here to see the Yin family?"
Oh.
"Is that Tiezhuang?" An old woman recognized the carriage driver as Yin Tiezhuang. "You haven't been here for a while. You've grown stronger. I almost didn't recognize you. Grandma Wu, it's me."
I'm Tijuang.
"Do you know where my family has gone?" Yin Tiezhuang shyly rubbed his head and asked the old woman. "Your family has all gone to see Dr. Wu," replied a villager who was watching. "Dr. Wu? What's wrong? Is anyone sick at home?" Yin Tiezhuang asked anxiously. "Your eldest nephew got hurt." Seeing this, Grandma Wu sighed and said, "Yesterday, your second uncle's son came by. He saw Nini eating candy and tried to take it. Nini started crying. Then the dog saw what happened and they started fighting. The angry egg couldn't win, so he picked up a stone and hit Dog Egg on the head, knocking him out. Now Dog Egg is still at Dr. Wu's house. Dr. Wu said if he doesn't wake up today, there is no hope for him. Is it that serious? Where does Dr. Wu live? Qiao Wan asked with a frown. Grandma Wu looked at Qiao Wan. Although she didn't know her, she could tell from her confident manner that she was not an ordinary person. Since she came back with iron zhuang, maybe she can help. Grandma Wu hurriedly said, yes, it's quite serious. You, third uncle, wait for me here. I'll go see him, Yintai Zhuang said, and ran off before Grandma Wu finished. Qiao Wan was surprised. She bowed to Grandma Wu and said, could you please show us the way? We want to visit Dr. Wu. Oh, no trouble at all. Dr. Wu's house is just ahead, not far. Come on, I'll take you there, Grandma Wu said, and led the way. Qiao Wan quickly followed her. Old Qin was pulling the cart behind them. Soon, they arrived in front of an old house. Dr. Wu, please just save Dog Egg. He's only 4 years old. If something happens to him, how can Iron Zhuang and I go on? When they reached the door, they heard loud crying from inside. Zhuang's family, I don't want to refuse to help, but I really can't do more. Dog Egg's injury is too serious. I can't treat him anymore. Maybe you should go to the town and find another doctor. A hoarse, deep voice said. Qiao Wan could hear the helplessness in his tone. To the town, yes, to the town. We're going to the town. The woman inside seemed panicked. Hearing this, she hurriedly picked up Dog Egg and was about to run outside. Just then, Qiao Wan and old Qin entered. Seeing this, Qiao Wan shouted sternly, put the child down. His injury is serious. Moving him like that could be dangerous. Do you want to hurt him more? Although she didn't know who she was talking to, hearing that her actions might harm the child, the woman was frightened. She quickly put the child down and looked at Qiao Wan with a helpless expression. Parents' love is truly great. Qiao Wan sighed and quickly stepped forward, taking out 2 bottles of medicine from her sleeve and handing them to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, these are medicines prepared by a relative of mine. One is for treating boils, and the other is for internal injuries. Please see if these medicines can help our dog. Who are you? Dr. Wu looked at Qiao Wan with some hesitation. I am Qiao Wan. This is my husband, Qin Laosan. My husband and Qin Daya are siblings. We are here to visit them, Qiao Wan replied. Laosan, is that really you? At this moment, Qin Daya, standing behind the crowd, recognized Qin Laosan. She excitedly stepped forward, grabbing his hand. Laosan, it's really you. Why are you here? Is this your wife?
Great.
This is wonderful. Dr. Wu, my brother is very capable. Please take a look at their medicines. Maybe they can really save our dog. Qin Daya looked at Dr. Wu with hope in her eyes. Since they were relatives, Dr. Wu had no reason to refuse. He reached out and took the 3 small bottles from Qiao Wan. He unscrewed one and sniffed it, suddenly widening his eyes and loudly exclaiming, excellent. Good medicine. Iron Pillar, your dog has a chance to recover. Carefully, he picked up the medicine and was about to give it to the dog. Dr. Wu, these 2 medicines need to be used together with the liquid in this small bottle, Qiao Wan said, pointing to a bottle containing a drop of spiritual spring water. Dr. Wu paused, then opened the bottle with the spiritual spring water and sniffed it. The scent was refreshing and invigorating. His face lit up with joy. He quickly mixed the medicines as Qiao Wan instructed and gave them to the dog. Then he applied the boil medicine to the dog's wound. Everyone watched nervously. After a short while, the dog indeed opened his eyes. God bless. God bless. Dog, you've finally woken up. Wang War, the wife of Yin Taizhu, cried tears of joy. She hurriedly rushed to the dog's side, wanting to hug him but afraid of hurting his wound, looking helpless. Don't thank heaven, it's all thanks to little Qiao, said the elderly lady of the Yin family with a happy face. She rolled her eyes at her daughter-in-law and kindly took Qiao Wan's hand, repeatedly thanking her. Yes, thank you, third uncle's wife. Dog, Quickly thank third uncle's grandmother. Wangwer hurriedly took her son's hand and said to the dog, Xiaowan. This Wang Huar is 18 years old, only 2 years younger than her. Why does she seem so much older? Does that kid also have to call the triplets uncle and aunt? That child is clearly 2 months older than the triplets. It's all because of Qin Laosan. His seniority is too big. Thinking of this, Xiaowan looked at Qin Laosan with a hint of resentment. Qin Laosan silently smiled and gently pinched Xiaowan's soft, tender hand under his wide sleeve. Xiaowan secretly rolled her eyes at him and smiled as she said to Grandma Yin, No need to thank me, Auntie. We're family, and we just happened to meet. Dabao, Airbao, and Bei Bei, this is Grandma Yin. Call her. Hello, Grandma Yin. Hello, eldest sister. Hello, eldest brother-in-law. Hello, brother Taiju and sister Huar. The triplets politely greeted everyone in the Yin family, then ran over to Dogdan, looking at him with big, cute eyes. Your uncle Dogdan, right?
I am Kin Bai Bai.
This is my big brother Qin Dabao, and my second brother Qin Airbao. We're your uncles and aunties. Dogdan stared blankly at the 3 little kids, then said after a long pause, No, you're younger than me. I'm the older brother. After saying that, he looked at Dabao and Airbao, who had grown taller from eating well and practicing martial arts, and puffed out his chest. Even if I'm not the older brother, I can at most be the younger brother, so I can't be your nephew. This little boy already understood the difference in seniority between older brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. But we call you daddy, mommy, brother, sister. If you want us to call you older brother and sister, then you can't call your parents daddy and mommy, Qin Bei Bei said, counting on her fingers softly. Why can't parents be called daddy and mommy? They're just daddy and mommy. Dogdan couldn't argue, and he started crying loudly. Everyone froze in place. Dogdan, Grandma Yin, seeing this, frowned and was about to scold her grandson. Here, have some candy. Qin Bei Bei took out 2 candies and handed them to Dogdan. Don't cry anymore. If you call us uncle and auntie, can you still call your parents daddy and mommy? A real man doesn't shed tears when bleeding. If you call me Annie, I'll give you this candy. Really? You'll give it to me? Dogdan looked at her with tearful eyes, feeling wronged, and sniffed as he looked at Qin Bei Bei. Qin Bei Bei nodded and patted the small pink shoulder bag designed by Xiaowan. There are lots of candies inside, all kinds. You just need to. Hearing this, Godan immediately called out to Qin Bei Bei and took a piece of candy from her hand to eat. Everyone. Godan, where is your courage? Seeing Godan call Qin Bei Bei, Auntie, Qin Dabao took out a small silver safety charm from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a gift for your first meeting. That's too valuable. I can't accept it. Grandma Yin's eyes twitched, and she tried to stop him. It's okay, madam, Qin Dabao said calmly. Xiaowan quickly held her back. It's just a matter between children. Let them decide for themselves. But this, Grandma Yin hesitated, then saw Godan hesitate too. Godan put away his bracelet and mumbled, When I get better, I'll give you the prettiest stone I found last time. In children's eyes, there's no concept of expensive or cheap, only whether they like it or cherish it. Next, Qin Air took out a small wooden sword decorated with silver accessories and handed it to him. This is a gift from Uncle. Godan also liked to play with swords and guns. He used to love practicing martial arts with Uncle Yin Tiezhuang. His eyes lit up again, and happily, he took the small wooden sword. Then he frowned in worry.
But
I don't have a gift to give back. This is a gift from elders. No need to give anything in return, Qin Dabao said seriously.
How Dan was smart.
Now, he finally understood the benefits of being a younger sibling. He thought for a moment, grinned, and cheerfully called out to Qin Dabao and Qin Erbao, Uncle Dabao, Uncle Erbao. Me too, me too. Qin Bei Bei squeezed between her 2 brothers, blinking her big eyes eagerly at Godan. Godan paused, glanced at Qin Bei Bei's pink shoulder bag, swallowed hard, and shyly called out, Bei Bei auntie, good boy Godan. Qin Bei Bei's heart blossomed with happiness. Her joy made her eyes squint happily. She then handed him 2 more candies. Here, have some more. Hey, why aren't you eating the one in your hand? Chin Bebe waved her small hand confidently and patted her pink little shoulder bag. I still have some here. When I see your sister, I can give her some. Don't worry, plenty to go around. Chow Wan, that little Chin Bebe, you're getting carried away. Sure enough, after hearing this, Godan looked at Chin Bebe's pink bag and ate another piece of candy that Chin Bebe offered. He no longer worried about family hierarchy. The children laughed and quickly played together. That brat, Grandma Een saw them like this and first smiled. She then told her eldest grandson and his wife to take Godan home. After settling Chow Wan's family, she asked, Little Chow, is there something you came to Jinjian village for this time? Yes, a little something. Chow Wan smiled at the family and said, Annie, I heard that your family used to grow many fruit trees. Is that true? Grandma Een frowned, thinking that Chow Wan was here to ask for fruit trees. She sighed and said, Little Chow, I won't hide it from you. Our family used to grow fruit trees and made some money. But in recent years, my second brother became useless and got addicted to gambling. A few years ago, to help him pay off his debts, we sold all the fruit trees. We still have a few pear and apple trees in the backyard that are doing well. Why don't you go take a look? If you like them, you can take some home. Annie, I didn't mean that. Chow Wan was a bit amused and quickly explained, I'm not here to ask for fruit trees. I bought a small hill and planted a patch of orange trees on it. I heard from my husband that your family grows fruit, so I wanted to come see if you have time to help me manage the orchard. Small hill oranges. Grandma Een was stunned. Een Daniu and Chin Dia sat nearby, looking at each other. After a while, Grandma Een was the first to recover and asked, You bought a hill and planted fruit trees. That's good. But about managing it with our family, have you talked to your mother-in-law about this? Because of a scam in marriage, Grandma Een had a bad relationship with whose family and even fought with them. So, over the years, she never entered old Chin's house. She was satisfied when Chin Dia married in, but she didn't allow her to go back to her maiden family. She didn't want her good daughter-in-law to be harmed by that old, stubborn Hu. Since Chin Dia has always been hardworking and obedient at old Chin's house, she is someone who never refuses. When she first got married, Een Daniu accompanied her home twice. Every time Hushir saw her, she only asked for money or things, never caring about how she was really doing. Gradually, Chin Lao Sen grew up, and she became more burdened with family chores, so she was even less willing to go back to her parents' house. Now, her family still doesn't know that Chin Lao San's family has already cut ties with old Chin's family. Auntie, you might not know, but we have already broken off relations with old Chin's family. Now I can make the decisions, Chow Wan said plainly.
What?
Break off relations. The Een family members were all surprised. Little Chow, did my daughter? Did she bully you again? Are you all okay? Chin Dia quickly stood up, grabbed Chow Wan, and looked worried. We're fine. We're doing quite well now. We even built a factory and started a business. Chow Wan was quite pleased with Chin Dia. She smiled and took her hand, saying, This visit is mainly to talk about planting oranges. As for other things, I'll tell you later. But Chin Dia was more concerned about the breaking of relations. Chow Wan, feeling helpless, explained the reasons for cutting ties with old Chin's family. At the end, she added, After breaking off relations, I took my husband and children to the town to start a preserved meat business. Later, I met Uncle Chien and we partnered to open a restaurant. We also built a spice workshop. Life is getting better, and we even built a new house and bought some mountain land. We thought, since you have experience with planting fruit trees, we wanted to come see you, big sister, and ask if you'd be willing to help us manage the orange grove. Was it really because they had experience? Many people have experience. The Een family knew that Chow Wan and her husband were helping them. Old Lady Een was decisive. Upon hearing this, she immediately agreed. Thanks to little Chow for trusting you. You and your husband can go help watch over the orange grove. But when you get there, you must work hard and not slack off, understand? And Dia, you're going too. When you see your mother, be clever and don't cause trouble for little Chow, okay? Chow Wan smiled and said, My orange grove is over 30 acres. It's quite large, and just my sister and brother-in-law can't manage it all. I mean, you and Iron Pillar should go too. This family shouldn't be separated. Moreover, Qin Dia went to Huaxi village and old Qin's family definitely wouldn't let her go. But if Grandma Yin was there, the situation would be very different. When Xiao Wan arrived, she had already decided that if this family was good, she would take them all away. Grandma Yin hesitated. Although Jinjian village was poor, it was her roots. If she left easily, she would feel reluctant. And as for Nyo, even if he's not capable now, he's still her son. He finally married a wife, had a son, and that son had a son. Even if he can't control the older ones, the little brat who is only 5 years old can help with some chores. While Grandma Yin was hesitating, she suddenly saw her second son, Nyo, walking into the yard with his grandson, the little brat. "What are you doing here? Get out." When old Nyo saw his grandparents and grandson, he immediately frowned and pointed at the door, trying to drive Nyo out. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Nyo smiled politely at his older brother and pulled the little brat out from behind him. The kid didn't mean to do it. He accidentally hit Go Dan. "Look, I brought him here to apologize. Uncle, was it really an accident?" He clearly did it on purpose. Wang War, Tiezhi's wife, was unhappy when she heard this. She stepped forward angrily. At such a young age, he already wants to hurt his own brother. If it weren't for third aunt, my Go Dan might have lost his life already. You can't just brush it off as a careless mistake. "Mrs. Wang, do you have the right to speak here?" Nyo frowned and looked at his older brother. "Big brother, your wife is too rude. Taizhu, you should also control her." Qiaowen was stunned by his shamelessness. This person's strange behavior really rivals old Qin's family. But she didn't say anything. "So, you're the third one, right? I'm Nyo's brother. We just met on the way here."
You saved me.
"Do you remember me?" After scolding old Nyo's family, Nyo didn't wait for their response. He suddenly moved to the side and tried to get close to Qin Laosan, who had been silent all along. He said, "I don't know what brought you to Jinjian village. Is there anything I can help with?" While speaking, he glanced into the main hall of the Yin family. Inside, they found lots of cured meat, fruits, cakes, rice, flour, oil, and salt. His eyes lit up even more, and when he looked at old third Qin, it was as if he saw a pile of silver coins. His smile became even brighter. "Nothing," old third Qin said calmly, glancing at him, then stepping back 2 steps with a look of disgust. Ernia saw this, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes, but he still kept a cheerful smile. "Old third, hey, give it to me. You take it. Who do you think you are? Get lost." Wah. Ernie wanted to say something else, but suddenly heard a quarrel from the next room, where the dog kid was. Soon, loud crying followed. Listening carefully, everyone realized the crying sounded like Loud Eye.
"Grandpa."
Wah. Sure enough, right after, the adults in the yard saw Loud Eye, with tears and a runny nose, running out of the dog kid's room crying. Gooden's a little brat hiding inside eating candy. They all have some, but they don't share with me. I just went in and those little brats even hit me.
"Grandpa."
Boo-hoo. Qiao Wan and old third Qin frowned as they listened. Who are you calling a little brat? You're the real little brat. Or a thief, always stealing good things from others. Suddenly Qin Erbao stormed out of the room, like a small cannonball, rushing at Loud Eye. With a loud bang, Loud Eye couldn't dodge and was knocked flying, falling heavily to the ground. Wah. The crying became even more piercing. The adults were stunned, clearly not expecting Qin Erbao to be so strong. You little, Loud Eye, how dare you hit me? I'll tell my dad, and you won't be able to leave this village. Ugh, Loud Eye cursed and cried, but suddenly Qin Erbao grabbed a rag from beside the water tub, stuffed it into his mouth, and his shouting gradually stopped. Finally quiet, Qin Erbao was satisfied at last. He confidently clapped his hands, nodded happily, then turned around and walked back into Gooden's room, all under the shocked gazes of everyone. Big brother is so awesome. As he went in, everyone heard Qin Bebe cheer. Thank you, Uncle Erbao, Gooden said. You're really amazing. I used to fight with Loud Eye all the time and it took me a long time to beat him. All right. Second baby proudly lifted his little head and patted his chest. From now on, Uncle's second baby will protect you. If he dares to hit you again, just tell Uncle's second baby, and I will teach him a lesson. Once again, the children's cheers filled the room. Xiao Wan looked at Qin Lao San silently. Qin Lao San awkwardly scratched his nose and whispered, "It wasn't me who taught him." At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Yin Ernia hurried forward 2 steps, helped up the boy who was still lying on the ground, and took the cloth from his mouth. Then he pulled him over to Xiao Wan and Qin Lao San, glaring at them and saying, "Lao San, your son hit my grandson. If you and your wife don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being rude." An explanation? What explanation do you want? Before Xiao Wan and Qin Lao San could speak, Grandma Yin stood up, blocking in front of them. "Second, didn't you hear? It was the brat who went to the candy brought by Dabao and the others, which caused all this. Kids fighting is normal, but when it comes to you, you expect adults to take responsibility? As for an explanation, the brat snatched Nini's candy and even hit Go Dan's head so hard it almost couldn't be saved. That's what you should be explaining." Yin Ernia's face darkened, and he looked at Grandma Yin with annoyance. "Mother, we're talking about Qin's boy hitting the brat, not. You old stubborn woman, my daughter and daughter-in-law are right. You're just biased. When there's good food, you only give it to Go Dan, never think of me, and so on." The brat reacted and started shouting insults again. Grandma Yin was first stunned, then shocked, and finally felt a chill in her heart. She lowered her face and looked angrily at the brat. "Brat, shut up." Yin Erniev didn't expect his eldest grandson to curse at his wife and daughter-in-law in front of Grandma Yin. He quickly reached out, grabbed the brat's hand, and whispered sternly, "Don't talk nonsense." The scoundrel roughly pushed away Yin Ernia's hand, lifted his chin, pointed at old lady Yin and others, and continued shouting and insulting. "This old woman is so biased. She never treats me like a grandson, nor does she see my father as a grandson. She has so much good food at home, but she never gives us any. She's just an old fool. When I grow up, I won't respect her. Let her starve, I don't care." As he spoke, he spat at old lady Yin. Haha, old lady Yin was truly heartbroken this time. She let out a light laugh, but her voice was full of sadness, as if she had aged 10 more years. She looked at Yin Erniu and waved her hand. "Second son, go back. I no longer want your filial piety. Even if I really starve someday, it won't matter to you. Just go, mother." Yin Daniu and Qin Dia hurried forward to support her unsteady body. "Mother, I didn't mean that." Seeing this, Yin Erniu also felt worried. If his mother didn't care about their family, how would they survive in the future? He quickly grabbed Scoundrel and patted his head. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to your great-grandmother." "I don't." Scoundrel again shook off Yin Erniu's hand, glaring at old lady Yin like a venomous snake. Old lady Yin was extremely disappointed. She looked at her grandson and son, shook her head, and said, "Go ahead, you two. From now on, I will pretend I never had you." Yin Erniu called out to old lady Yin. Seeing her firm attitude, he clenched his teeth. "Don't regret it." Then he muttered a few words and pulled his grandson away. "Dad, what's the news? Did you find out who Qin Lao San is?" As soon as Yin Erniu got home, his son Yin Zhuangzhuang came over eagerly, looking at him expectantly. "I don't know," replied Yin Erniu with a gloomy face, pushing Scoundrel aside. "It's all that little brat's fault. He's good for nothing and causes trouble everywhere. His plans were all ruined because of him." Scoundrel was pushed and almost fell. Feeling very wronged, he opened his mouth and started crying loudly. Yin Ernia's wife, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the noise and hurried out. She called him lovingly, picked him up in her arms, and glared at Yin Erniu. "Kids don't understand anything. You're useless yourself, and now you're blaming the child. Yin Erniu, if you dare push Scoundrel again, I won't forgive you. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Mother, the little rascal is hungry. Let's take him to eat something." Seeing the two about to fight, Yin Zhuangzhuang quickly grabbed Yin Erniu and whispered, "Dad, this is more important." Yin Erniu looked at his wife, said nothing, and simply nodded. His wife, seeing this, snorted coldly and took the little rascal to the kitchen. It seems the Qin family has become wealthy. I only saw them bringing a lot of things over. I didn't have time to find out what they were doing because the little rascal caused trouble. Still, the Qin family is a fat sheep. If we can take them down, we won't have to worry for at least 3 years. Ernie returned to the main hall with his son, thought for a moment, and told him what he had seen. When Zhuangzhuang heard this, his eyes lit up. He looked excitedly at his father and asked, "Dad, have you found out more? How many days have they been in Jinjian village, and when can we act?" Hearing this, Ernie gritted his teeth in frustration and said angrily, "I just went in, and I didn't get much information before the little rascal went to the candies from Dog Egg and others, and they started arguing. What should we do now?" Zhuangzhuang frowned, feeling a bit guilty about his son but not daring to say it. "I've found out everything." Just as they were feeling helpless, Zhuangzhuang's wife, Dao Yu, came in quietly and lowered her voice to speak to her father-in-law and husband. "I heard they bought dozens of acres of fruit trees. They came to ask Uncle to help plant the trees. They should be leaving tomorrow. Dad, husband, I think we can act tonight. As long as we take the Qin family, we can get their money and their orchard and mountain land. But I heard that old Third Qin served in the army for over 4 years, so he probably fought in battles. We need to be careful when we do this," she added. Zhuangzhuang waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "He's just an unknown soldier. No matter how good he is, he's just with a woman and 3 kids. As long as we plan ahead, he can't turn the tables, but he's not just an unknown soldier." Today on the mountain road, he sat in a carriage and didn't show himself. He only used a chopstick to disable Uncle Wansan's hand. "He's definitely not simple," Ernie said with a cold look. Then, Zhuangzhuang hesitated, feeling a bit scared. "There's no need to worry either." Ernie glanced at his disappointing son. "Tonight, we should bring more brothers. As long as we prepare early, no matter how skilled he is, one person can't protect so many. Zhuangzhuang, you and Dao Yu go back to the mountain and talk to Brother Dao about the situation here. Tell him to get ready. Tonight, we will slaughter a sheep." Brother Dao is the leader of the bandits, also Dao Yu's father. Ernie met them during a robbery and voluntarily joined them, agreeing to be Brother Dao's informant. He used his position to gather information about different families. When he found wealthy ones, he would contact Brother Dao to slaughter a sheep. Because he did a good job, he gained Brother Dao's trust and even married his daughter to his son. Now they are in-laws. It can be said that Ernie's family is now a bandit hideout. Besides Ernie's wife and the troublemaker, the other 3 have all spilled blood. Dao Yu nodded. "Dad, just in case, bring some sleeping powder tonight." For some reason, she felt uneasy and worried that things might not go smoothly tonight. "Don't worry," Ernie nodded. "I will prepare it. Also, Dad, tonight's operation will be at Uncle's house. There might be some surprises. So, be mentally prepared," Dao Yu said cautiously, worried that if something went wrong at Dania's house, it could ruin the plan. Ernie paused for a second, clenched his teeth. "I'll prepare more sleeping powder. If they still try to ruin the plan, then they can only blame their bad luck. All right, Dad, my husband and I will go up the mountain first." After speaking, Dao Yu took Zhuangzhuang and left. Ernie stayed for a few seconds, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, then hurried to do his own things. Old Lady stayed with Qiao Wan and her husband, talking for a long time. Although they had just experienced the troublemaker incident and felt a bit cold, they ultimately decided not to leave Daniu and his wife. "Mother, there's no rush. Take your time to think. Let's eat first." Qin Dia had already prepared lunch with her daughter-in-law Wang War and called everyone to eat. Sitting at the table, Qiao Wan looked around and was surprised to see that Yin's family had slaughtered a chicken just because of their arrival. In this remote mountain village, people rarely kill a chicken all year round. "This is a chicken leg. Debao, Erbao, and Bebe will all eat it." At the dining table, Grandma was the first to pick up her chopsticks, placing the best parts into the triplets' bowls. "Come on, Nini, you should eat some meat too." After serving the triplets, she picked up 2 pieces of meat and placed them into her little granddaughter's bowl. She casually asked Qin Dia, "Gooden, did you take it to him?" Seeing this, Xiaowan was even more pleased with Grandma Yin. At least she wasn't a grandmother who favored boys over girls. She knew how to share fairly. Yes, I did, Mom, Qin Dia said quickly, also serving 2 pieces of meat to the elderly lady, then inviting Xiaowan and her husband to eat. Baby doesn't like chicken legs. Give it to your sister. Nini is only 2 years old. Due to poor nutrition, she still isn't very steady when walking. She had just returned and already met the new uncle and aunt. Qin Bebe had given her several candies, and now the little girl had become Bebe's little follower. Seeing that Nini didn't have a chicken leg, Bebe kindly offered her own bowl's piece, scooping it over to Nini. Nini's eyes lit up. She looked at the elders at home, saw they weren't saying anything, and softly said, "Thank you, Annie." Then she started to eat the chicken leg eagerly. Qin Bebe watched her eat happily, feeling unexpectedly satisfied. Turning around, she saw her older brothers had all given their chicken legs to her. Qin Bebe was stunned and wanted to refuse. "Hurry up and eat. Kids shouldn't be picky," Qin Daba sternly told her, then lowered his head to continue eating. "Thank you, brother." Qin Bebe smiled sweetly. She imitated Nini's manner and started eating eagerly. Xiaowan watched the children happily eating, gently touching Debao and Erbao's little heads, and served them each a bowl of soup. Seeing the kids enjoying their meal and chatting from time to time, she also started eating and occasionally talked with the Yin family, gaining a deeper understanding of them. After dinner, the children went outside to play with their gold and silver toys. Xiaowan was chatting with Qin Dia when she suddenly saw Qin Laosan walk over with a slightly cold expression. She exchanged a few words with Qin Dia, then found an excuse to stand up, approached Qin Laosan and softly asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" "I just took the children out to the foot of the small hill and noticed something strange." There were many unfamiliar people coming and going at Ernia's house, sneaking in through the back wall instead of using the front door. Old Third Qin frowned and thought for a moment. He whispered, "Considering what Dabo analyzed in the car today, I suspect that Erniu might really be involved in something suspicious." "What kind of problem?" Xiaowan asked. "He might be secretly working with the bandits." Xiaowan blinked and asked, "Are they coming for us?" "That seems very likely," Old Third Qin said seriously. "What should we do?" Xiaowan's face also looked worried. She asked, "How many people do they have? Can we fight them? Should we leave now and travel overnight? Our family has old and young members." Only Qin Old Third, she, and Yin Tiezhuang know some fighting skills. The triplets can barely defend themselves. Plus, we have gold and silver, so we're not too worried. But if there are too many bandits, she wouldn't risk the children's and Yin family members' lives. Something didn't feel right. On the way here, Xiaowan also guessed that Erniu was suspicious. She discussed with Old Third Qin, "Even if Erniu is working with the bandits, shouldn't he be waiting to ambush us on the way back? If they attack at midnight, this is Yin's house. His mother and older brother's family are still here. Isn't Erniu already completely crazy?" The more she spoke, the more unbelievable it seemed. "Leaving tonight is impossible." Old Third Qin also didn't expect Erniu to be so reckless. He paused for a second and then said, "Leaving tonight is not safe. The mountain roads are dangerous. If they ambush us, we'll be even more at risk. The only way now is to find out how many of them there are, and then plan to catch them all at once." Xiaowan nodded. "Husband, go find out how many they have. I'll talk to Tiezhuang and see if we can secretly move the elders and children first. Also, since we're dealing with bandits, the authorities will have to handle it eventually. After you find out the situation, write a letter and ask Xiao Bai to take it to Wuying. Have him notify the officials to come and clean up the mess tomorrow." "All right, I'll do as my wife says." Old Third Qin nodded and quickly jumped out to gather information. Xiaowan found Yin Tiezhuang and told him everything honestly. She then asked, "Do you know of any other places where you can quietly move your family?" Yin Tiezhuang looked confused for a moment before realizing, "My second uncle? How could he? He's just lazy and a bit sneaky. How dare he?" "Yin Tiezhuang, now is not the time to worry about that. We need to find a way to save people. I'm asking you, so hurry up and think of a plan." Chaowan looked serious and gently slapped Yin Tiezhuang on the arm. He then snapped out of his daze, his eyes clearing from confusion. I know of a safe place in the mountains. But it's a good place, and if we ask Grandma and the others to move out, they probably won't want to. Also, if my second uncle is really involved, it's likely that people are already watching around our house. Moving everyone out won't be easy. This boy is somewhat clever. We have ways to get them out, but the mountain isn't safe. Chaowan frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Do you have a cellar at home?" Yin Tiezhuang nodded. In our area, almost every family has a cellar for storing food. But my second uncle knows where ours is. Chaowan was silent. Little Xiao, Tiezhuang, what are you talking about? Why do you look so troubled? Is there some trouble? Just then, Grandma Yin approached from the side and greeted them from afar. Grandma. Yin Tiezhuang saw Grandma Yin and felt nervous. He called out stiffly, but didn't say anything else. Chaowan smiled. She wanted to find a reason to distract Grandma Yin, but she spoke first. Little Xiao, you can ask me anything. Really, Tiezhuang doesn't come home often in a year. If you ask him, he probably won't know anything. Chaowan raised an eyebrow, thinking that Grandma Yin had a point. She hesitated for a moment, then exchanged a look with Tiezhuang and sighed. She took Grandma Yin's hand and said, "Auntie, come with us." Although she didn't know what was happening, seeing Chaowan's serious face, Grandma Yin understood that this was a serious matter. Her heart was pounding, and she swallowed nervously. She, Chaowan, and Tiezhuang returned to their house's main hall. Did Yin Tiezhuang move a chair to let his grandmother sit down? Tell me, Xiao Qiao, what's really going on? Old lady Yin was already mentally prepared. She looked at Chaowan with a serious gaze. You don't need to worry, Grandma. Since Danyo's father passed away, I've been through a lot. You say, I can handle it. Chaowan held old lady Yin's hand. Honestly, she admired this woman. Suddenly, she didn't want to tell her the truth anymore. There are some things I need to ask you about, but they're not as serious as you think. It just happened a moment ago. Xiao Qiao, I want to hear the truth, the old lady said sharply. She was clever, and before Chaowan could speak, she fixed her eyes on her and said. Chaowan sighed and was silent for a while. Under the old lady's determined gaze, she finally shared Qin Lao San's suspicion. After hearing this, old lady Yin seemed deeply shocked. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Tiezhuang quickly stepped forward to support her and patted her chest to help her breathe. Tiezhuang, is what Xiao Qiao said true? After a while, she gradually recovered and tightly grabbed Tiezhuang's arm, asking. Tiezhuang hesitated. Seeing how her grandmother, who had loved him since he was a child, looked, he really couldn't speak. All right, I understand. The old lady looked as if she had been drained of all her energy. She suddenly looked several years older. She knew her grandson well. He was the worst at lying. Once he started stammering and avoided her gaze, it meant he was guilty. Guilty means everything Xiao Qiao said must be true, right? Auntie, don't be too upset. Rest assured, these people are our family's people. No matter what, we will protect your safety, Chaowan said, not knowing what else to say. Stop talking nonsense. Old lady Yin patted Chaowan's hand and said hoarsely, you came here because you want to help us. Honestly, we've caused you trouble. And that second brother. That guy. He raised the child like that. I feel guilty for his father and for our ancestors of the Yin family. It's not Grandma's fault. That was second uncle's own choice. He's already a grown man. Grandma can't control him anymore. Grandma, you must not say that. Tiezhuang gently comforted her, holding her hand. Yes. The children are grown up now, and I can't control them anymore. Old lady Yin closed her eyes for a moment before speaking again. We have a cellar in the backyard. It was dug by Iron Zhuang last year. Originally, he wanted to dig a well, but since he couldn't find water, he turned it into a cellar. I'll take you there. With old lady Yin leading the way, Chaowan took a walk around her backyard. She found that the entrance to their cellar wasn't very big, but inside it was quite spacious. It was filled with farming tools and miscellaneous items. Over time, the surrounding soil had been cleared, and even some weeds had grown inside. The cellar was covered with wooden planks. If you didn't look carefully, it was hard to notice. Xiaowan nodded in satisfaction and told Yin Tiezhuang, "Go find some straw or something to cover the entrance, then bring over the mats and quilts. Tonight everyone will have to stay here for a while. What about my parents?" Yin Tiezhuang looked a bit hesitant. "I'll talk to them," old lady Yin said directly, taking charge of the situation. "You focus on your work. I'll handle the arrangements at home." Xiaowan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, Tiezhuang, you can stay here for now. Help your grandma settle the family, and I'll assign you other tasks later. By the way, someone outside is watching your house, so be careful when you work. Don't let anyone find out." "I understand," Yin Tiezhuang nodded, helping old lady Yin as they walked back home. After they disappeared from sight, Xiaowan calmly returned to the Yin family yard. At this moment, old third Qin also came back. Xiaowan hurried to greet him and asked, "How did it go?" "I caught someone and questioned him. There are over 100 mountain bandits. Even if some stay behind to guard the hideout, about 80 or 90 can come down. Most of these people are refugees from a few years ago or local farmers who don't do honest work, so they're not too dangerous. The troublemaker is their boss, Dao Ge. He used to be in the army, but for some reason he turned to banditry. He's followed by more than 20 men, who are small leaders in the hideout. According to what he said, they also came from the battlefield, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated." Xiaowan listened to Qin Third's report and then asked, "And what about your side?" "There's a cellar in the backyard of the Yin family's house.
No one knows about it.
I plan to move everyone there tonight." Xiaowan explained her plan for the Yin family and shared her arrangements with Qin Third.
Yes.
"So tonight you," knowing what old Qin wanted to say, Xiaowan shook her head quickly and interrupted him. I definitely can't hide. There are so many people. You and Tai Zhuang can't handle everything alone. I'm not asking you to hide. I mean, the cellar should be full of women and children. There are several kids. You need to go inside and protect them in case something happens." He truly had his own reasons, hoping Xiaowan wouldn't appear, as the cellar was the safest place. "But I'm bringing the gold with me. Don't worry, I will prepare everything in advance. With Tai Zhuang helping me, nothing will happen." Qin Laosan's tone was firm, not allowing refusal. Xiaowan hesitated for a while, thinking of the children. She nodded reluctantly. "Be careful. I have a few life-saving items here. I'll give them to you later." She was talking about a few small crossbows and armor stored in her space, especially the armor, which was very powerful. She didn't want to reveal it, but now she had no choice.
Yes.
"Trust me, I will be fine. I am going to prepare now." Qin Laosen didn't see the dozens or hundreds of people as a threat, but he still wanted to be fully prepared just in case. Xiaowan nodded. "Then I will go talk to the children. If they know what's happening, they won't panic. If I don't tell them, things might go wrong." These children were very smart and had strong opinions. Sometimes, Xiaowan no longer saw them as just kids. She would talk to them about many things, and when problems arose, she wouldn't hide anything from them. They would even discuss solutions together. Now the children were handling things more and more maturely. "Mom, don't worry. We will listen carefully." Xiaowan found the triplets, explained everything, and told them to stay safely in the cellar. After hearing this, Qin Bebe quickly promised she wasn't afraid and would behave well. "Mom." Qin Debao and Qin Erbao frowned, thinking for a moment. They looked at Xiaowan with hesitant expressions. Xiaowan saw what they wanted. She knew they wanted to join the fight. Without hesitation, she refused. "Usually you can practice when there's a chance, but this time, the bandits are many and very dangerous. You can't go. Besides, I am not allowed to participate this time. I need to stay in the cellar to protect you. We don't need protection." "Yes, there are so many. Mom can go help Dad. We can take care of ourselves." When the three of them heard this, they were all a bit anxious about Zhou staying in the cellar. Qin Erbao hurriedly said, "Mother, Brother Tiezhuang is not as skilled as I am. Let me also join in." "No, this decision is final. No discussion allowed. You all go tidy up first. Later, Grandma Yin will take you to the cellar. I will go see your father and help him prepare," said Jo-won. Then she went to find Qin Lao-san to prepare for tonight's challenge. Big brother, I've eaten so much. Why am I still not growing up? Qin Erbao frowned worriedly as he watched Jo-won's figure disappear. He looked at his small height, less than a meter tall, and said angrily. Disgusted, Qin Debao glanced at him. Growing up has nothing to do with how much you eat. He's second brother is so silly. Little Qin Bebe giggled, not understanding how growing up and eating a lot were unrelated, but she thought her big brother was right and mockingly laughed at Qin Erbao. Qin Erbao, already annoyed, was instantly upset by her words and glared at her angrily. Big brother, help. Little brother is being mean to me. Qin Bebe quickly hid behind Qin Debao. Maybe because she had been practicing martial arts recently and eating well, Qin Debao suddenly grew quite tall. Qin Bebe hid behind him, and Qin Erbao actually couldn't see her anymore. You coward, all you do is hide. You. Enough, stop arguing. Qin Debao usually didn't care about their fights. He would wait until they finished, since they knew their limits, and he loved his sister very much, so there was no real problem. But now, because of the mountain bandits, Qin Debao was also feeling upset. He quickly stopped Erbao and said, Stop fighting. Let's think of a way to help Dad and Mom. But Dad and Mom won't let us go out. How can we help? Qin Erbao quieted down after hearing this, sitting next to Qin Debao with a worried look. Qin Bebe stepped out from behind her big brother, blinking her big eyes cutely. She squatted in front of them, resting her chin on her hands, and softly said, That's easy. They have many people, so we find a lot of helpers too. Plus, Dad and Mom are so strong, they can definitely defeat them. Then we need to find so many people, Qin Bebe replied. When we went out, I saw that there are only about 20 households in Jinjian village, totaling just over 100 people. Many are old or children, and those are mountain bandits. No one will help us. They will only hide far away to avoid trouble. Qin Erbao shook his head, denying his sister's idea. I see. Little Qin Bebe also frowned and sighed in worry. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and shouted loudly, Big brother, I have an idea. What idea? Qin Debao and Qin Erbao looked at her lazily, not expecting their silly sister to have a good plan. But Qin Bebe was very excited, ignoring their reactions. She moved closer and whispered, Big brother, maybe we can. Qin Debao and Qin Erbao listened lazily at first, but as they heard more, their eyes brightened. They started to take it seriously. Finally, their three small heads leaned together, and they thought the plan might work. They began to discuss it. The Yin family and Xiaowen were hiding in the cellar with the children. The cellar had a large sleeping area. Yin Daniu and Yin Taiju sat on one side. Old Lady Yin, Qin Dia, and Wanwer sat on the other side with the children. Next to them were the triplets with Xiao Wan. Mom, I think I should go out, Yin Taiju said from the corner. I have strength, and even if I don't have martial skills, I can help defend a little. Where are you going? If anyone goes, it should be me, Yin Danius said with a frown. He stood up, ready to go outside. The Yin family all stood up, looking at him nervously. They wanted to stop him, worried about danger. But when they thought of Qin Laosan and Yin Tiezhuang fighting alone outside, they hesitated, unable to say anything. Brother-in-law, you can't go, Xiaowen said, also standing up. She sighed and stopped him. The master has already arranged everything outside. Maybe bandits have already come in and are checking the place. If you rush out now, it might ruin the plan. If those bandits catch you, it won't be good. Since the husband doesn't want both of you to participate, he must have his own plans. Brother-in-law Iron Pillar, you two stay here peacefully. Trust me, everything will be fine. Jo-won's voice was soft but firm, very convincing.
All right.
Okay. Yin Daniu and Yin Taiju looked at each other and reluctantly sat back down in their original spots. The rest of the Yin family also sat down. Except for Go Dan and Ni, everyone else was no longer sleepy and sat quietly. Especially Qin Dia and Wang Huar. Jo-won could clearly feel their fear. They were trembling slightly. Jo-won knew talking more wouldn't help. She just looked at the two girls, sighed, then turned around and softly said to the triplets, It's okay, little ones.
Sleep now.
When you wake up, Everything will be better. Daddy is so strong. Those people can't hurt her. Although Jo-won said this, her worry was still visible, and Shin Da-bao noticed it. He reached out and hugged Jo-won, gently rubbing his small head against her chest. Mom, don't worry. Daddy will be fine. Shin Er-bao and Shin Bei-bei also followed, all coming over to hug Jo-won. All right. The traps and defenses we set this afternoon were arranged by Mom for Daddy. Mom knows everything will be fine. You little ones go to sleep now. If you don't sleep enough, you might not grow tall. If you don't grow tall, you might not find a wife, Jo-won said with a smile, patting their small heads to comfort them. Shin Bei-bei snuggled in Jo-won's arms, thinking about what her mother said. Acting rashly might ruin Daddy's plans, so she was a bit worried. After hesitating for a long time, she whispered in Jo-won's ear, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? Jo-won asked softly. Shin Bei-bei looked at her two brothers. Seeing they didn't stop her, she took a deep breath and said, This afternoon, I saw that you were busy, and I was worried the mountain bandits might hurt everyone.
So,
I told Jean-Z to go up the mountain and find some helpers. Really? Jo-won was momentarily confused, not understanding what Shin Bei-bei was talking about. It was Dahae Muzi, Xiao Hui's family, Xiao Bai and his tribe, and also, Shin Bei-bei counted on her fingers, but Jo-won couldn't understand a word. Shin Er-bao rolled his eyes at his sister, then leaned toward Xiao-won and whispered, Mom, it's a black bear, a gray snake, a wolf pack, plus 2 spotted leopards, and some little brothers with gold. I can't remember everything. Xiao-won froze in place. After a few seconds of shock, she snapped out of it and asked Shin Bei-bei, Does anyone else know about this? Shin Bei-bei shook her head. Mom said that the gift from the fairy sister must be kept secret. She told only her 2 brothers. Mom knows. Xiao-won gently touched her daughter's small head and said to the triplets, Mom is going out for a bit. Stay here and be good. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out, understand? Where are you going? Don't run around. The Inja family listened to Xiao-won and all stood up, looking at her nervously. Auntie, older sister, and brother-in-law, I have something very important to do. I must see the relevant people now. Stay here, and do not go out no matter what happens. Trust me, it will be fine, Xiao-won said to everyone before turning to leave. Little Xiao, you're a woman. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. If something happens, just tell me. I can go find Lao San and the others, Indania suggested, swallowing hard. Brother-in-law, thank you for your kindness, but I can handle it. Xiao-won smiled at Indaniu and climbed toward the hole in the cellar. But Indania still wanted to say something. Big uncle, Mom is very powerful. Nothing will happen, she reassured him. Yes, Mom and Dad are just as strong, the triplet said, stopping him. Indaniu saw Xiao-won's family climb out and the cellar cover being put back, so he could only sit down helplessly. Meanwhile, as Xiao-won just emerged from the cellar, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at her. She swiftly dodged to the side and saw it was actually a white wolf. Seeing her dodge, the wolf paused briefly, then lunged again fiercely. Brother Wolf, let's talk nicely. Xiao-won retreated while trying to reason with the white wolf, but the wolf couldn't understand her words. Seeing her keep dodging, its attack grew even more aggressive. Just as Xiao-won felt there was no way out and was about to make a move, a small white ball suddenly rushed out from the side and landed on the white wolf's head, giving it a gentle slap. The fierce attack from the white wolf immediately stopped. It looked like a white dog, rubbing against the small white ball in a friendly way. Silver, Xiao-won raised an eyebrow and looked at the little ball. The little ball immediately jumped into her arms. At this moment, Xiao-won no longer disliked it. She gently patted its fluffy little head and said, Take me to see the husband, and also call the gold over. Hearing this, the little ball jumped to the ground and shot out quickly. Xiao-won tiptoed and followed closely behind. Wanner, why are you here? Qin Lao-sen was checking a trap in the yard when he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He pushed out his palm but saw it was Xiao-won. He quickly stopped his attack and looked serious. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Hurry back before they arrive. Xiao-won looked at him helplessly. Then she said, I have something important to tell you. Our plan might need to change. Qin Laosan's eyebrows furrowed. It's good news, she added. Xiao Wan knew he misunderstood. She hurriedly leaned close to his ear and told him about the good things Qin Beibei had done. After finishing, she looked at Jinzi. Where are your brothers hiding? Take us to see. Jinzi wagged his tail and led Qin Laosan and Xiao Wan around. When they saw the dark yard, illuminated by a small torch filled with shining eyes, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Especially after they saw that besides wolves, black bears, leopards, and venomous snakes, there were also many wild boars. Xiao Wan's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was truly a real-life animal world. Husband. After circling around, Xiao Wan tugged on Qin Laosan's sleeve. I understand. Please thank Beibei for me first. With the help of these wild animals, Qin Laosan felt more confident. He held Xiao Wan's hand and hugged her, saying, Go back and hide well. It's about time. They might start moving soon. No, you can't stay here. The children will worry, she said. Knowing what she meant, Qin Laosan firmly refused. Don't worry, everything will be fine. With these creatures helping us, we can solve this quickly. Xiao Wan thought for a moment. Although she was a bit reluctant, she was eventually taken to the cellar by old Qin 3. Not long after she entered the cellar, she heard loud noises outside. Soon, the villagers of Jinjian village were awakened. The crying of children was especially loud and sad in the dark night. What's happening? The villagers all got up. Some brave ones quietly looked outside and saw flames rising high. They screamed in fear. Bandits are coming into the village. Everyone was trembling with fear. They hid in their homes, closed all the doors tightly, and some even took their children to the cellar. Their faces were pale, and they trembled like leaves. Hearing the chaos outside, Qin Beibei turned pale with fear and tightly clung to Xiao Wan. She whispered, Dad will be okay, right? Jin Zidahe and the others can help Dad, right? Silly girl, you helped Dad a lot today. Dad is so strong. He can't be in danger. Xiao Wan gently patted her little head to comfort her. She looked at Qin Debao and Qin Erbao, who had worried looks on their faces but couldn't hide their concern. Dad is fine. Xiao Wan also pulled the two children closer and gently stroked their heads. Soon we can go out and see him. Just as she finished speaking, the noise outside grew even louder. They could clearly feel many people rushing into the old Yin family house from all directions. Shouts and screams filled the air. The fear and shock from the sounds made Wang Mo want to scream loudly. If Grandma Yin hadn't held her back in time, she probably would have shouted out of fear by now. On the ground, a large group of bandits stormed into the Yin house. They had looked proud and confident at first. Some even entered each room, ing powder to confuse the people inside. But unexpectedly, when they entered the rooms to slaughter the sheep, they were attacked by groups of wild animals. Unprepared, they were all bitten and covered in blood. Yin Tiezhuang was responsible for hiding in the dark with a bow and arrow, hunting down any bandits who escaped. Later, the bandits sent in another group, but old Qin 3 used the same method to deal with them. After 2 times, the bandits realized something was wrong. Since Qin 3 was a soldier returning from the army, the first 2 groups of his brothers might have already been wiped out. This made them very angry and frustrated. There's a saying that 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. I want to see how long he can hold on. Brothers, charge together. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Brother Dao's eyes were fierce as he raised his big sword and led the charge through the back garden of the Yin family. Old Qin 3 raised his bow and arrow, pulled back hard, and released with a whoosh, sending a sharp iron arrow flying through the air, hitting Brother Dao's thigh. Brother Dao grimaced in pain and glared angrily toward old Qin 3. Keep charging. They are only one person. Capture old Qin 3, and I'll reward you with 100 taels of silver and promote you to 3rd in command. With great rewards, brave men will come. Those who were afraid and wanted to retreat now shouted and started rushing forward again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Old Qin 3 shot 2 arrows in quick succession, hitting 2 enemies precisely. But the bandits were many. After he shot and killed 5 more, more of them began to enter the courtyard of the Yin family, all rushing wildly toward old Qin 3. However, before they could get close, some fell into a trap they had dug earlier that day. The trap was filled with sharp bamboo spikes and some sleeping powder. Those who fell in were either pierced to death or injured and knocked out. Brother Dao saw this and almost fainted with anger. Seeing that over 100 men had already fallen here on their way down the mountain, his eyes turned red with hatred. But he was a veteran from the battlefield and had been the leader of these bandits for many years. No matter how angry he was, he could control his emotions well. Retreat. Brothers, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't worry about firewood. Everyone fall back. He gave the order, and everyone in the courtyard began to retreat in an organized manner. But just halfway back, they saw a large golden dog, half a person tall, charging out behind them. Behind the dog were various fierce beasts, all baring their white teeth, some even with bloodstains around their mouths. Everyone was stunned with fear, including the experienced Brother Dao, who momentarily couldn't react. Woof woof, the golden dog barked twice, and the fierce beasts immediately launched a furious attack on the intruders. Among the bandits, few knew martial arts, and half of them had already been lost. Facing the dark, rushing beasts, they had no way to fight back. Soon, blood dyed the ground red, and almost all of them were bitten to death. Brother Dao led 4 or 5 people into a fierce fight, but he was no match for Qin Lao San. In just a few moves, Qin Lao San killed him with his sword. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Yin Ernyo was terrified. When he saw Yin Tai Zhuang coming toward him, he quickly knelt down. "Tai Zhuang, Uncle Er was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was forced.
Please, spare Uncle Er.
Please." He was truly scared to death today. Qin Lao San could even command wild animals. This person is a complete monster. He trembled as he lay on the ground, watching his brothers get killed one by one. Even Yin Zhuang and Dao Yu's wife and husband weren't spared. When he saw only himself left, his eyes turned dead and hopeless. But he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Suddenly, Yin Ernyo crawled up from the ground and shouted loudly, "Mom, help. Save me. Mom, your grandson was killed, and your daughter-in-law is gone. If you don't come out now, your son will be gone too. Help, Mom." Grandmother Yin sat numb inside the cellar, listening to the weakening sounds of the fight outside. Her heart was torn apart. Tonight, no matter who wins or loses, she might lose a son, a grandson, or even the entire Dinyo family. She didn't want anything to happen to the Dinyo family, but she also couldn't face the harsh truth that her second son was a bandit. She looked calm on the surface, with no visible emotion, but inside she was overwhelmed with turmoil, feeling a strange mix of emotions she couldn't describe. She sat there blankly, not knowing how much time passed. Suddenly, she heard Yin Ernyo calling for help outside. Her body stiffened, and instinctively she got up, ready to rush out. But halfway there she stopped. Her eyes swept over Yin Dinyo, Yin Tai Zhuan, Qin Dia, Wang Hua Er, Go Dan and I, and finally landed on Qiao Wan and her son. "Sorry, I have to go out first. You all hide and don't come out." She struggled for a moment, then suddenly rushed toward the cellar entrance. At this moment, even if it was a trap, as a mother, she couldn't ignore her son's cry for help. Moreover, Yin Ernyo's scream was so sharp and desperate that it didn't seem fake. She had no time to think and lifted the cellar cover. When she lifted the cellar lid, a strong smell of blood hit her face. She instinctively gagged but mustered her courage to look around. Seeing no one, she quickly slipped out. "Mother!" Yin Ernyo's shout was heard by everyone. Yin Dania froze for a moment and hurriedly climbed out with the old lady. Seeing Yin Ernyo leave, Yin Taizhu couldn't stay still. "Mother, you all hide here. Don't come out. I'll go see what's happening," he said, and climbed out. Head of the family, Qin Dia and Wang were very worried. "Big sister, it will be fine." From the sound, it seems the danger is over. But outside is probably very chaotic now. It's not safe for you to go out, and there might still be some who haven't been caught. Stay here quietly. I will go out and check. If everything is okay, I will come back and call you, Qiao Wan gently said, patting Qin Daya's shoulder. Hearing Qiao Wan's gentle words, Qin Daya's anxious heart slowly calmed down. Mother, we want to go too. Qin Daba and Qin Erbao stood up, looking eagerly at Qiao Wan. Seeing this, Bibi also grabbed Qiao Wan's sleeve. Since their mother and brothers had gone, she didn't want to stay alone. There were over 100 bandits. Qiao Wan could imagine how terrible the scene must be. She looked seriously at the triplets. It's too chaotic outside now. You can't go out. Be good and wait here. Mother promises she will come back soon to find you, okay? The triplets nodded reluctantly. Qiao Wan gently patted their little heads and then climbed out of the cellar. Outside the cellar, as she expected, there were many bodies and the air was thick with the smell of blood. She followed the small path to the front yard and saw a figure with their back to her. The person held a dagger in their right hand and was grabbing someone with their left, confronting Qin Laosan and others. Don't come any closer. All of you, stay back. Let me go or I will kill her. Een Erniu. Then she saw Een Daniu step in front of the person. That's Mother. You're holding our mother. You heartless monster. Aren't you afraid of heaven punishing you? Let go of Mother right now. I'm almost out of life myself. What am I afraid of? Heaven punishing me? Een Erniu pulled old lady Een back 2 steps, still holding a dagger against her neck. Don't come any closer. Stay back. What if something happens to Mom? Do you think I won't dare? He shouted wildly, and the dagger unknowingly pressed closer to old lady Een, leaving a small cut on her neck. No, don't. Een Daniu panicked, quickly waving his hands and nervously approaching Een Erniu. Second uncle. Don't hurt Mom. You can catch me instead. Let Mom go. I'll trade myself for her. Is that okay? Een Taiju and Een Taiju both spoke at the same time, calling out to their father, then looked at Een Erniu. Second uncle, I will swap for Grandma. Do you think I'm stupid? Een Erniu didn't believe them at all. He wildly raised his dagger at them. You're all strong, but I'm hurt now. How can I catch you? I don't want anyone else. Step back. All of you, step back and let me go. Hurry or I'll lose my patience. Old Third Qiao had already noticed that Qiao Wan was quietly sneaking closer to Een Erniu. He signaled to Een Tiezhuang, who saw it too. All right, we'll let you go. Don't hurt Grandma. They then stepped back 2 paces, pulling their father and brother with them. Een Erniu, with old lady Een, moved forward step by step. Suddenly, he felt a shadow rush from behind. Die together, he lost all reason, wildly raising his dagger to stab old lady Een. At that moment, Qiao Wan struck him from behind with a palm, knocking him to the ground. Old Third Qiao took the opportunity to kick Een Erniu into a nearby trap filled with sharp bamboo sticks, killing him instantly. The Een family father and sons hurried over to support old lady Een. I'll fight you all. Een Erniu's eyes filled with madness. Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw a handful of foul-smelling powder into the air. The powder is poisonous. Don't breathe it in. Qiao Wan narrowed her eyes, took out 2 antidote pills from her space, eating one herself and stuffing the other into Qin Laosan's mouth. Qin Laosan swallowed the antidote, then kicked Een Erniu, sending him flying into a trap with sharp bamboo stakes, which instantly killed him. Qiao Wan took out 4 more antidote pills, handing one to Een Tiezhuang. Eat this, 1 each. Een Tiezhuang quickly took one, then handed another to his dizzy brother. She then fed the remaining 2 pills into the mouths of the unconscious old lady Een and Daniu. Taiju, Taizhuang, take your father and your grandmother back to the cellar, old man Qin ordered, looking at the unconscious pair. Een Tiezhuang and Een Taiju immediately stood up, each carrying 1 person, and headed toward the backyard. Master, they had just left when suddenly more than 10 figures appeared out of the darkness, led by the Shadowless. Clear these people out, leave no trace, old man Qin said coldly, then pulled Qiao Wan toward the cellar. That person stays. Qiao Wan took 2 steps forward, then turned back and pointed at Een Erniu, who was already dead, giving an order. Yes. Shadowless replied, separating In Er Nyo from the other bandits. Such a big event. Do we really not need to report it to the authorities? Xiaowan asked as she followed Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin sighed and said, I was planning to report it, but now I can't. Why? Xiaowan frowned, then suddenly understood. Is it because of those fierce beasts? Old Man Qin nodded faintly. If we report it, the officials will investigate. Many of these bandits were bitten by fierce beasts, which is hard to explain. Also, tonight's bandits, I won't leave any of them alive. When I heard Grandma In crawl out of the cellar, I already told Jinzi to retreat with those fierce beasts. Whether you call him cold or cruel, he would never let his daughter's situation be exposed to others or put her in danger. As they spoke, they reached the cellar. The triplets saw them, and their eyes lit up instantly. They rushed over and hugged the two tightly. At this moment, Old Man Qin felt very lucky. When he arrived earlier, he had done a quick cleanup. Otherwise, his blood-stained body might have scared the children. But his relief was short-lived. Qin Bebe suddenly let go of him, her eyes slightly anxious. She sniffed and looked around at Old Man Qin, asking, Daddy, you're hurt. Where? Is it serious? Let me check. Daddy's fine. Old Man Qin held Qin Bebe's small hand as she looked around, smiling. Daddy promises he's not hurt. The smell is from fighting the bad guys. Daddy will go clean up now.
I'm fine.
Bebe and the brothers go to sleep. Okay? The triplets nodded. They had been holding on until now, but were starting to feel tired. Watching Old Man Qin take In Tiezhuang away, they closed their eyes and quickly fell asleep. Old Man Qin, In Tiezhuang, Wuing, and others spent the whole night cleaning the bodies, moving them to the back mountain, burning them, digging pits, and burying them. Then they used special medicinal powder, sprinkling it on the ground several times until the smell of blood in the air gradually disappeared. Early the next morning, when the In family and Xiao Wan came out of the cellar, the entire In house had been cleaned thoroughly. If the ground hadn't been relayed, you wouldn't be able to tell that bandits had come the night before, nor that there had been such a fierce fight. As a favor to relatives, Old Man Qin ordered the bodies of In Erniu, In Zhuangzhuang, and Dao Yu to be moved out. They were now placed in the yard of the In house. In Daniu supported the trembling old lady In, walking to the three bodies. He closed his eyes and asked, You need to take care of yourself. We still have the affairs of Er's wife and Zhuangzhuang's wife to handle. Old lady In looked blankly. She was truly devastated this time. She never expected that Zhuangzhuang and his wife would be involved with bandits. And what about Er's wife? Don't worry, Grandma. I asked around, and Second Aunt doesn't know about this. In Tiezhuang knew what his grandma was worried about and hurriedly said, Second Uncle never told her about the bandits, nor did he let her get involved. Every time bandits came to her house, Second Uncle said they were friends and told Second Aunt not to ask too many questions. Grandma, Second Uncle, and the others have already gone. As for the rest, send them back. Old lady In closed her eyes. Although her son had taken her hostage last night, making her feel cold inside, he was still her son and grandson. Just say that last night, when they heard the noise, they went out to check and were unfortunately killed. Dao Yu was also found coming out, and in the end, she was gone too. Yes, Grandma. In Tiezhuang and In Taizhu hurried forward to help take the bodies to In Ernia's house. Daniel, I know. Your second brother didn't do the right thing, but he's still part of our family. He has grandchildren too. I really don't want the village to look down on them in the future. If the villagers find out, they might even drive them away. Your second aunt is already like a mother to the children, and those little ones can't go anywhere. Daniel, Mother, I understand. In Daniel helped the weak and tired elderly woman, saying, Go back inside and rest. Don't worry about anything. I will take care of your second son's affairs. After saying that, In Daniel guided the elderly woman back into the house, asked Wangwar to look after her, and then took Qin Daya to In Ernia's home. In Ernia's wife also knew that if people found out her husband was collaborating with bandits, she would face a terrible fate. She dared not make a fuss, and only cried silently. With the help of In Dania's family, she quickly finished the funeral arrangements for In Erniu and the others. Because of the funeral, the Chiao family stayed behind and spent 3 more days at Indania's house. That afternoon, Qin Laosen was playing with the triplets inside the house with Chiao Wan. Suddenly, Wu Ying appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists, and said, "I've finished what you asked." Qin Laosen nodded. Chiao Wan looked at the two of them curiously, but didn't ask more. "It's nothing serious, just eliminating the root." Wu Ying was sent to raid the hideout of that bandit named Dao. Qin Laosen explained calmly, then asked Wu Ying, "Did you find any clues?" Knowing that his master never hid things from his wife, Wu Ying didn't hide anything and said directly, "Brother Dao's real name is Dao Siwei. He used to be a subordinate of General Fu in the south, originally a centurion. During a battle, he mysteriously disappeared along with more than 20 soldiers. Everyone thought they were dead, but it turns out they appeared here and became bandits." Seeing Qin Laosen silent, Wu Ying continued, "I've already contacted the Shadow in the south, who is investigating the list of those who went missing. Once we get the list, we can follow the clues to uncover the forces behind them. The news of the incident here will probably reach those people soon. We can only investigate as much as we can," Qin Laosen said, not expecting to find too much. "Yes," Wu Ying replied. "Oh, Wu Ying, is everything okay at home?" Chiao Wan asked as Wu Ying prepared to leave. "Rest assured, madam, everything is normal at home. When I left the day before yesterday, Steward Du and the Chui brothers had already started organizing people to harvest the wheat. When you return, the harvest should be nearly done," Wu Ying answered seriously. Chiao Wan nodded. Wu Ying then withdrew. Qin Laosen looked at her expression and lightly pinched her cute nose, smiling. "What's wrong? Are you feeling homesick?" Chiao Wan sighed. "We've been away for several days. I didn't expect that just a simple trip to see my older sister would lead to so many things happening. Mother, the baby misses home too." Qin Beibei, who had somehow come to stand in front of the two women, skillfully climbed into Chiao Wan's lap, sitting comfortably. She looked at Chiao Wan with eager eyes. "When can we go home? The baby has become so thin from hunger. I really want to eat the sticky rice balls made by Sister Yun, the sour lotus root slices made by Sister Lan, the cakes made by Grandma Chui, the sweet and sour fish made by Aunt Wang, and so many other delicious foods. Recently, life has improved, and the little girl's appetite has become quite spoiled. Since arriving at the Yin family just a few days ago, she has already started to miss the food at home. All right, let's ask Grandma Yin tonight if we can go back tomorrow. Is that okay?" Chiao Wan gently smiled and stroked the soft hair of the little girl. Yes, yes. Qin Beibei happily jumped to the ground and hurried to share the good news with her brothers. That evening, after dinner, Chiao Wan talked again with Grandma Yin about leaving. However, she said that their family was planning to go back. If there was anything else the Yin family needed to do, they could wait until later. Perhaps she had come to terms with it. Grandma Yin had been in much better spirits these days. After hearing Chiao Wan, she was silent for a while, as if making a firm decision. She looked at Chiao Wan with determination and said, "It's okay. We will go with you, Mother?" Dania looked confused, staring at Grandma Yin. "I've thought it over. Since Xiao Qiao respects you, you should go and help. But if you go, and I stay here alone, you might worry about me. I will go, not only to help you, but also to take care of the children. If I go, then I will go." She knew that if she didn't leave, Daniu and his wife would be reluctant to leave Jinjian village to take care of her. She had already lost one son. How could she block her other son's future just because of herself? So, the family discussed and finally made up their minds to leave Jinjian village altogether. "Mother, since we've decided to leave, why don't we let our younger siblings farm the land here? It's not easy for them to raise the little troublemaker alone," Daniu suggested, showing his concern for his younger siblings. "Even if this land isn't cultivated, renting it out for a year can bring in some money." Elderly Lady Yin looked at Qin Daya with some difficulty. "Mother, after all these years, don't you know me better?" Qin Daya smiled and took elderly Lady Yin's hand. "I think my husband's idea is good. We should let my younger sister plant the land first, so it doesn't get overgrown with weeds. When we come back, it won't look good." Elderly Lady Yin patted Qin Daya's hand, feeling very pleased. This daughter-in-law is a good person. Then I'll talk to Lee tomorrow, said elderly Lady Een. Lee is the wife of Een Erniu. You all shouldn't keep fussing over me, the old lady. Go get ready. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, we'll leave. She waved her hand, and everyone dispersed to do their own things. The next day, after breakfast, elderly Lady Een explained everything about her family. The whole family then followed Xiao Wan and others to set out. They rode in 2 carriages. One was the same carriage that Wu Ying had returned in last night, driven by Du Xiaoda. Wow, elder sister Een, you're in a carriage now. Daya's younger brother is doing well. Is he taking you to enjoy a good life? What good life? I heard they're going to help with work. It's just a ride in a carriage. Why act so proud? If they weren't showing off so much, they wouldn't attract trouble from bandits. All right, they've gone far. Say less and get to work. Xiao Wan's family and the Een family sat quietly in the carriage. In this world, it's the same everywhere. There are always people who envy, dislike, or gossip. After breakfast, Xiao Wan's group set out and finally arrived back in Huaxi village near sunset. When the Een family saw Xiao Wan's grand 2-story brick house with a yard, they were all stunned. Especially Qin Daya. She hadn't been back in over 10 years and never expected her third brother's family to be so wealthy now. At that moment, they felt a bit shy and hesitant. Such a nice house made them a little afraid to go inside. Looking at the row of servants, they felt even more nervous. They got off the carriage and just stood there, unsure what to do. Auntie, big sister, you've been on the road all day. You must be tired. Xiao Wan saw how uncomfortable they looked. She smiled and pulled them close, then said, I'll have someone help you get settled. How about we eat in half an hour? After speaking, she asked Grandma Cui to arrange accommodations for the Yinjia family. Grandma Cui was very perceptive. Hearing this, she quickly stepped forward and calmly instructed the household members to help, guiding the Yinjia family to rest one by one. I'm so tired. Finally, we're home, Xiao Wan said as she returned to her room. She collapsed onto a small bed, not wanting to move. The bathwater was prepared by old Qin. After they finished tidying up, took a bath, and had dinner, it was already completely dark outside. Exhausted from the day, Xiao Wan didn't want to bother with anything and went to bed early. The next morning, when she woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. She had a simple breakfast, then called Grandma Cui to ask about the family affairs. Once she knew everything was normal, she felt relieved. Little Xiao, where is the orchard you mentioned? When will we go there? Old Lady Een and second sister Qin approached carefully as they left the house. Xiao Wan originally wanted them to rest for a few more days, but seeing how they looked, she thought they wouldn't be comfortable just sitting around. She smiled and said, It's on the small hill behind the mountain. It's not far, about a quarter of an hour's walk. Let's go, I'll take you to see it first. Xiao Wan led the Yinjia family along the path up the small hill, explaining as they went. When they reached the top of the mountain, the Yinjia family had a good idea of the orange grove. At this point, they realized that Xiao Wan hadn't lied. If only Qin Daya and his wife came to manage such a large orange orchard, it would be really busy for them. Andy, from now on, I will leave this orange grove in your hands. You only need to take care of daily management. If you need help with weeding or fertilizing, I will arrange for extra help, Xiao Wan said. Standing on the mountain top, looking at the lush green saplings, she felt very happy. She continued, Also, I built a few houses on this mountaintop, originally for the people taking care of the orchard. If you don't mind, you can move here. Old Lady Een looked back at the new big house on the mountaintop and quickly said, We don't mind at all. This house is much better than ours in Jinjian village. It's really wonderful here. Thank you so much, little Xiao. As she spoke, Old Lady Yin's face turned slightly red. Suddenly, I remembered that this morning she told Indaniu to go find a place to rent when he had free time. It seemed that Cui Mama overheard her. At that time, Cui Mama didn't say anything, so she didn't explain either. But unexpectedly, Xiao Wan seemed to have found out. She hesitated a little, looked at Xiao Wan and explained, Little Xiao, I want to move out, but I don't mean anything else. I just think you've already found us such a good job and our family still. I understand, madam. No need to explain. Xiaowan smiled and patted her hand. You all live here to be more comfortable, and it's close to the orchard, so it's convenient for you to take care of it. In a few days, I will go and see, buy a few puppies, and let them grow on the mountain. When the oranges ripen, they will be big enough to help patrol and watch over. That's a good idea, Daniu agreed. Gooden's eyes lit up. Daddy, puppies. Gooden will raise them. Nini can do it too. Her younger sister, Goa, who is over 2 years old, chimed in from beside her. The triplets had been resting for several days and had fallen behind on their studies. They had just finished training this morning when Madame Zheng took them to study. Bored at home, Gooden and Nini followed them up the mountain. Good. Gao and Nini will help train the puppies in the future, Grandma Yin said with a smile. Xiaowan hesitated for a moment and asked, Have you ever thought about sending Gao to school? To school? The Yin family members all froze. In the entire Jinjian village, no one from several generations had ever learned to read. They had truly never dared to think about this before. But when they thought of the triplets attending school today, their expressions changed. Looking at Gooden, their eyes became a little eager. Gooden also sensed the strange looks from his family. Feeling a bit nervous and unsure of what was happening, he stood up awkwardly, not knowing what was going on. Yes, studying. As long as you do well here, I will give you 10 taels of monthly silver, and then Gooden can go to school, Xiaowan said. She wanted to include Nini too, but considering the restrictions on women in this era, she frowned and didn't say it aloud. Maybe she could consider building a school in the village, offering free education to the children of factory workers as a kind of employee benefit. Additionally, she could hire a female teacher to teach girls literacy and a craft, and if possible, they could work in her factory when they grow up. That way, their lives wouldn't be too hard in the future. Xiaowan thought about it but didn't have a full plan, so she didn't say anything for a moment. 10 taels of silver? That's too much. The Yin family members focused on the money, looking a bit nervous. They had never seen so much before. Now, Xiaowan only gave them this amount each month, and they really couldn't accept it. Little Xiao, even brothers settle accounts honestly. You can't give us so much wages just to help us out, old lady Yin quickly refused. Little Xiao, you giving us so much money. Are you trying to send Go Dan to school? If so, he might not do well, and that would be a shame for your kindness. Qindia looked at Xiaowan with suspicion. Xiaowan felt a bit amused and helpless. Auntie, older sister, it's not what you think. When you first came to Huaxi village, you might not know that the main workers in my factory earn about 1 tael of silver a month, and the managers get 2 taels. Your family of 5 manages over 30 acres of orchard, so 10 taels a month isn't much. Also, sending Go Dan to school is just a suggestion. I just want the children to learn some reading. Even if they can't take the imperial exams later, being able to read and work as a manager is good. Reading helps people understand right from wrong, not necessarily to become famous. Is that really true? The Yin family still looked a bit doubtful. Of course, Xiaowan nodded firmly. Once you've stayed in Huaxi village longer, you'll see. For now, just focus on working hard. Go Dan is still young. When you're more settled, you can send him to school. Then, Xiaowan explained the plans for the mountaintop, telling them they could plant other fruit trees in spare time and that they might build houses there in the future. She also mentioned some things the Yin family needed to do recently before leaving the mountain. After coming down, the Yin family went busy with moving. Xiaowan understood their thoughts but didn't stop them. She just assigned 2 of Wu Yang's brothers to help and then went with old Third Qin to the village on the west side of the town. As Wu Ying had said, over 4,000 acres of wheat had already been harvested. Today, Du Xing hired many temporary workers in town, led by the Cui brothers, Wu Yong and Yin Tiezhuang, who were plowing the fields. Third Master, Madam, you're here. Du Xing saw Xiaowan and quickly greeted the workers before rushing to meet them. Is there anything happening these days? Xiaowan stepped down from the carriage, looking at the busy workers, feeling very satisfied. It's nothing major, just following your orders to harvest all the wheat. It's now stored in the granary on the hilltop. Do you want to go see it now? Thinking about the wheat in the granary, Du Xing looked at Xiao Wan with increasing respect, seeming to understand why Third Master Qin always listened to his wife on farming matters. Honestly, he had worked in the fields his whole life, but this was the first time he saw wheat yielding 1,000 jin per mu. It seems the lady truly has a special way with farming. Xiao Wan nodded, got into the carriage, and saw Du Xing hesitating while watching the fields. She smiled and said, "You don't need to come along. I know where the granary is. We can go there ourselves." "Yes, madam." Du Xing really couldn't leave now. The plowman had just reached a critical point, and he needed to go give instructions. He quickly clasped his hands in a bow and saw off Xiao Wan and her husband. Xiao Wan and Qin Laosan sat in the carriage, heading toward the hill. Along the way, they greeted the brothers from the Cui family and Yin Tieshuang. Finally, they met Wu Yong at the foot of the hill. Perhaps because he had been practicing martial arts diligently, Wu Yong looked much stronger and darker. "Little sister, you're back." Seeing Xiao Wan and her husband, he strode over confidently and called out loudly. Since the wheat harvest, he had been stationed here personally to guard the wheat, so he hadn't seen them since last night. Xiao Wan smiled and nodded, glancing him over. "Brother Yong, you look like this." His disheveled appearance and beard really make him look like a bear. But afraid of hurting his feelings, she didn't say it out loud. Wu Yong misinterpreted her look, grinning widely and showing his big white teeth. He laughed loudly. "How about now?
Handsome, right?"
"More and more charming." Xiao Wan's lips twitched. "Why, yeah, I guess. As long as you're happy." Wu Yong didn't notice her dismissive tone. He turned to Qin Laosan. "How about you? Everything going smoothly? Did you find the people?" "Yes." Qin Laosan nodded coldly. "Are you heading to the granary? I told you all." Wu Yong spoke happily, then suddenly remembered something. He lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. Looking at the two in front of him, he said, "Little sister, you're amazing. Do you know how much wheat we harvested this time?" Zhou Wan's eyes lit up and asked, "How much?" "Over 35,000 dan." Wu Yong held up 3 fingers, excitedly stammering. "That means the yield per mu is over 1,000 jin. Do you know? In all of Nanli country, this has never happened before. Before, the maximum wheat yield was about 3 to 4 shur per mu, roughly 500 jin. But now it's over 1,000 jin per mu, more than double. Little sister, you're incredible." Zhou Wan had expected this and simply nodded calmly. Old Qin, though aware of the situation, was still surprised. He looked at Zhou Wan and saw her so composed, which made him understand everything. His expression darkened as he turned to Wu Yong and asked coldly, "Has this been spread around? Such a big secret. If it gets out, Zhou Wan might be in danger. Not just other countries, even the capital's officials might not stay calm." Wu Yong also understood the possible consequences. He whispered, "Since we hired temporary workers, the high yield can't be kept secret. We can only tell others that the yield is close to 600 jin per mu, which is already very high. It shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble, but someone will definitely pay attention. Little sister, you might need to find ways to move some of the grain and handle it quickly, or else." He was worried someone might investigate secretly later. And secretly storing grain is illegal. He didn't know that Zhou Wan and her husband had already obtained the permission from Minister Jiang to store, sell grain, and sell seeds. "Don't worry, I understand." Zhou Wan nodded, knowing the situation well. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "How many people know about the 1,000 jin yield per mu? We keep the grain yield secret." "Right now, only the Cui brothers Du Xing, Old Master Kong, and I know. Besides Zhou Wan and her husband and those who already knew Minister Jiang, no one else knows his true identity. They all think he's just the teacher of the triplets, Mr.
Kong."
"All right, I understand. I will handle this matter properly. These people are very trustworthy." Xiao Wan trusts them and nods. "Yongge, you can continue. Xian Gong, and I will go check the granary. Do you want me to go with you?" Wu Yong asks. "Aren't you busy?" Xiao Wan asks in surprise. "What am I busy with?" Wu Yong shrugs. "Those guys are just afraid I don't know how to farm. They say I haven't plowed the fields. Look, they've divided the good land and given it to me. I just need to look at it for a day. What's there to be busy about?" Xiaowan finds it a bit funny. They take care of you and share the good land with you, and you still have opinions? All right then. She steps onto the cart first and Qin Lao Sen follows. Wu Yong sits next to the driver. Seeing that the driver is his brother Wang Dong, he pats his head and laughs. You're doing well, being chosen as the driver.
Keep at it.
Little sister and the others won't mistreat you. After being slapped, Wang Dong doesn't get angry. Instead, he smiles happily at Wu Yong and nods, thanks to Brother Yong. Don't worry, I'll never forget your kindness. I'll do my best. When he was a little beggar, Wu Yong saved his life. Now, at the Qin family, he can practice martial arts with Master Wu Ying every day and earn some monthly money. He's living like a proper person. He really treasures this chance and is very grateful to Qiao Wan and her husband. He will work hard and try not to fall behind his brothers. You're very aware of yourself, that's good. Seeing his old brothers living good lives with Qiao Wan and her husband, Wu Yong feels even more grateful to Qin Qingchu. It was his clever advice that led to today's success for his brothers. Wang Dong scratches his head and smiles. Actually, all the brothers think the same way. Yes, everyone is good. Wu Yong and Wang Dong chat as they walk, and soon they arrive at a small hill. After several months of renovation, the houses on the hill are now finished. Unlike the 5 separate villages, here there's a large granary built underneath the houses. Judging by the scale, this place will definitely be the headquarters for the 5 villages in the future. Xiao Wan and Qin Lao San get off the cart and walk around the area. Seeing the well-built houses, they nod in satisfaction. Then they follow Wu Yong further back and finally see the newly built granary in a relatively flat area. When I pushed the door open, I found that inside was divided into 2 floors, both filled with golden wheat. Zhou Wan casually grabbed a handful and saw that the grains were full and shiny gold. When she smelled them carefully, she could also smell the wheat's fragrance. It seems that this spiritual spring water is really good. Just a few drops during the first watering had such a strong effect. I need to be careful in the future. Moreover, the wheat grown with this small amount of spiritual spring water is just right for planting. The spiritual energy of the spring should ensure that the next harvest will produce at least 800 jin per mu. As for the future, the yield might gradually decrease. Everyone wait outside, Wu Yong said as he saw Zhou Wan paying close attention. Madam and 3rd young master want to look a bit longer here. You can go about your work. If anything comes up, I'll call you. The 2 guards responded with yes and left. Little sister, actually. Wu Yong happily ran to Zhou Wan. Just as he was about to speak, he heard 3rd young master Qin say in a deep voice, "Who's there? Come out." Wu Yong paused and looked in the direction of 3rd young master Qin's gaze into the granary, but saw nothing. Young brother-in-law, you're not mistaken. Come out. Don't make me say it twice, 3rd young master Qin said again, ignoring him, with cold eyes fixed on that direction. Haha. 3rd young master, are you talking about me? After a second, a thin figure stepped out of the granary, bowing respectfully to Qin and the others, and said with a smile, 3rd young master, Madam, Brother Yong, I was just checking the granary over there. I was worried about mice getting in. I hope I'm not the one you're talking about. Please don't be angry, 3rd young master. Li Si, today wasn't your turn for duty, was it? Why are you here? Wu Yong frowned and asked coldly when he recognized Li Si, who was brought by himself. Haha, Brother Yong, Dazhu has a stomachache today. I replaced him for the day, Li Si said with a smile. Wu Yong knew about Dazhu's diarrhea. Hearing this, he nodded and looked calmer, but still asked, Then what are you sneaking around here for? Unfair, Brother Yong. I was just checking if the wheat in the storage was okay. Maybe it needed turning or might be moldy. I also took a quick look around to see if there were any mice. When 3rd master asked me to leave, I didn't realize he was talking to me. I really didn't do it on purpose, Li Si said sincerely and sadly, looking at Wu Yong. Enough, enough, Wu Yong said impatiently, waving his hand. I check these things every day, so you don't need to worry. Go outside. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Yes, Li Si said, relieved. He quickly ran out and even closed the door behind him. Hopefully no one else is here now, Wu Yong asked old third Qin. Then he looked around the storage again, making sure no one was there, before quietly telling old third Qin and Xiaowan, "Come with me." Old third Qin and Xiaowan looked at each other and followed Wu Yong. They walked past piles of wheat to the middle of the storage. Wu Yong squatted down, knocked a few times on the ground, then carefully moved the wheat covering the top and lifted a wooden board. Once the board was lifted, a wooden staircase appeared underneath. Wu Yong went down first. After a few steps, he saw that Qin old third and Xiao Wan hadn't followed. He came back, stuck his head out, and excitedly whispered, "Come quickly." Qin old third raised an eyebrow, took Xiao Wan's hand, and followed him inside. Soon, the three of them reached the underground. It was very spacious, actually dug out into a large underground storage. It was even bigger than the one above ground, and it was filled with wheat, probably about the same amount as the storage outside. "How is it?"
Impressive, right?
Wu Yong said excitedly, looking at them. "I really worked hard for your wheat. It's pretty good," Xiaowan said happily, nodding. "But this probably wasn't your idea, Brother Yong." It wasn't that she looked down on him, it was just that Brother Yong, being a rough guy, probably couldn't think of these things himself. Wu Yong's proud expression froze for a moment. He hesitated and said, "Even if this idea was from the Cui brothers, what does it matter? I supervised the construction, and it was finished under my watch. To hide it from outsiders, this big underground storage was a lot of work for me. The people digging the granary are very trustworthy." This time, he personally took part, and those few days of work made him lose several pounds. Xiaowan understood his effort and smiled, saying, "Good job. Once the wheat is processed, I will increase your monthly pay." Wu Yong's eyes lit up. "How much will it be increased?" His current monthly pay is 2 taels of silver, which is far less than before, but it's stable, so he's happy. "It depends on the profit, but 1 more tael of silver is certain," said Xiaowan while watching the wheat. "1 tael is enough," Wu Yong said happily with a big smile. The three of them walked around the underground granary, checked for any problems, and then went upstairs. Wu Yong covered the grain with a wooden board and spread the wheat on top. Unless you knew, you wouldn't be able to tell anything was different. "Old Master Kong, you can't go in right now." They heard a noisy commotion at the door. "What do you mean I can't go in?" "I have important matters to see Miss Xiaowan." "Don't stop me," shouted Jiang Taifu angrily. But Brother Yong ordered that no one is allowed inside. "Please wait here. They will come out soon," someone replied, stopping him. "Brother Zhao, Old Master Kong is the teacher of the young master and lady. His status is different. Maybe I should go in and report," another voice said, as if about to push the door open.
But he was also stopped.
"Li Si," Brother Yong said no. "Are you trying to be reckless?" Li Si smiled and patted Zhao Yongyuan on the shoulder. "It's not that serious, Brother Zhao. I'm just delivering a message for Old Master Kong. I believe third young master and madam will understand." After saying that, he suddenly stepped to the side and pushed open the granary door. Zhao Yongyuan looked at Li Si in shock. "Li Si, how can you do this?" "You're just..." He was about to say more when he saw Xiao Wan and her husband, along with Brother Yong, standing at the door. He quickly bowed respectfully and greeted the three. "Third young master, madam, Brother Yong." Seeing the three, a flash of panic crossed Li Si's eyes. He hurriedly explained, "Old Master Kong is here, probably with something important to discuss with you." Xiaowan didn't give him a glance. She nodded politely to Jiang Taifu behind him and asked with a flicker of curiosity, "Aren't you busy teaching the children? Why are you here?" "You think hiding from me means I can't find you? Let me tell you, Xiaowan, don't play this game with me. Some things can't be hidden." General Jiang angrily twirled his beard and stepped into the granary. He kicked the door shut with a loud bang. Li Si, who was behind him, hurriedly took a step back outside to avoid being hit by the door. Xiao Wan helplessly followed him into the granary. "Fine, go ahead. I'm listening." Seeing her like this, General Jiang lost his temper and looked at her impatiently. "This is a matter that benefits the country and the people. If you donate wheat seeds to the court, you'll get more recognition than if you sell the seeds yourself. Why are you so resistant?" Xiaowan sneered. You're just fooling me. Donating wheat seeds to the court is just for a false reputation. What do I get in return? Does that reputation help me? I tell you, it's useless and will only be a burden. Once news spreads that I can grow high-yield wheat seeds, all countries will be excited. Do you think I can still live peacefully? Besides, I sell seeds to the people of Nanli just like donating to the court. What's the difference? It's just that they want to keep my secret formula so they can control the situation. Do they really think I'm stupid? General Zhang choked and quickly explained. Selling seeds is the same. The court's plan to unify planting and develop better varieties is to save more people suffering from hunger and cold. Isn't that good? Xiaowan nodded. If the court is good and the people are better off, what about me? I've worked hard to develop these wheat seeds, and I also have rice seeds in the future. I don't even have the right to sell them. Do I have to keep planting and buy everything from the court? The wheat seeds, nourished by the spiritual spring water, probably won't produce much less even if cultivated properly. Even if there is a slight decrease, it won't be too much. So, if the court has capable people, they could try planting these wheat seeds, fertilized properly, and with each generation, the yield probably wouldn't drop below 800 gene. The court really knows how to plan. Of course not. General Zhang's face turned red from being caught, and he hurriedly defended himself. The current emperor is a wise ruler. He definitely wouldn't do such things. You're not him. How do you know? Xiaowan retorted. So, what do you want to do? Jiang Taifu looked at her helplessly. Your request to apply for grain storage and sales has already reached the emperor's ears. And you also made a bet about growing 1,000 gene of rice per mu. Sooner or later, the court will find out. It's better to report it now than to be caught later and be summoned. Xiaowan knew these issues well.
She sighed.
The wheat seeds can be offered to the court. Before Jiang Taifu could be pleased, she continued, but I have conditions. Jiang Taifu looked at her calmly. Go on. I will only offer this batch of wheat seeds and the methods for breeding and planting. As for who the court chooses to grow them or how they turn out, I am not responsible. If the emperor picks someone incompetent who doesn't know how to farm and it ends badly, it will be blamed on me and I will suffer. Jiang Taifu nodded. That's reasonable. Additionally, the court must allow me to breed my own wheat and rice seeds in the future and sell them myself. Of course, I will set the prices based on what the court seeds cost, nothing too high. When she decided to sell seeds, she had already thought it through. In the corrupt old society, the first batch of seeds would definitely be given to the court. This was a matter of people's livelihood. The court wouldn't allow her to grow strong alone, and in the future, they might even threaten her. But offering seeds to the court was fine, and she couldn't lose all control. She could offer seeds to the court and still sell them herself. With the court's protection, she would have an extra safeguard for her seed business, which was quite good. Seeing Jiang Taifu still thinking, Xiaowan added, actually, there's nothing wrong with selling seeds. Think about it. Based on the court's production, how much can they grow in a year? Even if they do, can ordinary people get them? But with me, it's different. My grains are stored in my shop, and I can limit the supply. That way, ordinary people can also grow the good seeds I develop. After a few years, when the grain seeds are spread across the entire Nanli kingdom, people probably won't need to buy seeds for a long time, and grain production won't be affected much. I'm not really threatening the court, am I? Don't you think? Jiang Taifu looked serious. And think about it, my seed sales are limited. I only sell to ordinary people. Before the people of Nanli Kingdom can grow their own seeds, the seeds won't leak out. As long as the cultivation is done properly, the government can continue to produce this type of grain. They can decide the price, how much to sell, and where to sell it, all based on the government's orders. This way, they can make a big profit, Xiaowan continued. Many things, Tutor Jiang could understand, but like Xiaowan said, he couldn't be the master of that situation. Tutor Jiang stroked his beard and nodded. I'll write a letter to the capital right away. You all wait for my news. After saying that, he strode off quickly. Wu Yong was confused and stood nearby. He recognized every word they said, but when they put it together, he couldn't understand it at all. You don't need to understand everything right now. Xiaowan looked at him and said, some things you'll know later. For now, you should stay here and guard the granary yourself. I just feel uneasy. Oh, Wuyong nodded confusedly. Even after Qiao Wan and her husband left, he still couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think about it anymore. He took his big sword and stood at the door, carefully checking the grain storage himself. Do you think this will work? Qiao Wan asked Qin Laosan as they sat in the carriage heading home. Her tone was full of worry. She was taking a gamble. As for whether it would succeed, she really wasn't sure. Don't worry. Qin Laosan held her hand and rubbed it in his palm. This is a good thing for the country and the people. The biggest worry for the court is that if you control the grain, it could threaten them greatly. But now you are willing to share the seed and cultivation methods and sell the seeds in limited amounts. That's already a lot of sincerity. As long as the emperor isn't too foolish, he should agree. Qiao Wan thought silently. I'm worried now that your grain might need special medicine to reach this yield. If you don't have that medicine and the harvest falls short, they might catch you and force you to reveal the planting secrets. Qin Laosan looked at her deeply and said. Qiao Wan wasn't surprised that Qin Laosan knew her secret. Recently, she hadn't avoided him in anything. She just hadn't explained the space to him. There's no need to worry about that. Qiao Wan smiled and said, I thought the same at first, but I just checked, and the quality of this batch of seeds is very good. Even someone who is not skilled can produce about 800 jin per mu if they know how to farm. If they take good care, reaching 1,000 jin per mu is easy. With proper cultivation, after a few generations, this batch of seeds should yield at least 700 to 800 jin per mu, except on poor land. After inspecting the wheat fields, Qiao Wan visited the condiment factory and the porcelain factory. The condiment factory was well managed by the village chief's wife and Aunt Zhou, and everything was running smoothly. It's worth mentioning that, after some time observing, Du Xiaoda, the village chief's wife Ruan, and Aunt Zhou all thought Li Ping from the neighboring village was quite good. He was in his 30s, steady in manner, but not dull, making him very suitable for Du Xiaoda's current position. Seeing that Du Xiaoda was eager to return to farming with his father, Qiao Wan didn't insist. After meeting Li Ping and confirming he was indeed suitable, she let him directly replace Du Xiaoda as the only male manager of the condiment workshop. At the porcelain factory, Baizhua's father and son, along with Li Shunzi, were doing well. Now, they not only supplied ceramic jars to the condiment workshop on time each month, but also started doing business outside. Everything was on the right track, looking prosperous and lively. After finishing her walk, Qiao Wan returned home and went to the backyard to check the cotton seedling field. The area was surrounded by a wall of green bricks over 2 meters high, and cotton was being cultivated there. A few days without visiting had allowed the cotton seedlings to grow out. Looking from afar, the field was lush and green, very charming. Just a few days ago, on the 4000 Mu estate, she had discussed plans with Cui Gaoyuan. They would first plow the land and plant rice. In about 10 days, the cotton could be transplanted. Now, these tasks were handled by dedicated people. Qiao Wan only occasionally visited, provided them with spiritual spring water, and taught them how to plant. She wasn't as busy anymore. During her free time, she began studying cotton spinning. 7 days later, in the afternoon, after walking around the rice fields, Qiao Wan returned home and saw a carriage parked outside. She went inside and found that it was Jiang Taifu's grandson, Jiang Yuni. He was playing in the yard with the triplets. When they saw her return, the triplets hurried over, calling out father, mother. Little Jiang Yui habitually kept his delicate face tense. He bowed politely to the two of them and cheerfully greeted, I am Jiang Yui, the grandson of Mr. Jiang. Today, I am here to deliver a letter to my grandfather. For a while, I may trouble Uncle Qin and Aunt Wan. Because of grandfather Jiang Taifu, Qiao Wan and her husband had met Jiang Yui several times and were quite familiar with him. Hearing this, Qiao Wan understood that he was going to stay. She smiled and gently patted Jiang Yui's head. Little Yui, no need to be polite. Feel free to stay here. If you need anything, just tell Momo Chui. Bibi Qin cheered. From now on, Brother Yui can study with us. I knew Mom would agree. Chaoan looked up and saw that Qin Debao and Qin Erbao also had happy smiles on their faces, seeming to like Jiang Yui staying. Xiao, you're back. Come here for a moment. Perhaps hearing their voices, grandfather Jiang Tai Fu came out of the house. He looked at the children, and they immediately became well-behaved and quietly moved aside. Seeing this, Chaoan secretly chuckled. No matter the era, children are most afraid of their teachers. The couple followed grandfather Jiang Tai Fu into the newly built study room. He picked up a thick stack of letters from the table and handed them to Chaoan and her husband. They raised their eyebrows, took the letters, and quickly glanced at them. They saw they were sent from the capital. This was delivered by little Yui this morning. It's a reply from the court. Would you like to read it? Seeing they only looked at the outside of the letters and had no intention of opening them, grandfather Jiang Tai Fu stroked his beard and asked. Xiaowan looked at the thick stack of letters in her hand, feeling a bit speechless. She guessed that the current emperor must be quite the chatterbox. But she kept a very respectful face. This is the emperor's reply. We, the couple, think it might be inappropriate for us to read it. If there's anything, just tell us directly. Grandfather Jiang Tai Fu snorted softly, secretly cursing the little fox, then smiled. Whether you read it or not, the emperor's intentions are clear. He agreed to your conditions and said he would buy the wheat seeds at 3 times the market price. In 3 days, someone will come to pick up the wheat and the money will be brought over then. That's good. It wasn't given for free, and with the money it was a pleasant surprise. Xiaowan nodded. Additionally, His Majesty has heard that you plan to grow high-yield rice. He said that if you succeed, he hopes you will sell the first batch of high-yield rice to the court. Tutor Zhang thought for a moment and mentioned this matter. Old rules apply. You can sell it as long as it doesn't stop me from trading. Xiaowan had already expected this and didn't mind. Good. Very good. Tutor Zhang was very pleased with Xiaowan's reaction. He took out a document and handed it to her. This is what I asked His Majesty for on your behalf. You should need it very much. Xiaowan looked at the document and was surprised to see it allowed her to train 20 soldiers. She was stunned and looked at Tutor Zhang in disbelief. Even old Third Qin, usually calm, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Remember, in Namli country, it is forbidden to privately raise soldiers. Only officials of the first rank or higher can keep 50 private soldiers at home for guarding and emergency rescue. Second-rank officials can have about 30, third rank about 20. Fourth and fifth rank officials may be allowed to keep 10, depending on the situation. Below fifth rank, it's not even worth considering. Of course, families can have some guards, but they are not allowed to keep weapons privately. Now, the emperor directly granted Xiaowan the right to have 20 private soldiers. The key is not just these 20 people, but that her family can store weapons for 20 people. In the future, training these soldiers will be more open and legitimate, without fear of being reported. Seeing that Xiaowan and her husband were stunned, Tutor Zhang raised his head proudly, looking confident. How about it? I've been good to you, right? Actually, when you add it up, you're not losing. You should know, not everyone can afford to keep private soldiers. If I hadn't spoken to the emperor, and if the high-yield wheat project had been exposed, you would have faced many troubles, not just pressure from the capital and the princes, but also from other countries. Do you think it's so easy to keep private soldiers? He explained that initially, the emperor only intended to give 5 slots. If he hadn't brought out a trump card. Tutor Zhang glanced at old Third Qin intentionally or unintentionally. With the emperor's stinginess, it was impossible to get 20 slots. This was equivalent to the rights of a third-rank official. Thank you. Xiaowan can imagine that obtaining this right must have cost Minister Zhang a lot. She sincerely bowed to him and expressed her gratitude. You have also made a great contribution to the country and the people. This is nothing. Minister Zhang waved his hand and walked away with his hands behind his back. Xiaowan looked at the contract again and finally smiled as she put it away. It seems the rumors are not true, she sighed after finishing. The rumors said Minister Zhang offended the emperor and could no longer stay in the court, so he resigned and left. But from how Minister Zhang acts, being able to contact the emperor directly and even negotiate for benefits, it's clear he is close to the emperor. Looks like I need to treat the old man well in the future. Qiaowan said with a smile. When old Qin went to handle training matters, she turned around to continue studying the cotton spinning tools. Qiao Xian was angry because the cotton germination rate was low. She blamed her subordinate, Zhang Shan, for not getting the secret formula for planting cotton, which caused her big losses. She wondered if she should continue planting cotton. At this moment, Ginkgo suddenly came in and whispered a few words in her ear. She raised her eyebrows and sat back in her chair, saying calmly, "Let him come in." Ginkgo obeyed and soon brought in a thin man. "Greetings, Miss Qiao." The man bowed respectfully when he saw Qiao Xian and bowed to her. Qiao Xian didn't speak. She just sat quietly. "Tell me, what do you want?" "You must see our young lady now. If you can't explain yourself, I'll skin you," said Aunt Yu, who was beside Qiao Xian. Yes, Aunt Yu. That's right." The man nodded and bowed in front of Aunt Yu. "My name is Zhang Shan's brother. Not long ago, Zhang Sen asked me to watch over the Qin family. I stayed there for a while and found some problems. I wanted to report directly to Zhang San, but because it was urgent and serious, I came straight to Miss Qiao. Please forgive me, Miss Qiao and Zhang Shan." Zhang San looked at the man coldly, secretly annoyed that he suddenly appeared in front of the young lady. He just wanted to show off and get a good job in the future, but he didn't dare show his feelings. Elder Ma also looked down on this person deep inside, but she patiently said, "Just tell me what you want to say directly. Don't beat around the bush. My young lady doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense." Yes. Seeing that Qiao Xian's face showed some impatience, the man quickly said, "Elder Ma, recently the Qin family announced that they produce over 600 jin of wheat per mu and built a granary on the top of Zhuangzi Mountain. I believe you have heard about it. However, I have worked in the Qin family's wheat fields and found that their wheat planting methods are not much different from others. Even if they harvest a little more wheat than usual, I still don't believe the yield can be that high. So, I have been secretly investigating this matter these days. And I just found out that there might be something suspicious about the Qin family's granary." The thin man originally wanted to keep some mystery, but seeing Elder Ma frown, he hurriedly continued, "I found out that the grain in the Qin family's granary is not as much as they say. It might be only half of what they claim. So, you mean the wheat yield per mu is more than 600 jin, maybe up to 1,200 jin? Qiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that's true, then her gap with Qiaowan would be even bigger. In the future, how could she win old Qin's heart? Qiao Xian looked at the thin man with a cold gaze. The man was startled, feeling as if a poisonous snake was staring at him. For a second, he regretted working with Zhang Shan and helping Qiao Xian. But it was only a second. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I didn't mean that. It's unlikely that the yield is 1,200 jin per mu. What I mean is, the Qin family might be secretly storing grain. Qiaowan doesn't store grain for no reason. Is she planning a rebellion?" Qiao Xian knew Qiaowan well. She wouldn't do such things. There must be some other plan behind her grain storage. Thinking about Qiaowan's bet with Mu Kaicheng and the rice yield of 1,000 jin, she suspected that these grains might really be grown by Qiaowan herself, just not announced publicly. If that's the case, then she and Qiaowan really couldn't compare. What should she do? Whether Qiaowan is storing grain or not, if she has more grain than she claims, then she is storing grain. A cruel look flashed in Qiao Xian's eyes. She smiled softly and said to the thin man, "I don't believe my sister would do such a thing. And even if there is something suspicious about this matter, you should go to the county magistrate, not to me. I cannot, and will not deal with my own sister. You act innocent while doing wrong." The thin man sneered inwardly, but smiled politely and respectfully, saying, "Yes, Miss Qiao is right. I apologize for my rashness and any offense caused to Miss Qiao. Please forgive me. It's okay, you may go. This time, I will pretend I didn't see you. Next time, if you dare to come to the Qiao residence and spread rumors again, don't blame me for being rude." Qiao Xian waved her hand, and the man hurriedly left. "Go see where he went," Elder Ma instructed Zhang Shan after the man's figure disappeared. Zhang Shan quickly stood up, ready to run outside. He had only taken a few steps when Elder Ma approached him with 10 taels of silver. This matter is settled. Here is your reward. Thank you, Elder Ma, Zhang Shan said happily. After expressing his gratitude, he chased after the man. After going out, he didn't know what he said to the thin man. He gave the man a few silver coins, and the man happily headed toward the government office with the money. 3 days later, early in the morning, knowing the emperor planned to send people to harvest wheat, Qiao Wan and Old Qin arrived early at the farmstead. They first checked the 2 rice paddies, quietly dropping 2 drops of spiritual spring water onto the rice fields during the water release. Then they slowly followed the main road toward the mountain granary. Not long after reaching the granary, a group of soldiers rushed in and quickly surrounded Qiao Wan's farmstead. Who are you, and what do you want? The soldiers climbed to the top and tried to rush into the granary. Wu Yong and his men guarded the area. Of course, they wouldn't let them in easily. They stopped them and asked coldly. Someone reported that the Qin family was hoarding grain illegally. They were now on official duty, so please do not obstruct them. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The leader, dressed in armor, drew a large sword from his waist, ready to attack. It looked as if Wu Yong would be cut down if he dared to block. The leader, whom Wu Yong did not recognize and who didn't seem to be from Yunhe County based on his accent, said, "We are honest folks. How could we hoard grain secretly? Please clarify what is happening." He quietly slipped 5 taels of silver into the armored man's hand. The armored man narrowed his eyes and took the silver, but he was still very rude, pushing Wu Yong aside. "Get out of the way. If there's hidden grain storage, we'll find out after we check." These people's behavior was just as bad as bandits in the mountains. If they let them in, all the grain in the warehouse might be ruined. Wu Yong and his brothers, along with the Cui brothers and the Du father and son who arrived quickly, all stood outside the warehouse. The atmosphere instantly became tense, reaching a breaking point.
Fine.
"You all are quite bold." The armored man in charge was furious, pointing at Wu Yong and the others. "Dare to block the officials from doing their job. Capture them first." He waved his hand, and behind him, a group of about 50 soldiers with spears rushed in, ready to fight. "Please, sir, have mercy. Please, sir, have mercy." Li Si, seeing this, knelt down in fear and tearfully said to the man in charge, "I am not with them. I reported on the Qin family. I also have credit. I know the secrets of the Qin family's grain warehouse, and where they store their grain. Please, sir, have mercy. I can lead you inside." Li Si. Although he had some doubts deep down, Wu Yong was very angry. He didn't expect his men to do such things. "Brother Yong, don't blame me." Li Si turned to Wu Yong, looking helpless. "I didn't want this, but hoarding grain secretly is against the law. I was really scared." Dezhu, Yongyuan, Dongzi, Li Si looked at everyone present and called out their names one by one. "You are all innocent. You don't know what the Qin family has done. Just admit your mistake, and I believe the officials will let you go, right, sir?" After speaking, Li Si bowed and looked at the man in charge, hoping for his approval. The armored man looked over Li Si and the others, giving a nearly invisible nod. These people looked decent, all promising. If he could use them, placing them in the secret army of the Crown Prince, it would be a good choice. "Li Si, you really are a worthless person. Don't you remember when you were beaten almost to death and left bleeding on the road? Who saved you then? You ungrateful dog. Brother Yong not only saved you, but also taught you martial arts. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but you also betrayed Brother Yong and Lord San. Get out." However, unexpectedly, besides him, no one else wanted to betray. Although they were afraid of the authorities, they still firmly stood by Brother Yong. Humph. Stubborn and blind. The armored man leading the group snorted coldly, with a sinister look in his eyes. "Search inside. Anyone who blocks us will be killed without mercy." Deputy Supervisor's son, such bravado. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, charming voice suddenly came from behind. The voice was cold, like clear spring water. He froze for a moment, turned around, and saw a man dressed in plain silk clothes walking slowly toward him. Behind him, a handsome couple followed. The man's fox-like eyes were slightly squinted, looking at him with a half-smile. He felt a chill run down his spine. His previous momentum suddenly dropped. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Qiao." Qiao Yiyuan, along with his wife Qiao Wan, approached the armored man, the deputy supervisor. He nodded slightly. "I will handle the matter here.
You can leave now."
Isn't that inappropriate? The deputy supervisor glanced at Qiao Yiyuan. Although young Master Qiao was born in the Qiao Marquis house, this is still my Pingzhou prefecture's matter. Don't you think your reach is a bit too long? They heard there was about 30,000 shur of grain here. If they could take it back, the soldiers the crown prince had hidden in the mountains would have enough food. So today, no matter what, he was determined to take this grain. My reach is too long? Qiao Yiyuan was amused and looked coldly at the deputy supervisor. A faint smile appeared on his handsome lips. If I remember correctly, Deputy Supervisor's son should be in the city. Why are you here? Are you neglecting your duties? Does Governor Lu know about this? Deputy Supervisor's son sneered coldly, his eyes full of darkness as he looked at Qiao Yiyuan. That's none of your business, young Master Qiao. Why are you here in Yunhe County? I advise you not to interfere. Although Qiao Yiyuan was not an official in the capital, people privately guessed he might be connected to the second prince. Now that he was in Yunhe County, they knew nothing about his purpose. Just thinking about Deputy Supervisor's son made him sweat cold. He must quickly resolve the matters here and report to the crown prince. Was Qiao Yiyuan really after the supplies, or was he actually targeting the private soldiers in the mountains of the crown prince? Thinking this, Deputy Supervisor's son started to feel anxious. Young Master Qiao, I don't want to be your enemy. If you are sensible, I advise you to leave immediately. Sorry. Qiao Yiyuan slightly smirked, his fox-like eyes smiling as he looked at Deputy Supervisor's son, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. I am someone who knows everything, except how to be sensible. I will return your words exactly as you said. If you leave now, I won't pursue this. But if you insist on staying today, don't blame me for being rude. Young Master Qiao, you have a big mouth. A hint of killing intent flashed in Deputy Supervisor's son's eyes. Since you are so unreasonable, then stay here with these people. Everyone attack. Anyone who blocks us, kill without mercy. Qiao Yiyuan took a step forward, pulling out a yellow token from his clothes and holding it up. The Imperial Dragon Order is here. Kneel now. This was an order issued by the Emperor himself. Seeing the Imperial Dragon Order, everyone saw the Emperor. Deputy Supervisor Su was shocked. Along with the soldiers behind him, they instantly knelt down, shouting, "Long live the Emperor! Long live!" Even Wu Yong and others, who didn't understand what was happening, also knelt down. "Get up, everyone!" Qiao Yiyuan snorted coldly. "This young master is here on the Emperor's orders to inspect. The Qin family's affairs are not your business. Leave now." Deputy Supervisor's son stared hard at the Imperial Dragon Order in Qiao Yiyuan's hand, unable to understand how he got it or what he was here to do. But without knowing the full situation, he dared not confront directly. It seemed he could only think of other plans later. He glared fiercely at Qiao Yiyuan, then waved to his subordinates behind him. "Let's go." He then stomped off angrily with his men. Li Si saw this and was a bit stunned. Seeing no one paying attention to him, he slowly retreated, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape quickly. He didn't want to go back, but after taking only 2 steps away, he was caught by a man Wu Yong had brought earlier. The man grabbed his collar and pulled him back, then threw him to the ground. "You ungrateful thing! Have you forgotten what life was like before? Now that things are better, you dare to think about betraying us. Still want to run? Where can you run to? Stay here and behave." Li Si was so scared his legs went weak. He knelt on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy. But when he saw everyone's angry looks, he opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He knew he was finished, but he was not willing to give up. He looked at each person, finally glaring hard at Qiaowan. He snorted coldly and said, "Today, I fell into your hands. It's bad luck for me. Do whatever you want, kill or cut me. But I haven't done anything evil or sold myself to the Qin family. Can you really kill me?" Qiaowan sneered and didn't look at him. Dongzi, Diju, take him away and give him a good interrogation. Don't let him die. Then she looked at Xiao Yiyun. Young Master Xiao, please. It seems the water in Yunhe County is pretty deep, Xiao Yiyun said with narrowed eyes, watching the deputy governor's back as he left, then glancing at Li Si being taken away. He then casually smiled like a fox, as if nothing had happened, and said to Qiao Wan and her husband, "How do you plan to thank me?" "No need to. Isn't this a matter of your official duties, young Master Qiao?" She interrupted. Before she finished, old Qin stepped forward, pushed open the granary door, and ordered the guards outside to stay there. Then he led Xiao Yiyuan into the large granary. "All the grain you wanted is here." Even Xiao Yiyuan, who had seen many storms, was stunned when he saw the fields of wheat. So much wheat. The golden color was very attractive, especially inside the granary because it was filled with wheat. The smell was strong and refreshing. His eyes lit up. He excitedly patted old Qin on the shoulder. Good, good. General Qin, you and your wife have really made great contributions to Nanliguo. 1,000 jin of wheat per mu. Maybe in the future, there will be rice with 1,000 jin per mu. Just now, when he came up, he inspected the Qin family's farm. They really planted over 1,000 acres of rice. If the yield is 1,000 jin per mu, it would be a great blessing for the people of Nanli Kingdom. It's not us, it's Wana, said Qin Laosan, never intending to claim credit for his wife's work. Everyone said these were Qin family's assets, but in fact, Wana was the one who built everything herself. It was all her effort. He explained this, but no one listened. Gradually, he stopped explaining. Letting him carry the blame was fine, especially since those with bad intentions targeted him. But in front of Qiao Yiyuan, he had to clarify this matter because the emperor might reward someone for their achievements. He hoped that Qiao Wan would be the one honored by the emperor. Yes, I was wrong. Can we stop talking about this? Qiao Yuan didn't care who came up with the idea. What mattered to him was the people of Nanli Kingdom. I'll send someone now to weigh the rice and take it away. Let's get it into the capital early so we can all rest easy. General Qin, do you have any opinions? Qin Laosen looked at Qiao Wan, who shook her head. Xiao Yiyuan couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at both of them in shock. He never expected that the formidable General Qin on the battlefield would be like this in front of his wife. Since everything was settled, Qiao Yiyuan began weighing the rice. Because there was so much rice, the weighing team was divided into 5 groups. Qiao Wan asked Wu Yong, the Cui brothers, and the Du father and son to lead small teams, also divided into 5 groups, to help the officials with weighing. Even with many people brought by Qiao Yiyuan, the work of weighing the rice lasted until evening. It was only after sunset that they finished. Xiao Wan originally wanted to let Qiao Yiyuan rest at home for the night, but he refused. He said it was better to take the rice away at night to avoid attracting attention during the day, which might cause unnecessary trouble for her. Xiao Wan thought it made sense, so she sent the people away that night. After sending Qiao Yiyuan off, it was already late. Xiao Wan told everyone to pack up and left a small team to guard the farm. Then she took the remaining people and headed back to Huashi village. Now, things were getting very noisy. This afternoon, Qiao Xian received news from the county magistrate, who said he had already informed the prefecture. The people there had gone over this morning to handle the Qin family's grain storage. She suddenly became alert and personally went to visit Qiao Wan's family farm west of the town. She found that what the county magistrate had said was true. She immediately ordered Yinxing to take people to Huashi village. Yinxing, did you lie to me about this old woman? Is what you said true? Did the officials really arrest Qiao and Lao San? What did they do wrong? When Hu Shi heard this, she was shocked that Qin Lao San and his wife were surrounded by officials at the farm. She was a bit anxious and held Yinxing's hand, asking, "Did they do something serious? Will it affect us?" Other members of the Qin family also looked up nervously and stared at her. Yinxing secretly despised the Qin family, but kept a sweet smile on her face. She supported Hu Shi and said, "Madam, even if you and the third master are no longer related, or if you didn't know about their secret grain storage, it won't affect you. Rest assured." Today, I came on Mrs. Orders to check on you and bring some things. I also want to tell you this news so you're prepared. My family's young lady also said that if Third Master's family needs help, she will definitely assist. That girl Exiner is too kind-hearted. Who wouldn't want to stay far away from such trouble? Why help? Inxing, you must not go. Hu sure held Inxing back, worried she might run to Qin Lao San's house. Yes, Inxing, your young lady is too soft-hearted. You shouldn't persuade her. Qin Lao Si's wife, Yang, stepped in front of Inxing. The officials are already there, so it's probably hopeless. You can't get involved in this mess. If Exiner gets hurt, what will happen?
Their family brought this on themselves.
They have many assets, and, as Yang scolded, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her small eyes flickered with a plan. Inxing, how serious do you think the crime of secretly storing grain is? She asked eagerly, stepping in front of Inxing. Inxing's eyes flickered, and she smiled as she said, storing grain secretly is considered rebellion. I don't know how serious their crime is this time, but once convicted, it will be hard to get them back. Yang's small eyes sparkled with a calculating light as she looked at Hu. You know, if old Third Qin and Qiao are really caught, what will happen to their family's property? As former relatives, maybe we can help them manage their workshops. Hu's eyes also brightened, and she nodded confidently. Yes, you're right. Let's go out and see. After saying that, she took Yang out of the house. They wandered around the village, telling everyone that old Third Qin and Qiao had been caught for hoarding grain. At first, no one believed them, but seeing their confident expressions, people started to doubt. Who? Where did you hear this news? Someone asked curiously. Hu lifted her head proudly and snorted. Huh. My granddaughter is the only daughter of the Qiao family. The Qiao family has connections in the county and the city. It's easy for me to find out this kind of thing. Delu, why are you back so soon? Did old Third and little Qiao really get into trouble? People who leave early to work must have had something happen. Everyone was talking among themselves, following Delu and others, but the group that returned said nothing and went straight to Qiaowan's house. People who came to see the commotion also wanted to go, but Chui's maid, Madame Chui, stopped them outside.
See?
All these people are back. Old Third and the Qiao family must be in trouble, who looked down on the villagers arrogantly, acting superior. I heard that hoarding grain secretly is a death penalty. If you're caught, you workers might also get involved. Better act now, before the officials come and cut ties with old Third and them. If you get caught, you'll have no one to cry to. Many people were frightened when they heard this. They looked at each other with worried eyes. As the saying goes, common folks don't fight the officials. They're afraid too. Who, you old hag? How shameless can you be?
What are you talking about?
Old Third and little Qiao are fine. Don't listen to her nonsense. At this moment, Wan, the village chief's wife, happened to pass by. She was furious at Hu's words. She stepped forward and looked at the hesitant crowd, then loudly said, Who doesn't like old Third and is jealous of little Qiao? Everyone knows that. You people need to be smarter and not be fooled by the Hu family. If you don't want to work anymore, you can register with me at the spice shop. I can help you end your contract right now. But I advise you to think about what happened last time, when some people voluntarily gave up their work agreements. Consider whether you can handle the consequences of doing the same. Those who were tricked before, why haven't you learned your lesson yet? When the villagers heard Wancher say this, they thought it made sense and decided not to rush to end the contract. If they really get tricked by the Hu family and lose their jobs after ending the contract, who will they turn to for help? Wancher, what do you mean I tricked others? The fact is, the village land of the Third family was surrounded by officials. Who is lying here? Don't think that just because you're the village head's wife, I'll be afraid of you. If you don't apologize to my wife today, I will go to the village head and speak up. Hu family was so angry she jumped up, stepped in front of Wancher, pointed at her face, and started scolding her harshly. Go ahead. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wancher was completely unfazed. And take your hand away, or don't blame me for being rude. You're not afraid? What can you do if I am rude? You, the village head's wife, refuse to do your job properly and instead want to be a lackey for the Qiao family. Do you think you're so special?
Bah.
Once I take over the spice shop from the third family, I'll be the first to kick you out. Who family was so angry she glared at Wanshur and cursed loudly. Ha! Wanshur sneered. So, you're jealous that I manage the spice shop? And you want to take it over? Who family, it's broad daylight. How long do you think you can keep dreaming? Only you would dare to think like that. What do you mean I'm dreaming? Wanshur, I tell you, even if the third family isn't my biological son, he grew up in the Qin family. Now that they've done something wrong, the workshops they left behind are still my Qin family's property. Do you really think you can steal from us? Who family glared fiercely at Wanshur, looking suspicious and defensive, as if the spice shop belonged to her and Wanshur was the one trying to take it. Wanshur was amused and laughed. Trying to steal from you? Do you think you're capable? I don't know why you're spreading rumors today. Are you trying to take the Qiao family's property in the chaos? Who family, you really are something else. I want to tell you today, as long as I am working at the spice shop, I will protect it for Xiao Qiao. You won't get your hands on it. You, Wan family, how dare you steal from my old Qin family? I will fight you. Who was angry and rushed forward, grabbing Ruan's face with her claws. A deep scratch immediately appeared on Ruan's face. You who? How dare you hit me? Wan was also furious. She grabbed Hu's hair and slapped her across the left cheek. While others were stunned, Hu and Wan had already started pulling each other's hair and clothes, fighting fiercely. Hu, stop fighting. Village head's wife, forget it, forget it. Seeing this, everyone hurried to pull them apart and try to stop the fight. However, both Hu and Wan were too angry to let go. They kept grabbing each other tightly, kicking twice during the struggle. With some people secretly helping, by the time the village head and others arrived, the village head's wife had even torn off 2 buttons from Hu's clothes. I can't take it anymore. You're all teaming up to bully me. Village head, you must stand up for me. Your wife and these people are beating me. If you don't do anything, I will hang myself at your door today. Who took the initiative, sat on the ground, and started throwing a tantrum when she saw the village head coming with people. Who? Don't spread false accusations. Who bullied you? Clearly, you were the first to attack. We were just trying to break up the fight. How could we be teaming up to beat you? You're a confused old woman, trying to frame someone, whose words angered everyone. Before Wan could speak, they all started criticizing her loudly, calling her a scoundrel. You say you didn't team up to bully my wife, village head. You saw it yourself, right? They all attacked me together. You have to stand up for me. Who looked at village head Li Winshan with a pitiful expression, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing his wife with her hair messy and a conspicuous bloodstain on her face, Li Winshan's face darkened. He asked, what exactly happened? Wan opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, several women around her started explaining everything that had just happened. After hearing this, the village head's face darkened with anger. Who, the third couple, who are they? Don't we know? Don't spout nonsense here and disturb the peace. Just like people who sleep in the same bed, our words are the same. What do you mean I disturb people's hearts? The third couple has clearly been arrested. I am only stating the facts. Otherwise, how could Daliu and the others come back after not working properly? I kindly warned you all, but you teamed up to bully me. If you don't pay me 5 taels of silver today, I will go to my granddaughter and complain. You know what kind of family my granddaughter has. She has connections in the county and knows people in the city. If you don't pay, I will definitely report you. Mrs. Hu looked proud, as if she was better than everyone else. Don't even think about it. The village chief's wife was very angry at Mrs. Hu's words. She pointed at her and said, "You're just a daughter born to a concubine, at best a common daughter. You know this and that, but I won't give you 5 taels of silver or even 5 copper coins. Mrs. Hu, if you have the guts, go report me to the officials. How dare you insult me?" Mrs. Hu only pretended to be powerful. She was just talking. If it really came to going to the officials, she wouldn't be confident. Do I need to give you face? Your old face is gone long ago. How can you still talk about giving face to others? It's a joke, Mrs. Wan said disdainfully, glaring at her as if she had no money but dared to threaten to report her. Mrs. Hu was so angry she almost fell back, but she couldn't do anything. Yang, standing nearby, tugged at Mrs. Hu's sleeve and whispered, "Our goal today isn't this. If we can take over Old Third's family's business, do we still care about 5 taels of silver?" Mrs. Hu thought about it and nodded. Plus, with so many people here, she probably wouldn't get any benefit. She huffed in anger and stood up. "I won't argue with you. If you don't believe me when I tell the truth, fine." When the news of Old Third's family getting into trouble spreads and the officials come to settle the matter, you'll be crying. After saying that, she and Yang walked down the mountain in a dejected way. "Mother, what if the officials come to investigate and find that the industries of Old Third's family are managed by us? Wouldn't that involve us?" Yang asked hesitantly after a few steps. Mrs. Hu paused, thought for a moment, then snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? When the officials come, we just say that Old Third's family members didn't return, and we are only helping to manage temporarily. If they want those industries, just give them. Now let's hurry and move some things back home before the officials arrive." Yang listened and quickly followed Hu's steps, muttering, "What a pity. Such a big business and nice house. If Old Three and his wife are truly guilty, we won't get anything. But Mother is right. We should try to get a little." "Mother, wait for me." The two hurriedly ran toward Xiao Wan's house, looking like starving ghosts drawn by delicious food, moving quickly. The others stayed behind, surrounding Li Winshan and asking worriedly, "Village chief, is what Hu said true? Has Old Three and his wife really been caught?" "I think it might be true." One person thought for a moment and nodded. Although Lu and the others just came back and didn't say anything, their faces looked serious, like something big had happened and they were scared. "If it's true, what should we do?" Someone started to worry. "This day has finally gotten better, and now this happens again." Others echoed. Li Winshan didn't know the full story, but kept a calm face and said loudly, "There's no conclusion yet. Wait until Old Three and his wife come back. Don't worry too much. As the saying goes, the law doesn't blame the crowd. You're just workers, so even if something happened, it won't involve you. Go back now." After speaking, the village chief took the injured Ruan and went home. "Is it really okay?" Village chief's words seem reasonable. "Yes, let's wait and see. I just saw Hu and Old Four's wife heading down the mountain. They must be going to Old Three's house. Let's go and see." So a group of curious people ran toward Xiao Wan's house. When they reached the door, they saw Hu and Yang being chased out by Grandma Chui and others. At the door stood the proud Jinzi, and no one dared to get closer. "Are you not working today?" Today, Yin Tiezhuang was at home. Seeing a crowd gathered at the door, he came out and asked, "Are you here because you heard something and want to cancel? If you want to cancel, come with me. If not, go back to work. It's almost time, and you'll be late if you don't hurry, which will cost you money."
We're
leaving now." The people hesitated and then dispersed. Since the situation was unclear, they wouldn't foolishly lose their jobs like last time without knowing what was happening. "Just do your work. Nothing will happen." Yin Tiezhuang was very worried deep down. He didn't understand why people from the city had entered the village and talked about secretly storing grain. But he also vaguely knew that this grain was sold to the court. Last time, Qin Chengqiu had told him that his third uncle's identity seemed unusual. So, although he was worried, he didn't rush to find out what was happening. Moreover, even if something went wrong, he couldn't leave. He had to stay and wait for his third uncle and the others to return. Yin Tiezhuang thought this and strode back to Xiao Wan's house. "Mother, what should we do now?" Yang was driven out by Chui Mama and others, looking very distressed. But she didn't want to go back, just like that. She could only whisper to Hu, "Now, no one believes that the third brother and Xiao's family are in trouble. We can't even get into their house, let alone take anything. The factory probably has the same problem. Those people trust the third brother and his wife. If we go, we might not get anything good." Hu looked very disheveled, her hair messy, and her face had several red scratches. She had just been chased out by Jinzi and looked even more miserable. Hearing this, she pinched Yang hard and said, "Useless thing. Bringing you out was a mistake. Why did I find such a useless person for the fourth brother? Can't you think of a way yourself? If you have something, ask me." When I ask, who do I ask? Yang secretly hated this but suddenly saw Ginkgo walking over here. She casually asked where Ginkgo was going. Ginkgo cursed these two useless people in her heart, but smiled more gently on her face and softly said, "My young lady heard her Annie has returned, so she asked me to come and see her." "Isn't that Qin Dia?" Yang's eyes darted quickly. Suddenly, she grabbed Ginkgo. "You don't need to go. Even if you go, Big Sister won't recognize you. Maybe my mother and I can go instead." Did Xiner say she wanted to bring anything for Big Sister? "Give me the things, and we'll help you deliver them," who stood nearby, also eagerly watching the items in Ginkgo's hand. Ginkgo coldly curled her lips and looked softly at Yang. "Is that okay? We're all family." "What's wrong with that?" who domineeringly said to Ginkgo. "Xiner asked you to bring some good things for Dia. Bring them out, and I'll help you deliver." "It's nothing much, just some rice, flour, and a little red sugar." Knowing that no matter how many things she brought, in the end, they would still be taken by the Hu family, Yin Xing deliberately only took a small amount and handed it to Mrs. Hu. "The old lady is right. It's best to trouble you and fourth sister-in-law. No trouble at all, no trouble. You can go back now." Yang smiled as she took the items and walked with Mrs. Hu toward the top of the mountain where Qin Dia's house was. "Mother, are you really going to give it to her?" On the way, Yang looked at the small gifts Yin Xing handed her. Although not much, they were worth a few silver coins. Giving them to Qin Dia made her feel a bit sad. What's there to give? That unfilial girl. She's been back for so many days. She only came home the day before yesterday and brought a set of clothes for me and your father. That's all. I raised her with so much effort. This little bit of stuff, I'll tell her clearly, it's just a way to show respect to me and your father, Mrs. Hu said confidently. Yang naturally agreed and praised her with a smile. "Mother, you're right. I heard that today the wife from the Yin family went to town and only Big Sister and her husband are at home. Your husband stays at home all the time, which isn't good. Qin Lao San and his wife built a nice house on the mountain. Since Xiao Wan and her husband won't be coming back, why don't you talk to Big Sister? Maybe your husband can go work on the mountain too. The family can help manage the orange orchard. Maybe this big orchard will be ours someday. When we have money, we can build a big house on the mountaintop and buy a carriage for fifth brother's wedding." Yang's words touched Mrs. Hu deeply. She thought for a moment, then patted her thigh. "All right then. You take these things home and say they're a gift from Dia to us. Then call your father and fourth brother. We'll all go up the mountain together." Xiaowan stayed on the farm all day and very late, she and Qin Lao San hurried home with a group of people. When they reached the door, they found many people hadn't slept and were wandering around near her house, seemingly without purpose. Seeing their return, everyone gathered around. "Is that Xiao Qiao? You're back. Are you all right? Why did you come back so late? If you don't come back soon, old Qin's family will cause a fuss." "That's right. Old Qin's family has gone crazy. This noon, they spread rumors everywhere that you and Lao Sen secretly stored grain and got caught, trying to seize your family's property and house. Now, while you're not home, they've taken control of Dia and want to take over your orchard and the house on the mountain." Tonight, the moon was bright. Xiaowan sat in the carriage, clearly seeing everyone's expressions and hearing every word. "How are my older sisters doing now?" Upon hearing this, Xiaowan got out of the carriage and asked an elderly woman from the village. Big Qin was beaten badly by the Hu family, but it was only superficial injuries, not serious. However, your family's orchard was damaged by the old Qin family members. They went crazy and destroyed dozens of trees. Grandma Yin tried to stop them and was pushed to the ground, injuring her back. She's still in bed now. That woman had also gone to see the commotion earlier in the afternoon. Now, to please Xiao Wan, she hurriedly spoke. "Thank you for telling me this, ma'am." Xiao Wan thanked her, and then looked at everyone. "Thank you all for your concern. Something did happen at the farm today, but it was all a misunderstanding, and everything has been resolved. Whatever happens in the future, we'll handle it. There's no need to worry. It's getting late, so everyone should go home." Then she climbed back into the carriage, let Dongzi drive, and headed straight home. "Little Xiao, third brother, you're back." Mother and father came out to greet them as soon as they arrived home. Although they knew nothing serious had happened, they were still a little worried because it was so late. Even the village chief and his wife, Aunt Zhou with her children, Bai Zhuizai, Bai Xinlei, and Li Shunzi all came to wait outside, sitting in the yard. Little Qin Beibei hadn't seen her mother all day and missed her very much. As soon as Qiaowen got off the carriage, she ran over and tightly hugged her leg. Qiaowen smiled, picked up the little girl, and kissed her chubby face. "Baby, did you miss Mommy?" "Yes." Qin Beibei pressed her face against her neck and nodded heavily. "I miss my little treasure too." Qiaowen's heart melted. "But it's very late now. Let Sister Yin take you to wash up, and later, Mommy will tell you a story, okay?" Qin Beibei slid down from Qiaowen and took Cui Yuner's hand. Qiaowen patted the heads of Qin De Bao and Qin Er Bao. "You two go too. Let Sister Lan Dao. Mommy, we're grown up now. We can do it ourselves," the children said, then ran ahead. Third Qin looked at Du Xiaoda, who immediately followed. Seeing that the three children had all left, Qiaowen looked over everyone in the house and smiled, saying, "We're fine. It was just a scare. Everyone has had a long day, so go back and rest." After this incident, whether it was the managers, the house servants, or the workers in the factory, Qiaowen was very pleased with their reactions. The villagers did not immediately think of breaking their contracts like last time when they faced the Gua family. The workers brought by Wu Yong, as well as the Cui and Du families, also surprised her. In this time period, facing the authorities, everyone was nervous. Yet, they stood firmly on her side, which she didn't expect, except for Li Si. By the way, everyone performed well today. Managers, starting this month, our workers will get an extra 500 coins per day, and the long-term workers will get an extra 100 coins. Qiaowen was always fair in rewards and punishments. After thinking for a moment, she spoke to Ruan and Zhou. They responded together, "Yes, madam." Qiaowen then noticed that Ruan's face was actually bruised. Qiaowen frowned and walked over, gently holding Ruan's shoulder with one hand. She looked carefully and asked, "Aunt Ruan, what happened to your face? Who hit you?" "Nothing." At her age, still fighting with others. Ruan felt a bit embarrassed about this and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Today I had a small argument with someone. We got into a fight after some shouting. Did someone cause trouble at the workshop?" Qiaowen asked further. Seeing her concern, Zhou, standing nearby, helped explain, "It's all Hu's fault. Today at noon, she heard about the farm situation somewhere and started spreading rumors around the village, inciting people. She said you and Lao Sen were caught, and that the villagers should break their contracts with your family. When she said this, Sister Ruan happened to pass by, got angry, and argued with her. That's how it ended up like this. That kind of person never has a kind word to say. Aunt Ruan, next time don't bother with her. It was also because of her own family issues that Ruan got into a fight and got hurt." Qiaowen felt grateful and took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket. "This is the best golden wound medicine my senior brother made, with some special herbs added. Aunt Ruan, take it home and apply it to your face. It will prevent scars. Who would want a scar on their face?" Although she is a bit older now, Wansher would not want to be if she could help it. She looked at the small porcelain bottle, took it and gratefully thanked Qiaowen, saying, "Little Qiao, Auntie won't be polite." "Thank you so much, Mrs. Ruan. There's no need to be polite." "Don't worry, I will handle the Hu family," Qiaowen said. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, she began to send each of the concerned people out of the house. She went upstairs and saw that the triplets were already asleep. She reached out to pull the blankets over them and told Cui Yuner and Du Landao to watch over the children. Then she returned to the yard and saw that Third Qin had already ordered someone to bring in Li Si, who had his mouth gagged. Many people were standing in the yard, including everyone brought by Wu Yong, as well as servants from the Cui and Du families. Seeing this situation, Li Si felt a bit nervous. "Madam, Third Master, I didn't mean to do it. So many officials rushed in, and I was really scared today, so I did something foolish. Please forgive me this time," he begged. Just as Dongzi removed the cloth from his mouth, Li Si knelt down, no longer showing any arrogance from earlier. He cried and begged, "Yongge, since we were brothers once, please forgive me. Dongzi, Diju, help me plead. Diju, don't you remember? A few days ago you had stomach pain and I was the one on duty for you. Diju, save me. Diju looked at Li Si with some pity, but knew that Yongge had saved everyone's lives, and Third Master never kept secrets. He had brought in experts like Wu Ying to teach everyone, and Madame Qin arranged work for everyone with generous pay, giving everyone a new chance at life. He was shocked that Li Si would betray them like this. He knew that no matter what, Li Si could not be forgiven. Turning his face away, he refused to look at him and pretended not to hear his cries for help. Li Si saw that none of his former brothers would speak up for him. Filled with anger, he glared at everyone and said, "What brothers? They're all liars. You people are now just Qin family's dogs. I tell you, don't be fooled by them. They're just using you. When something goes wrong, my fate will be yours too. Xiao Wan, you wicked woman, you used every trick to get where you are today. Do you think Third Master Qin really loves you? I told you no, he doesn't love you at all. He is only with you because you have money and children." Before I finished speaking, Lao San Qin gave an order. Dongzi stepped forward, and with a loud slap, he slapped Li Si. Li Si immediately lost 2 teeth, his cheeks swollen, and a bloodstain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He let out a loud cry, glaring fiercely at Dongzi, cursing and struggling. "You, Wang Dong, dare to hit me. If you have the guts, let go of me. I'll beat you to death. Wrongdoings are not admitted. At this point, you still try to sow discord. Keep hitting him until he admits his mistake." Xiao Wan coldly looked at him and instructed Dongzi. Hearing this, Dongzi didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and slapped Li Si several times in a row. Li Si was so angry. He was furious that Li Si betrayed Brother Yong and the Qin family. Did he forget how everyone used to get through tough times? Without Brother Yong, they would have died hundreds of times. Li Si was among the 10 or so people with the best talent. He was diligent and had recently been training with Lao San Qin and Wu Ying, improving very quickly. Plus, he was ruthless in his attacks. In just a few hits, Li Si was dazed, blood dripping from his lips, and his ears buzzing. "I was wrong, madam. I was wrong. I dare not do it again. Yes, I was talking nonsense. I deserve to die. I know I was wrong. Dongzi, brother, please stop hitting me." Li Si, beaten badly, finally couldn't take it anymore. He cried and admitted his mistake, but his mouth was swollen, and he spoke unclearly. Xiao Wan didn't tell him to stop. Dongzi kept hitting until Li Si's face was swollen like a pig's head. He knelt on the ground, no longer arrogant like before. Only then did Xiao Wan let Dongzi step back and look at everyone. Xiao Wan, hate betrayal the most. You can say I am useless. If you want to leave, just say so. There is a contract with the workers. As long as you follow the contract, you can leave freely. I won't stop you. But if you are like Li Si, betraying and stirring trouble, don't blame me for being harsh. Dongzi, tell everyone what Li Si did today. Wang Dong cupped his hands and explained how the soldiers surrounded Xiao Wan's estate today. He recounted Li Si's actions just as they happened, for those who were at home and didn't go to the estate to hear. After everyone listened, they all fell silent. But their eyes showed clear disdain for Li Si, especially the people Wu Yong brought. They are all true brothers who would risk their lives for each other. Betrayal is the worst thing anyone can do. Just moments ago, some of us felt upset, thinking Dongzi was too harsh on his own people. But now, everyone agrees that Wang Dong was too lenient. If it were us, we would have beaten Li Si until he was barely breathing before stopping. Everyone glares at Li Si with anger. Li Si secretly hates himself, but has nothing to say. He admits he betrayed them today, but he also says, "Yes, I was wrong today. But I am not a servant of the Qin family. Please, Third Master and Madam, forgive me. I promise I will disappear right away and never come back. Someone like you can't stay here," she says coldly. "But before you go, we should settle all the accounts." Li Si's face turns pale as he looks at Xiao Wan, feeling a bad premonition. "This is the contract you signed when you came to the Qin family, along with the confidentiality agreement. The contract clearly states that your monthly silver is 1 tael, increasing by 500 won each year. The contract is for 10 years, not counting tips. You will receive at least 324 taels of silver. If you break the contract in the first 3 years, you must pay 3 times the amount, which is 972 taels. Originally, you were supposed to learn martial arts with my husband and pay related fees, but since you haven't been here long and haven't learned much, I will take 28 taels first. The total is 1,000 taels of silver. Hand it over. He has never had even 100 taels before, so where would he get 1,000 taels?
Ricia's vision darkens. I
don't have that much silver. That's your problem. Xiaowan looks at him coldly. Either pay back the silver or leave a leg or an arm. Your choice. Li Si's heart jumps wildly. His swollen face looks even worse. The onlookers nearby also feel tense. Their faces change repeatedly. They always thought the most powerful and cold person in the family was third master. But now they see that the madam, who usually smiles and seems easy to talk to, can be so ruthless when it counts. But upon reflection, everything seems quite reasonable. If the lady wasn't clever, how could she have taken a simple-minded person and 3 children, then gradually built her business to this level? She is usually very easy to talk to, so people mistakenly think she is gentle. Madam, losing a leg and an arm, even if he doesn't die, he won't survive once he leaves the Qin family. Li Si's lips kept trembling, and he couldn't speak a full sentence. Now, he's truly scared. A wave of fear overwhelmed him. Looking at his former brothers in front, thinking about their bright futures, he begins to regret secretly. But what's the use of regret now? He has no chance left. Brother Yong, please save me. I know I was wrong. Really, I swear I won't do it again. Please save me. He clumsily crawled next to Wu Yong, grabbing his leg as if clutching a last straw, begging desperately. Everyone must pay for what they have done. Li Si, if you make a mistake, you must face the punishment, Wu Yong said coldly, kicking him away. Seeing that begging Wu Yong was useless, he got up again. Seeing De Zhu standing nearby, he crawled to him and said, Brother De Zhu, we are friends. We often worked together. I helped you a lot before. Please help me. Save me, okay? Looking at him like this, De Zhu felt very sad inside. He looked at Wu Yong with a troubled face. Wu Yong sneered and looked at De Zhu. De Zhu, do you think he really wants to help you? You probably don't know, do you? Li Si never wanted to come with us to the Qin family from the start. He was forced by others and became a spy. This time, the false accusation of hoarding grain against the Qin family was his doing. So, Li Si's crime wasn't just deserting at the critical moment and betraying the Qin family. Everyone looked at Li Si with surprise, blame, and deep hatred. How did he find out the details of the Qin family's granary and leak the information? Before anyone could react further, Wu Yong looked into De Zhu's eyes and continued, It's also because of you. Recently, you've often had stomach problems. Li Si always volunteered to take your shifts. Didn't you suspect anything? Big Pill widened his eyes in disbelief and turned to Li Si, trembling as he pointed at him. You used me? I thought we were brothers, Li Si. How could you use me? After saying that, he rushed forward and punched Li Si's swollen face twice. Big Pill cut off his right arm, Old Qin ordered coldly, having achieved his goal of warning him. He threw a big knife to Big Pill. Big Pill, still angry, took the knife and was about to cut Li Si's arm. Wait, I will pay you back. I will pay you back. Li Si was so scared he rolled on the ground, keeping his distance from Big Pill. His eyes were red as he shouted, Give me 1 day. I have money in town. I will go get it for you. Xiaowan coldly smiled and said, Big Pill, Dongzi, take him to the farm tonight. Tomorrow morning, when the town gates open, take him to get the money. If he can't produce the silver, cut off his arm. If he lies again, break his leg too. Dongzi stepped forward, ruthlessly grabbing Li Si's collar and dragging him toward the door. Big Pill hurried to follow, riding a carriage, and the 3 of them went to town that night. Xiaowan waved to everyone and said, Everyone did well at the farm today. Starting this month, each person will get an extra 500 coins. She knew how to reward kindness with kindness. Also, in a few days, your husband will select a few of you to form a special team to protect the Qin family. If you're interested, show your best. Everyone will have a chance. It's already late, so everyone can go home and rest. There would be more exciting things to see tomorrow morning. But Xiaowan didn't say that part. Meanwhile, Dongzi and Big Pill took Li Si to the farm overnight. On the carriage, Li Si said many nice words, perhaps offering them many benefits to bribe them into releasing him. However, Dongzi and Big Pill didn't listen at all. They found him annoying. To prevent him from escaping in the middle of the night, they tied him up, stuffed a cloth in his mouth, and left him in the corner, letting him sleep there. Early the next morning, they got up and took Li Si to town. "Tell me, where did you hide the money?" Big Pill asked as he drove the carriage, while Dongzi looked at Li Si and questioned him. Li Si's eyes flickered slightly as he hesitated and said, That Dongzi, you see, we used to be brothers, can you stop talking nonsense?" In the past, Dongzi didn't like Li Si. He was lazy and liked to take advantage of others. But as he said, they were brothers saved by Brother Yong. Even if he didn't like him, he wouldn't target him. Now, he was playing the traitor. Dongzi was even more disappointed in him now. He pushed him away and said, "You don't want our legs anymore? Just tell me, where is the money?" Li Si was silent for a while before saying, "Take me to the Chiao family. Yesterday, Ginkgo returned early and didn't know what happened later." Until now, Xiao Xian still thought that Qin Laosan and Xiaowan had an accident and hadn't received any other news. She woke up early feeling very happy, with a gentle smile on her lips. "Ginkgo, go find out what happened yesterday." After a leisurely breakfast, Xiao Xian elegantly picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip, and told Ginkgo, "As agreed, the county magistrate will try to bring third brother over today. When that happens, just pretend to pass by and save him. You don't need to send him back, just bring him to the Qiao residence." "Miss, this isn't proper." Ginkgo looked at her in disbelief. "If Madam finds out, she might have an excuse to complain to the master. Then don't let her find out." Xiao Xian frowned impatiently, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "He's just a hen that can't lay eggs. If he dares to provoke me again, I can ruin him. Enough talk. Go handle your business. Miss, you're too impatient." After Ginkgo left, old Madame Yu sighed and carefully reminded her. Old Madame Yu was one of Xiao Xian's most trusted people. Hearing this, her eyes flickered with a hint of grievance as she said, "I have no choice. Third brother has been ignoring me. If I don't do something, I'm afraid that soon he and that shameless girl, Xiao Wan, will develop feelings, and I will have no chance at all. But now, don't worry, I've thought it all through." Xiao Xian didn't give her a chance to persuade again and said, "Once I settle Brother San, I will send someone to bring his 3 children here. The children are here, so he won't dare to act rashly. Over time, we can slowly build a bond. We will think of other ways when the time comes. I really can't wait any longer and don't want to just sit and wait. This is the only way." After she finished speaking, she looked at the maid Haidang and continued, "Go find a few people and go to Huaxi village. Since many people still don't know what happened, try to take over Qiao Wan's spice shop. Also, the 4,000 in her hand and the large farm should be taken as well. I heard she also has a large kiln for making ceramics, and it's getting bigger." Haidang replied with a nod, then added a reminder. "I also heard about the ceramic factory, but I heard she is working with someone on it." Xiao Xian curled her lips. "First, take over the spice shop and the farm. The rest can wait until later. We will see how things develop and decide then." "Miss, you're wise." Haidang didn't say much more. She bowed and was about to leave when she saw Ginkgo rushing in hurriedly. She knelt on the ground and said nervously, "Miss, something's wrong. I heard the county magistrate has been arrested." Xiao Xian was stunned. She suddenly stood up from her chair, grabbing Ginkgo's shoulders. "What did you say? The county magistrate was arrested? What's going on?" Over the years, she had sent many gifts to the county magistrate, and she heard that the county magistrate had a good relationship with people in the city. Why was he suddenly arrested? Xiao Xian suddenly remembered the spirit inside her and had once dismissively said, "What is the county magistrate? In the future, old Qin Sam will be the one everyone looks up to. So, is it related to old Qin Sam? Why are you still kneeling? Hurry up and go find out what happened," she snapped at Ginkgo, furious. Yes, even though Ginkgo was used to Xiao Xian's occasional outbursts, she was still a bit scared. She quickly responded, stood up, and headed for the door. Haidang was smart. Without saying a word, she silently stood behind Xiao Xian. "Miss, Zhang Shan wants to see you." At this moment, a young maid in the yard approached the door, bowed, and spoke to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, feeling upset, glared at the maid and coldly said, "No." Seeing the maid bow and leave, she thought for a moment and then called her back. "Let him come in." Zhang Shan clearly knew about the county magistrate's accident and guessed that Xiao Xian wouldn't be in a good mood. This morning, Li Si came to threaten him, revealing their secret cooperation to Qin Lao Sand and Xiao Wan. He couldn't take such risk, so he nervously came to Xiao Xian and knelt down, whispering, "Miss, Li Si is here." Xiao Xian reacted for a second before realizing that Zhang Shan had planted an undercover agent in Xiao Wan's family. A useless person who can't even steal a secret recipe for cotton planting. What is he here for? Xiao Xian asked disdainfully.
He
Heard that yesterday, Deputy Governor's son personally brought people down from the prefecture to arrest Xiao Wan. During the confrontation, Li Si helped Deputy Governor Sunday. They were almost successful, but then a young master named Xiao appeared, holding a token. Even Deputy Governor's son didn't dare to face him and left in a hurry. All this was told by Li Si and Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan simply told Xiao Xian the facts and then said, the plan failed, and Li Si offended Xiao Wan. Naturally, he was in trouble. This morning, Li Si said he had signed a contract with Xiao Wan. Now, he's breaking the agreement, and Xiao Wan is asking him for 1,000 taels of silver. He can't pay, so he wants to borrow some from you. 1,000 taels? Does he think I own a bank? Xiao Xian's eyes flashed with anger, her face turning pale and purple. Tell him no. Send him away. But Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered, he said if you don't help him, Xiao Wan will cut off his arm and leg. To save his life, he had to tell Xiao Wan everything he knew. How dare he threaten me? Xiao Xian angrily threw her teacup to the ground. The hot tea splashed out, scalding Zhang Shan, who trembled all over, but he knelt there without daring to cry out in pain. Madam Yu, find someone to bring him in, Xiao Xian ordered with a cold look in her eyes. He has 2 people with him, probably servants from the Qin family. We didn't have a chance to attack, Zhang Shan explained, which was why he didn't kill Li Si himself and instead came to report. Good, very good. Li Si, Xiao Wan. Xiao Xian was so angry she looked fierce. She took several deep breaths to calm her temper. Then she said, Haidang, give him the money. Haidang hurried inside, took out 1,000 taels of silver, and handed it to Zhang Shan. Get out. Xiao Wan shouted angrily. Yes, I'll go right now, Zhang Shan said, taking the silver and running quickly away. Miss, calm down. Getting too angry isn't good for your health. Elder Ma Yao poured her another cup of tea and softly comforted her. Xiao Wan, why is she so lucky? Xiao Xian ignored her and looked at Haidang. Haidang, tell Zhang Shan to watch Li Si. If he leaves the Qin family, send someone to catch him immediately. She didn't believe it. Xiao Wan was always so lucky. Li Si took the money from Zhang Shan, looked proud, and handed it to Dongzi and Dezhu.
See?
I told you. Following Brother Li will make you rich. 1,000 taels. You've never seen so much silver in your life, and it's easy to get. What do you think? Want to follow Brother Li? Dream on. Li Si snatched the silver, weighed it, and confirmed it was indeed 1,000 taels. He nodded, stored the silver, then grabbed Li Si by the collar and lifted him onto the carriage. Li Si panicked and glared at Wang Dong. Dongzi, what are you doing? I already gave you the silver. Do you want to kill me to keep it quiet? The money for ending the contract has been paid. But you leaked news about the Qin family. almost exposed the secret of cotton planting, spread rumors about the spice workshop, bribed ceramic factory workers, and drugged Diju. These crimes are enough for you to spend some time in jail. Let's go. Without giving Li Si a chance to speak, they took him straight to the yamen. This morning, the county magistrate was arrested, and the yamen was in chaos. Until a new magistrate arrived, all affairs were handled by the county deputy. Since the deputy was not there, a clerk named Chow was asked to handle things. After a brief inquiry, he threw Li Si into jail. Seeing this, the others didn't ask more and bought some supplies that Xiao Wan had prepared in advance. Then they returned to report to Diju. They didn't know that after they left, Zhang Shan went to the county office. Using connections from the Qiao family, he quickly rescued Li Si and brought him to Qiao Xian. Early in the morning, Qiao Wan got up and had breakfast. When she saw the triplets going to school, she took old Qin San and Dulan Tao and drove to the mountain near the orchard. Before dawn, Qindia and her husband took in Taizhu and Wang were to tidy up the orchard. Recently, their family planted many firethorn bushes along the orchard. In a couple of years, when the oranges ripen, the firethorn will grow tall enough to form a fence. The sharp thorns on the branches can block chickens and even children and adults from entering. Later, they plan to raise about 10 dogs on the mountain, which should solve most problems. However, because of the accident involving Hu's family yesterday, which destroyed dozens of orange trees, they all went to work on the orchard this morning instead of doing anything else. Seeing Xiao Wan and her husband arrive, Dog Egg and Nini, who were playing with stones in the yard, hurried inside to find Grandma Yin. Grandma Yin had a slipped disc and couldn't get out of bed. Xiao Wan followed them inside. Grandma, you're lying down. You don't need to get up? Are you feeling better? What did the doctor say? Did you take the medicine? I'm fine. Grandma Yin waved her hand. It's just old age. I slipped my back, but a few days of rest will fix it. As for the orchard. Sorry, Xiao Qiao, we didn't watch it well.
Look.
Maybe I should take Dia and Inyo back home, leave Taizhu and we're here. That way, whose family won't bother the children. None of you need to leave. Qiao Wan frowned and turned to Dog Egg. Go call Dad, Mom, and Grandpa and Grandma back. Just say that Grandpa has arrived. That Qiao Wan was at a loss. She had just turned 23 after the new year, and old Qin San was only 29. The family hierarchy was really complicated. Okay, the children didn't think so much. Dog Egg obediently responded and ran out. Big brother, wait for me, Nini said, taking small steps to follow. Don't go, I'll be back soon, Dog Egg said, annoyed that his sister was slow. Nini blinked her cute eyes and softly called out, Big brother. This was such a hassle. Dogdan looked displeased but still walked back, gracefully holding his sister's small hand as they headed toward the nearby orchard. However, not long after they left, they saw Big Bull Een and Big Girl Chin returning with hose. Grandpa, Grandma. The two ran over, and Nini even hugged Chin's little leg tightly. Dogdan, Nini, why are you here? Chin handed her to Een and picked up Nini, then they all headed home together. Seeing their quick return, Qiao Wan was initially surprised but then thought that since the seedlings were still small and they traveled by cart, Chin and the others must have seen them from afar, which is why they arrived so quickly. Big sister, your face is badly hurt. You should rest at home these days. Qiao Wan immediately noticed Chin's swollen face and frowned, reminding her, your face is full of dirt. Sunbathing a bit might help prevent infection. She then took out a bottle of medicine she had given to Wan yesterday and handed it to her. Apply this 3 times a day. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Through their interactions, Chin had roughly understood Qiao Wan's personality. She didn't hesitate and took the medicine directly, holding it in her hand. Thank you, little Qiao. I will use it. Good. Qiao Wan was finally satisfied. She glanced at Een and saw that his left eye was also bruised, clearly beaten by Hu and others yesterday. Her anger flared up. She really wanted to ask how they could be so careless and not hide. But thinking about the era where filial piety was paramount and that they had been taught that way since childhood, Qiao Wan suddenly didn't know what to say. At that moment, she suddenly felt that building a school should be a top priority. The villagers needed better education. Old third Chin seemed to sense her helplessness, quietly squeezed her hand, stepped forward, and asked Dean, how much of the orchard was damaged? Various. A total of 82 trees. 56 were dug up and need replanting. The other 16 were slightly injured but should recover, Ian replied cautiously, afraid of old third Chin's serious expression.
So many?
Xiao Wan frowned, looking at them coldly. When they attacked, didn't you all dare to stop them? If that's the case, she really needs to reconsider whether it's appropriate to hand over the orchard to Ian Daniu and Chin Daya for management. After all, old Chin's family lives nearby. If they come to cause trouble now and then, wouldn't her orchard often suffer? We stopped them, Ian Daniu said, hanging his head. He married Daya, who is her daughter. He can tolerate their scolding and hitting, but since the orchard belongs to the third family, as the manager, he has a duty to protect it. However, yesterday they had many people come. The Taizhu couple helped from the mountain, and my mother was injured. Daya and I were held back by my father-in-law, which gave Qin Lao Si and his wife a chance to damage many fruit trees. Sorry, third sister, Xiao Wan. Seeing his situation, Xiao Wan didn't say much. All right, learn from this lesson and be more careful in the future, she said. She looked at Qin Daya and her husband. But it's true that you haven't managed the orchard well. So, I will fine you 2 months' worth of wages. Do you have any objections? No. Qin Daya and her husband quickly shook their heads. We accept it. Good. Since you have no objections, we'll be leaving now. Xiao Wan looked at Qin Daya. Today, we mainly came to check on your and your mother-in-law's injuries. Since everything's fine, I'm relieved. I left some medicine for your mother-in-law earlier. Remember to remind her to take it on time. Big sister, you shouldn't go to the fields these days. Rest for a few days, and when you're healed, you can go back. Qin Daya instinctively wanted to say that her injuries were just skin and flesh, not serious, and wouldn't affect her work. But when she met Xiao Wan's gaze, she quickly nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, the orchard work is tough. Please finish planting the firethorn in the next couple of days, and dig out the damaged orange seedlings. Once I contact the orange seedlings, I'll arrange for someone to bring them over. You will be responsible for planting them, Xiao Wan said specifically to Ian Daniu. Don't worry, I know what to do, Ian Daniu quickly promised. There's nothing more. We're leaving now. Gooden, Nini, do you want to come down the mountain with us to visit Uncle Debeo and the others? Xiao Wan liked the children. They are young but sensible and filial. Gooden's eyes lit up, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Uncle Debeo has to go to school and doesn't have time to play with Gooden. Gooden has to stay home and take care of his sister. Does Godan also want to go to school? Xiao Wan casually asked. Can I? Godan looked at her with bright eyes. Can I go to school too? But I don't know anything. Uncle Debao has let me learn with them, but I am too slow, I don't understand anything. One day earlier, he had a class with Qin Debao and others, but he couldn't understand anything and felt bored. He couldn't sit still and ran outside to play after a while. Later, he thought about it and felt very sorry. Many people want to go to school but don't get the chance, and he wasted his. He should try a little harder. Godan is not slow. Xiao Wan smiled and patted his head gently. It's normal that you can't keep up with Uncle Debao and the others since they've been in school for a while. After some time, I will find a class where no one has gone to school before. You can start learning from the beginning and you won't feel confused anymore. Thank you, Grandma Wan. Godan happily jumped in place. Xiao Wan. I really don't want to be a grandma. Seeing her face change repeatedly, looking complicated, Qin Lao San's lips twitched. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Cough, cough. Xiao Wan shot him a glance. He quickly cleared his throat and said seriously, All right, you two be busy. We're leaving now. Then he and Xiao Wan got on the carriage. Humph. After getting on the carriage, Xiao Wan let out a soft hum at Qin Lao San and turned her head to the side. Seeing Dellen Tao sitting outside with Du Xiaoda, who was driving the cart, he smiled and took Xiao Wan's hand, pulling her close and asking, Are you angry? His voice was hoarse and charming, with a tempting tone that made Xiao Wan's face heat up. Who's angry? She pouted proudly and gently pushed him.
You're already a grandpa.
Be serious. Go sit properly. I'm just hugging my wife. How is that inappropriate? Qin Lao Sin smiled, holding her in his arms. The age difference is there. I will be grandpa, but I only feel sorry for my wife. Young as she is, she already acts like a grandma with me. It's not really a complaint. Qiao uncomfortably snuggled in his arms and said softly, I just feel a bit uncomfortable. But you seem to be doing just fine. Come on, tell me. Is there some secret to this? Qiao spoke and then sat up, looking at old Qin with bright eyes, as if she was very eager to learn from him. Stop joking around. Old Qin gently poked her fair forehead and said, It's just a nickname. No need to worry about it. He wouldn't tell her that he was also not used to it at first. He usually kept a serious face, and no one noticed. They chatted casually, and soon they reached their home at the foot of the mountain. Xiaoda, gather a few people and come with me, Qiao ordered Du Xiaoda as soon as they got off the carriage. I'll go too, old Qin, knowing she was heading to old Qin's house, followed behind her. You can't, Qiao shook her head. Even though old Qin and Hu Shi had treated old Qin badly before, in the eyes of outsiders, old Qin was still raised by them. Even if he wasn't their biological son and they gave money when they disowned him, some ideas were deeply rooted. Old Qin could ignore them, but if he caused trouble at their house, that would be different. Do you think I'm the kind of person afraid of rumors? Knowing Qiao and wanted to protect him, old Qin felt a warm feeling inside but still insisted, I will go with you. He wanted the old Qin family to see that no matter what others said, his attitude wouldn't change. This time, he wanted them to understand that he was not someone to be messed with. He thought he had been too kind before, which is why they dared to make small moves in front of him again and again. This time, he would make them understand what fear really was. No matter what Qiao said, old Qin went with her to old Qin's house this time. Since last night, after hearing that Qiao and old Qin had returned, the family had been trembling, afraid that Qiao might suddenly come out and cause trouble, so they didn't sleep well all night. This morning, they waited all morning but still didn't see Qiao. They thought everything was fine and finally relaxed, planning to go back to sleep. But just as they lay down, they suddenly heard a loud bang at the door. The front door was kicked open from outside. Hu Shi got out of bed quickly and ran outside, only to see Qiao and old Qin walking in with 4 or 5 people. Old Qin's son, Qin Hui, was playing with mud in the yard. When he saw a few people, he was startled and instinctively shouted, Little rascal! Bad luck! Then he saw 4 or 5 people behind Qiao and the others. He was so scared that he threw the mud in his hand and quickly ran behind Hu Shi. Old Qin, after hearing these words, was surprised. Although he already knew that Qiao's life in old Qin's family was difficult, seeing such a young child like Qin Hui and hearing him say those words made him feel very shocked. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes toward Qin Hui and Hu Shi became very dark and gloomy. Who told you to say that? He asked sharply, grabbing Qin Hui and staring at him with fierce eyes. Qin Hui trembled with fear and stammered, Everyone says that. Why are you only angry with me? You big fool, let go of me. Old Qin was so angry he laughed, then released Qin Hui. Outside, some people who came to watch were also stunned. They were shocked by Qin Hui's words and seemed to see the old Qin family in a new light. They whispered quietly among themselves. Qiao walked over, patted old Qin's shoulder, and then waved to the 4 people behind her. They understood and, without hesitation, picked up sticks from the firewood in old Qin's yard and started smashing things fiercely. What are you doing? Hu Shi was first stunned, then screamed and ran forward to stop them. But she was no match for 4 people and couldn't stop them at all. Old San, are you crazy? Hurry up and tell them to stop. Hu Shi rushed over, trying to grab old Qin. Old Qin took a step back, and she lunged forward but almost fell. She finally steadied herself and turned to Qiao. Qiao, you heartless woman. You bring people to smash your own in-law's house. Aren't you afraid of karma? Oh heavens, what kind of sin have I committed? Marrying such a daughter-in-law like you. Open your eyes and take this heartless woman away. Ah. Bang! Hu Shi was sitting on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying loudly. Suddenly, A figure was thrown in front of her. She looked closely and saw it was her precious son, old Qin 4. Qiao, what are you doing? You, who sure trembled with anger, pointing at Qiao Wan, ready to curse loudly. Let you remember this lesson. Zhou Wan coldly finished speaking and then kicked Qin Lao Si hard, making him scream in pain. You, who sure only then remembered that Zhou Wan had said that after breaking ties, anyone who tried to get close to her would be beaten once for each attempt. She wasn't joking. Hu Shi's face turned pale with anger, almost spitting blood from her fury. She shouted bitterly, "What do you want? Not much. Yesterday, you dug up many of my fruit trees. Today, I'm smashing just as many things. Fair, right?" While Zhou Wan was speaking, her people continued smashing things. Hu Shi and Yang Shi wanted to stop them but couldn't. During the struggle, Yang Shi accidentally twisted her ankle and cried out in pain.
Stop.
All of you, stop. Seeing the items in the yard destroyed, they then started smashing the main hall of their house. Hu Shi was so angry she was about to explode. Old Qin also couldn't sit still and quickly stood up. Third, can't we talk nicely? Let your people stop. Talk nicely? Zhou Wan sneered coldly. I gave you a chance to talk nicely, but you kept challenging my patience. Now you want to talk? When you dug up my fruit trees yesterday, did you think about talking? Keep smashing. Clang, clang, clang. A series of smashing sounds followed. Soon, the main hall of Old Qin's house was also destroyed, shattered into pieces. Stop smashing.
Please stop.
I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Hu Shi was crying tears of pain, wanting to stop but unable. She looked at Zhou Wan and begged, "Please stop. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Don't smash anymore. I'll compensate you. I'll pay for the fruit trees. Is that okay?" If they kept smashing, their losses would be huge. Hu Shi, who was usually very stingy, rarely offered money voluntarily. But this time, she was willing to pay. Unfortunately, Zhou Wan's goal was never just money. She ignored Hu Shi and waited until her people finished smashing the Qin family's main hall. Then she pointed at Qin Lao Si and Yang Shi and said, "Take them away." Now, not only Hu Shi but also Qin Lao Si and his wife were panicked. "Why you want to take us where?" Qiao Wan slowly spoke 2 words. As expected, she saw that Qin Lao Si and his wife looked terrified. They struggled desperately, begging, "No, we don't want to go to the government office. Qiao Wan, we were wrong, really wrong. Please spare us this time. I promise I won't do it again. I swear everything I said is true. Yes, yes, we swear," they said, trembling at the thought of going to jail. "Take them away," Qiao Wan said lazily, not bothering to look at them. She simply ordered someone to force the couple onto the carriage.
Sont, là aussi.
No, you can't do this, Qiao Wan, whose wife cried loudly, tears and snot flowing, panicking as she followed the crowd. "Qiao's family, haven't we already destroyed our own orchard? Why are you still taking Lao Si? The county magistrate is fair. We've already paid what we owe. You won't succeed. Please let Lao Si go." As she spoke, whose wife felt more confident, thinking she had a good point. They had damaged Qiao Wan's fruit seedlings, but they had also destroyed their own home. "I tell you, I'm not afraid of you. We've made things even now. If we really go to the county magistrate, you might not get a good outcome," whose wife said confidently, no longer appearing scared. Hee. Qiao Wan chuckled softly.
Even?
The damage to your house, the damage you did to yourself, is only related to what Qin Lao Tu did. It has nothing to do with Qin Lao Si or Yang's wife.
Or,
I should also take you two to the government office and see what the county magistrate says. They also go to the government office? Whose wife was shocked. Stop talking nonsense. When it involved herself, Qin Lao Tu's selfish nature immediately showed. He slapped Hu's wife and said, "If you want to save Lao Si, just save him. Why are you talking so much? Little Qiao.
Look, I and you, whose wife is old now.
We won't go to the government office. As for Lao Si, please show some mercy." The onlookers secretly cursed Qin Lao Tu. In the past, they thought Qin Lao Tu was reasonable. Now they saw he was a ruthless man. He only cared about himself, even willing to abandon his son at a critical moment. In this way, he was even worse than Hu's wife. Everyone looked at Qin Laotu with disdain, as if they had just realized his true nature. They instinctively took a few steps back to stay away from him. Meanwhile, Qiaowan did not look at old Qin at all. She ordered someone to take old Qin's wife and husband onto a carriage. They then sat in their own carriage. The two carriages sped along the road toward the county office. The villagers of Huaxi village watched them leave until they could no longer see Qiaowan's carriage. Only then did they start to come back to their senses. Little Qiao usually seems gentle, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless when it really matters, someone said, recalling what had just happened at old Qin's house.
Bah.
What are you talking about? Saying little Qiao is ruthless? That's because the old Qin family brought it on themselves. Someone who disliked old Qin's family scoffed dismissively. Little Qiao is tough, but her toughness depends on the person, an old man said clearly, sighing. Yes, little Qiao is someone who keeps her grudges clear. As long as you don't provoke her, she's actually quite kind to everyone. That's right. The workers in town only earn a few coins a month. Did you see that the village chief's son, Shunzi, has stopped working in town and came back to help little Qiao? It's more than just a few coins now. I heard last night they increased the monthly wages. The manager got an extra 500 coins and the long-term workers got an extra 100 coins. The villagers whispered among themselves, concluding that no matter who you offend, you should never offend Qiaowan. She is like the village's wealth goddess. Qiaowan took old Qin and Mrs. Yang to the government office. They happened to meet Zhao County Magistrate, who was returning from handling official business. Zhao County Magistrate had heard some things about the previous county magistrate. This afternoon, he also heard that the Qin family might have some connection to the young Master Qiao. So, when Qiaowan and her husband brought old Qin and his wife to the office, Zhao County Magistrate, although tired, greeted them politely. After some questioning, old Qin and his wife admitted to destroying Qiaowan's orchard without waiting for punishment. Zhao County Magistrate then detained them. Third Master Qin, I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing a meal with you? After the case was finished, Zhao County Magistrate approached politely and asked, Thank you for the invitation, Zhao County Magistrate. Old Qin, who was acting as the representative, did not want to offend him. He nodded politely to him and said, I'm sorry, but we have some family matters to attend to. Thank you, County Magistrate, for your kindness. When I have the chance, I will visit your office. Good. Seeing Qin Laosan be so polite and not proud just because he knew Lord Qiao, Vice County Magistrate Zhao was very pleased. He exchanged a few more polite words with Qin Laosan before sending them out of the office. Outside, Qiaowan took a deep breath and said, The outside air is much better. Qin Laosan found it a bit funny. Seeing no one around, he pinched her little nose. If the county magistrate hears you say that, he might get angry. Nowadays, who doesn't think being an official is good? The head of a county, being told the air outside isn't better, is hard to believe. He really doesn't understand what his young wife is thinking. Just get angry, then. Qiaowan wrinkled her nose, got into the carriage, and sighed. Being an official is really tiring. Look at Vice County Magistrate Zhao. He's already very tired, but because he knows Lord Qiao, he is to help us handle things. After finishing, he clearly wants to rest, but still invites us to eat. Since we don't like that kind of setting, we didn't stay. If we had, he would have had to treat us well. By the way, Lord Qiao's name really is useful. If it weren't for him, today's matter might have just cost Qin Laosan some silver, and they wouldn't have been detained. Your husband's name is quite good too. Maybe next time you should try using it. Qin Laosan suddenly felt something was off and quickly looked at Qiaowan seriously. Qiaowan glanced at him, then suddenly smiled, pinching Qin Laosan's face. Husband, you look so cute when you're jealous. Stop joking. Qin Laosan's ears turned red as he pulled her mischievous hand down. I'm not joking. Qiaowan looked at him eagerly, and Qin Laosan's ears turned even redder. Haraha. Qiaowan found it very fun and kept teasing Qin Laosan. Qin Laosan felt both helpless and amused. They laughed all the way home. Qin Laosan's younger brother and his wife had been taken away. Hu Shi was stunned for a moment at home, then quickly packed her things and hurried to the town to find Xiao Xian. After hearing about this, Xiao Xian felt very annoyed. She really didn't want to get involved in old Qin's family affairs, but since she was going to take the imperial exam in August, Qin Lao Wu, she forced herself to suppress her impatience. She sent someone to find out more, hoping to pay some money to settle the matter. At first, she thought it was a small issue. However, shortly after, Zhang Shan returned and said, "Miss, I heard that the fourth uncle and his wife were personally dealt with by County Magistrate Zhao. He has already ordered people to imprison them, and the clerk Chow also sent someone to handle it. It is said that the county magistrate has given orders that they cannot be released for at least 2 months. What did you say?" County Magistrate Zhao personally ordered this. Xiao Xian frowned. Did Clerk Chow say anything else?
Chow said,
"Tell the miss that recently, the county is very chaotic. The previous county magistrate's affairs are complicated, so you should avoid going to the government office for now." Zhang Shan spoke nervously. He thought Xiao Xian would be angry after hearing this, but she only raised an eyebrow, nodded calmly, and said she understood. Then she dismissed Zhang Shan. "Grandmother, you also heard what that servant just said. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't do anything." After Zhang Shan left, Xiao Xian spoke to Hu Shi in a calm voice. "You can't do anything either? What should we do about fourth brother then?" Hu Shi's eyes turned red with worry. She grabbed Xiao Xian's hand. "Xianer, I really can't do anything. I can only ask you. Please think of another way." Xiao Xian's eyes turned cold slightly. She subtly shook off Hu Shi's hand and sighed. "Grandmother, I truly can't rescue fourth uncle. How about this? I'll send someone to try to negotiate so they suffer less in prison. After the situation calms down, I will find a way to rescue them. That would be very helpful." Xianer, Hu Shi, a simple country woman, didn't understand all this. Since Xiao Xian had said so, she could only agree and nodded sadly. "Grandmother, don't worry. Since the county magistrate said at least 2 months, I will find a way to rescue fourth uncle and the others after that time." Seeing Hu Shi not planning to leave, Xiao Xian's eyes flickered. She asked Haitang to bring 10 taels of silver and handed it to her. "Maternal grandmother, I heard your house was broken by my cousin. Take this money first. Repair what was damaged. Don't worry about Uncle C. I will send someone to handle it. As soon as I get news, I will inform you." Hu Shi felt relieved after receiving the money. She didn't notice that Xiao Xian was acting differently than usual and even called her cousin, Xiaowan. "All right, Xianer, I will go back now. I'll wait for your news at home." After speaking, she stood up and left. After Hu Shi left, Xiao Xian's eyes darkened. "Haitang, I don't feel well today. I need to rest. No one is allowed to disturb me," she instructed Haitang. Then, before Haitang could reply, she went straight into the inner room and closed the door. "You this lonely ghost, this is my body. What have you done to me? Let me out." Xiao Xian shouted angrily inside the room as her soul could no longer be suppressed. "You fool, stop dreaming." The woman who had taken over Xiao Xian's soul snorted coldly and said, "Let me tell you the truth. My name is Yao Jingyun. I am the young lady of the Yao family in Beijing. Since heaven allowed me to be reborn in this body, it's fate. I am destined to take your place. Don't resist. Just relax. I don't want to." Xiao Xian cried out in panic, heartbroken. "I don't want to die. You wicked woman, give me back my body." "Xiao sister, you're joking. How could you die?" Yao Jingyan smiled softly, but her smile looked like a deadly demon to Xiao Xian. "You are me, and I am you. You are just dispersing your soul. The body is still alive, just with a different soul. Don't worry. I know more than you, and I was raised better. Everything you want, I can help you get it as long as I am here. I don't want anything. I don't want anything anymore. Let me out, give me back my body. Please, I beg you. I don't want it anymore. Please let me out." At this moment, Xiao Xian was full of regret and fear. If I had known earlier that this woman was living inside her body, constantly sleeping to nurture her soul, I would have known that one day I could completely take over her body. I shouldn't have been tempted by her abilities from the start. When she first appeared, I should have killed her immediately. Even if I couldn't do it at first, over the past few years, I became strong enough. I could have found a way to kill a ghost like her. But I was greedy. Greedy for everything I knew about her. In the end, I gained nothing but a few years of her style, and now I have even risked my life. Xiao Xian regrets her choices. Let you go, and you won't think about it anymore. Before you completely disappear, if you have any last wishes, you can say them. It's not too hard. Maybe I can help you fulfill them. Yao Jingyun had planned for this moment for a long time. She wouldn't give up just because of a few words. Knowing she couldn't beat this woman, and now she might really die, Xiao Xian felt hopeless, but gradually calmed down. She was silent for a long time, then asked with a dead face, I want to know, since you've been inside me all along. Even if you wake up, it's only for a short while. Where did you learn how to take over my body? She was shocked when this woman first appeared inside her. She couldn't have known this method from the start. Someone must have helped her. But Xiao Xian couldn't understand. How could this woman, who had been sleeping all along, suddenly learn how to take over her body one day? And she succeeded on the first try. Yao Jingyun had already completely imprisoned Xiao Xian's soul and was controlling her body. In just over half a year, she could nourish her soul with her own, fully refining Xiao Xian's spirit into her own. She didn't see her as a threat anymore. Smiling lightly, she asked, Do you remember how Aunt Yu came to be with you, Aunt Yu? Xiao Xian's eyes suddenly widened. She's your person? She's been yours from the beginning. No wonder. You strongly suggested I find her and buy her. Could it be that you knew each other from the start? Elder lady, you spent her whole life without children and considered Yao Jingyun as her own daughter. In her past life, Yao Jingyun died tragically, so she found a mysterious person from Wancheng who used her own lifespan as a sacrifice to give Yao Jingyun a second chance at life. Yao Jingyun was very grateful for this, so when she woke up, her first action was to persuade Xiao Xian to find Elder Lady Yu and bring her along. Have you been planning to take over my body for a long time? By this point, Xiao Xian was no longer as angry. She smiled bitterly and looked at Yao Jingyun, asking softly, You've been sleeping all this time. I have Haidang and Ginkgo with me. Elder lady, you couldn't have had many chances. How did you manage it? I was sleeping, but only during the daytime, Yao Jingyun replied calmly. Only during the daytime. Only during the daytime. Xiao Xian repeated these words carefully, her expression shifting from confusion to shock, then to sadness. So, you all act at night. While I was sleeping peacefully, you took advantage. I was careless. But I have Haidang watching over me every night. Haidang, haha. She's one of you, isn't she? But Haidang. I understand now. I know. Even my biological mother is one of you, isn't she? Is that right? Xiao Xian shouted excitedly, then sighed and closed her eyes. She always thought she was very clever now, almost in control of the entire Qiao family. Even her biological mother had to watch her every move. But it turns out everything was just part of someone else's plan. She had only been all along. The real mastermind was herself. Tears streamed down Xiao Xian's face. She curled up in a corner, suddenly losing the desire to communicate. There was no way out now. Knowing too much was pointless. She didn't say anything more. Yao Jingyun didn't deny it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she looked at Xiao Xian like an ant. But don't worry, for the sake of this body, your mother, no, your aunt, I'll treat her well. After saying this, she saw Xiao Xian sitting motionless in the corner, as if stunned. She shrugged and withdrew her soul from her consciousness. Yao Jingyun. Oh, no. It's Xiao Xian softly muttering. A gentle smile appears on her lips. She turns and goes to the side room, where there is a large bathhouse. It was built in the past by Aunt Yu, who convinced Xiao Xian to have it. Officially, it was for her relaxation, but in reality, it was a place to strengthen her soul. because she didn't know that Yao Jingyan used to bathe here every night with her physical body, using medicinal baths to stabilize her spirit. Now, she has completely taken control of this body. There is no need to wait until night. As long as she spends the day bathing here, in the future, even if Qiao Xian learns how to strengthen her soul, she won't cause any trouble. After this medicinal bath, her soul will fully merge with this body. Qiao Xian's soul will only serve as nourishment. After Qiao Wan and her husband returned to Huaxi village, they started looking for people to transplant cotton. With over 3,000 acres of cotton, transplanting was not easy. Qiao Wan still divided the workers into 5 groups, just like before. The groups were led by the Cui brothers, the Du father and son, and Wu Yong. They found trusted people at home to fertilize the fields. The task of transplanting seedlings was given to a careful group who had worked on the farm before. The others were responsible for planting. Because they hired many people, they finished planting all 3,000 acres of cotton in half a month. After that, the first step was to water the roots. Qiao Wan paid special attention to this, personally involved, and inspected each field while watering, occasionally dropping a few drops of spiritual spring water. Thanks to proper seedling care, careful planting, and the effect of the spring water, the day after soaking, Cui Gaoyuan and Du Xing checked the fields again and found the seedlings already lush green, with leaves fully spread out, growing very well. As a former agricultural researcher, Cui Gaoyuan had been involved in everything from breeding to planting. When Qiao Wan was planting cotton this time, he noticed that her breeding methods, planting techniques, and fertilizer ratios were completely different from what he knew before. It completely overturned his understanding. Now he realized that cotton should be grown this way. Their previous methods and fertilizing techniques were completely wrong. No wonder the cotton seedlings had a low germination rate and were hard to survive. Now, he fully believed that as long as they followed Qiao Wan's methods, the cotton yield would definitely not be low. This was the first time Cui Gaoyuan felt that exile was not such a big deal. If he hadn't been exiled, he might never have met Qiao Wan or learned these professional skills. Qiao Wan had no idea what Cui Gaoyuan was thinking. If she knew, she might tell him he was overthinking. The method and technology for planting cotton weren't something she discovered alone. At the Agricultural Institute, she summarized previous experiences and added the latest techniques. Following this planting method, the cotton yield wouldn't be bad. But she still had the space for the cheat device, Spirit Spring Water. Its role wasn't just to help roots grow, but also to influence future yields. After planting the cotton, Qiao Wan and Old Qin took Du Xing and Cui Gaoji to the county town. They originally wanted to pick some people at the pawn shop to work on the farm, but after walking around, they only found 7 or 8 suitable candidates. My family is in the city, also running a pawn shop. There are more people there. If Madame Qin is willing, I can go with you to take a look in the city. What do you think? Qiao Wan, being a steady customer of Grandma Mei, suggested at the right moment when she saw Qiao Wan frowning. Would that be too much trouble for you? Qiao Wan felt a bit embarrassed. No trouble at all. Grandma Mei waved her hand. I happen to have a nephew about to get married, so I need to go back. Rest assured, Madame Qin. I'll just take you. If you don't find what you want there, you can check other pawn shops. The city is big, surely there's something suitable. All right then, the cotton fields really needed more workers. Qiao Wan thought for a moment and nodded. Let's first bring these people back, then handle some family matters. We can go to the city in a couple of days if that's okay with you? I'm fine with that. Grandma Mei smiled and said, 2 days from now is perfect. I also need to prepare. It's rare for me to go back, so I might have a lot to get ready. That's true. Qiao Wan agreed. The distance between Yunhe County and the city isn't very far or very near. It's over 100 kilometers. It'll take at least half a day to get there, so it's not easy. By the way, Grandma Mei, I want to buy some dogs to raise. Do you know if there are any in the county for sale? Sell dogs. Grandma Mei frowned. I haven't heard of that. Does Madame Qin want to buy a dog? The shopkeeper, who was counting money nearby, heard this and looked up, smiling. What kind of dog are you looking for? Any kind is fine, as long as it can guard the house, Qiao Wan said casually, glancing at the shopkeeper behind the counter. Since he asked, he must have some news. Sure enough, the shopkeeper put down his brush, stroked his not-so-long beard, and said with a smile, "I know a family that has 2 female dogs. Recently, both of them had puppies at the same time, almost 20 puppies in total.
They're not sure what to do with them now.
You see, these days, even taking care of oneself is hard, let alone animals. They might just abandon them, but that's too cruel. If you want, I can take you to see them." The shopkeeper was talking about his older brother's family. His older brother used to help run a business in the city, and they kept a few dogs on the farm. He personally raised a male dog and 2 female dogs. He heard that when they were on the farm, those dogs saved him twice, so they shared a deep bond. Later, the family sold the farm, and his brother returned to Yunhe County. Before leaving, he specifically asked the owner to let him take these 3 dogs back. The dogs were good breeds, tall and fierce-looking. At first, when the puppies were born, neighbors and relatives liked them and wanted to take one home. But over time, after a few more litters, everyone already had dogs, and no one wanted more. While thinking this, the shopkeeper led Xiao Wan and the others out of the pawn shop, heading to the right along a street. They crossed 2 alleys and arrived in front of a large, enclosed house. "Master, we don't have a steady income now. We can't keep so many dogs. Maybe tonight, when fewer people are around, we can quietly take them out and leave them somewhere," the shopkeeper said without knocking, pushing the door open. Inside, they heard a woman's helpless voice. As soon as her words finished, a man's voice opposed her. "De Hua, and Hua saved my life. How can I just abandon their puppies?" "Lu Qing, don't say such heartless things again." The woman was upset and seemed to hit the man lightly, speaking with a sad tone. "Isn't this for the good of the family? If we keep them, we can't feed them all, and in the end, they'll just starve. It might be better to just send them away. Maybe someone will see and like them enough to take them home, and who knows?"
"You."
The shopkeeper didn't expect to hear his older brother and sister-in-law arguing as soon as he entered. He quickly cleared his throat to interrupt their conversation. They were arguing when suddenly they heard the shopkeeper cough. Turning around, they saw several people standing beside him, which made things a bit awkward. "Why is second brother here at this time? And with guests? Come inside and sit." Finally, the shopkeeper's sister-in-law, Lu Qing, reacted first. She smiled awkwardly and invited Xiao Wan and the others to sit in the house. "I have some matters at my herbal shop, so I won't sit down." "Big brother, sister-in-law, this is Lord Qin Sand and his wife. They are regular customers at Wan's shop. Today, they came to buy some people for the herbal business. I heard your family has some puppies but can't take care of them, so I thought I'd come see if any are suitable. If so, I'd like to take a few home," the shopkeeper explained directly to his older brother and sister-in-law. "Do you want puppies?" Lu Qing heard this and relaxed a bit. She looked at Xiao Wan and her husband. "How many do you want?"
"Come on, I'll take you to see them."
"Whatever you like, I can give to you for free," she spoke while eagerly watching Xiao Wan, as if afraid they wouldn't want any. Seeing this, Xiao Wan couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, then I'll trouble Sister Lu." "No trouble at all, no trouble." Lu Qing cheerfully led them toward the backyard where the dogs were kept. "Lord Qin, I wonder what you plan to do with so many dogs." On the way, Lu Mingquan hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back his question. Old Qin raised an eyebrow, knowing he was worried. He was afraid they might take the dogs home and not treat them well. He looked at Lu Mingquan with a calm expression and said, raising them. Lu Mingquan felt a bit nervous under his gaze. He had also been in the capital city before, but he never expected that Lord Qin's presence was even more commanding than the nobleman he had seen there. He didn't dare ask more. "We just bought a farm and a fruit orchard, so we want to buy a few puppies to raise," Xiao Wan added. Hearing this, Lu Mingquan finally relaxed completely. The group then moved to the dog pen. As the shopkeeper from Wan's herbal shop said, "There are 3 large dogs and 21 puppies here. The big dog looks strong and tall, very much like the wolf dog that Xiao Wan saw before, but it is a bit larger than a wolf dog. The puppy is still nursing, chubby and very cute, but you can faintly see that it is about the same size as its parents. I want all these puppies. Sister Lu, name a price," Xiao Wan said with a smile, having already set her eyes on them.
How much?
Nothing. We can't afford to keep them anymore.
We're worried about that.
Since you're helping us out, there's no need to pay. Lu Qing waved her hand and looked at her husband. She snorted quietly in her heart and continued, I think Madame Qin is kind-hearted. No need for money. These dogs, after spending time with us, have become like family. We don't want money, just ask that you treat these puppies well in the future. She was influenced by her husband and also liked dogs, but when food for humans becomes a problem, who has the energy to raise so many dogs? She wasn't truly heartless. Xiao Wan knew Lu Qing was sincere. She nodded and said, Thank you, Sister Lu. Uncle Du, please find a wooden box. We will take these puppies away. There's a bit of a distance to the market here, so buying a wooden box is inconvenient. Madame Qin, if you don't mind, we have a cage. It was originally bought for raising chickens, but the chicks haven't arrived yet. If you think it's okay, you can use it to hold the puppies, Lu Qing suggested. Xiao Wan looked in the direction Lu Qing pointed and saw a large chicken cage. She nodded. All right, let's use that. The puppies, recently born, were wary of strangers. Xiao Wan and the others didn't help them, just waited for Lu Mingquan and his wife to finish packing the dogs. Then, Du Xing and Cui Gaoyuan carried the cage and headed toward Wanjia Yaxing. Thank you, ma'am, Lu Mingquan said slowly after Xiao Wan and her group left, breathing a sigh of relief. He thanked her for helping to take care of the puppies and for being willing to use the new chicken cage for them. Lu Qing snorted coldly at him, her face slightly stern. I am a person without conscience. What's there to thank me for? Lu Mingquan awkwardly touched his nose. He was just anxious and didn't mean it that way. He smiled at his wife to appease her. I
really didn't mean it that way.
Please don't be angry. Li Qing knew her husband's temper and didn't want to argue with him. She pushed him away and went to the dog pen to help organize the remaining 3 big dogs. Near the dog pen, she found a silver ingot on a bench. She picked it up and saw it was about 3 taels. Look at this from your family. Li Qing hesitated and took the silver to Lu Mingquan. Madame Qin and the others probably haven't gone far. I'll return this to them right away. How could 20 or so abandoned puppies be worth more than 3 taels? No need to go, Lu Mingquan said with a sigh. He held his wife back. Since Madame Qin left it here, she doesn't want you to return it. It's her wish. Just keep it. Li Qing thought for a moment and understood the key point. She obediently put the silver away. Madame Qin is a good person, the couple both said about Xiao Wan. 3 days later, on the way to the county seat. Auntie, don't worry. With me here, I promise to help you find the right person, Qin Qinghao said eagerly. He knew Xiao Wan and the others were going to buy someone in the county seat, and he clung to them, insisting he also needed to go. Since he was quite familiar with the county seat and there were no objections from the Qin family, Xiao Wan agreed to let him come along. She didn't expect Qin Qinghao to be so noisy. From the morning they set out, he kept talking non-stop. Xiao Wan remained cold and indifferent, showing no reaction. Qin Qinghao continued, You said before you wanted me to help you make money, right? It's been several months now. What kind of business is it? Xiao Wan didn't reply. No matter what kind of business it is, you have to prepare in advance. Qin Qinghao kept talking. Annie, just tell me a little. I want to understand so I can prepare. Isn't that right? Last year, he made a big profit from selling silver thread charcoal. Recently, he saw that Xiao Wan's spice shop and pottery shop were doing very well, almost making a fortune daily. He also heard that they planned to build a cotton spinning factory soon. Although he didn't know what a cotton spinning factory was like, he had a strange feeling that it would also be very popular. So, Xiao Wan said she would take him into business, and he has always remembered that. He also hopes to have a chance to show his talent someday. Well, Xiao Wan thought for a second, then looked at Qin Qinghao. It's not that I can't tell you, but right now, the opportunity isn't right. Unsurprisingly, she expected the government to buy her next batch of rice seeds. Her seed shop must sell its seeds together with the government's new seeds, so it won't look suspicious. By this plan, her grain business probably won't start until next year. Forget it. First, tell me about the Mu family, Xiao Wan said after some thought. She remembered the last time in the county town when she made a bet with Mu Kaicheng, the young master of the Mu family, and then suddenly asked Qin Qinghao. Qin Qinghao was surprised and looked sad. He looked at Xiao Wan with a pitiful expression. Third aunt, although the Mu family claims to be the richest in Pingzhou Prefecture and has many businesses, you can tell from Mu Kaicheng that they are not good people and not good partners. Third aunt, we've worked together for so long. Have I ever tricked you? You can't just abandon me now. If you leave me, I won't be able to live. Third aunt, Xiao Wan. Shut up. Qin Lao Sin was so angry, he kicked him. Speak properly, Xiao Wan said coldly, giving him a sharp look. Under Qin Lao San's glare, Qin Qinghao didn't dare to continue whining. He straightened up and said seriously, the Mu family is the richest in Pingzhou Prefecture. They started out by selling grain. As they got richer, they opened restaurants, fabric shops, and jewelry stores. In the city, almost all the visible businesses involve the Mu family. But although they seem successful, they haven't been around long. The old business families in the city are Zhao, Qian, and Li families. Behind these families, there are almost always supporters. In other words, there are people in the capital backing them, but they keep a low profile. Third aunt, my mother used to be the legitimate daughter of the Qian family, so look at me. I'm confident in doing business. Stop. Xiao Wan's face darkened. Just as she finished speaking, the carriage suddenly jolted. The driver, Yin Tiezhuang, quickly pulled the horses to a stop. Who dares to stop my lady's carriage? Before anyone could react, they heard a sharp cry. Then, a whip cracked through the air, and with a sharp sound, the whip swung toward the carriage where Xiao Wan and the others were riding. You are truly unreasonable. It was clearly your horse that almost hit our carriage. If I hadn't moved quickly, something bad would have happened. Yin Tiezhuang, with a dark face, caught the whip and gently threw it in front of the girl who had just been scolding. The girl was stunned for a moment, her eyes flashing with anger.
How dare you?
You dare to hide? And dare to steal my whip? Both of you catch him. She looked at the two big men beside her. They immediately stepped forward, ready to fight Yin Tiezhuang. Miss Sunday, just as Xiao Wan was about to open the carriage curtain, she heard a familiar voice. Xiao Xian. How could she be here? Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow and lowered her right hand. We're out to have fun today. Don't let this small matter ruin our mood. Xiao Xian's voice continued. I think this young man didn't do it on purpose. Why not let him apologize to you? Let's just forget about it. What do you think? Miss Sun clearly didn't want to give up and wanted to say more. At this moment, Xiao Xian seemed to think of something and smiled as she said, I heard that young Master Qiao is only staying in the city for one day. If we're late and he leaves, it would be a shame. This Miss Sun was the daughter of Deputy Supervisor Sun, who had led soldiers to search Xiao Wan's family estate last time, accusing them of hoarding grain secretly. Everyone knew about her admiration for young Master Qiao. If Xiao Xian remembered correctly, in her previous life, she had chased all the way from Pingzhou to the capital just to marry young Master Qiao. Now, she was using this opportunity to ask Yin Tiezhuang for a favor. As for why she wanted to do this, one reason was that she knew Yin Tiezhuang was the nephew of Old Qin. Although they weren't related by blood, Old Qin had valued the Yin family highly after returning to the capital. Another important reason was that Yin Tiezhuang was naturally strong. With an uncle like Old Qin, his future was destined to be extraordinary. Before he grew up, heaven had given her this chance to make a connection. How could she let it go?
Well.
All right then, Miss Sun, unaware of Xiao Xian's true intentions, snorted coldly and looked at Yin Tiezhuang with disdain, saying, You're getting off easy. She waited for him to apologize, but after a long wait, she saw that Yin Tiezhuang didn't even look at her. Instead, he was busy checking if his carriage was damaged. She was so angry she was about to explode. This young master, when you are outside, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just apologize to Miss Sun, and this matter will be considered settled. Qiuxin saw the situation and gently smiled at Yin Tiezhuang, softly advising him. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I apologize? Yin Tiezhuang checked the carriage and, seeing nothing wrong, relaxed. He looked straightforwardly at Qiuxin. Do I know you? Why are you looking at me like that? You're really strange. He then took a step back. Qiuxin. There had been rumors before that Yin Tiezhuang was hard to please and only listened to old third Qin. It seems those rumors are true. Even with her good manners, she was getting so angry she felt like vomiting blood. She opened her mouth to speak. Big sister Qiuxin, move aside. Sun Yiqian's anger flared again. She waved to two tall men behind her. Catch him. I want to teach this kid a lesson today. The two men moved like lightning and appeared in front of Yin Tiezhuang. This was a fight with a master. Yin Tiezhuang's eyes shrank. He hurriedly stepped back, but he was already overwhelmed. After taking 2 steps back, he was surrounded from both sides, about to be caught. At that moment, 2 small stones flew out from the carriage behind Yin Tiezhuang, hitting the men's wrists. They felt a numbness in their wrists, and Yin Tiezhuang took the chance to dodge their attack. Seeing him escape, the 2 men didn't chase but looked at each other, and then at the unremarkable carriage. They cupped their hands and said, "Who is the expert inside? Sorry for the earlier offense. Please forgive us. Could it be old third Qin?" Qiuxin also brightened up, staring at the carriage curtain. However, there was no sound from inside. Sun Yiqian's 2 guards looked at each other again. The one with a dark face continued, "Could the expert please come out and meet us?" Still, no sound came from the carriage. "Playing tricks. Uncle He, stop wasting time. Just fight him, and he'll come out." Sun Yiqian, used to being spoiled, was very angry at the situation. She pointed at Yin Tiezhuang and said angrily, "Miss Sun, a young girl like you shouldn't be talking about fighting all the time." Qin Qinghao flicked his fan, opened the carriage curtain, and stepped down from the carriage. Sun Yiqian was stunned and angrily swung a whip at Qin Qinghao, shouting, "I knew there was a master in this car. Turns out it's you. A useless spendthrift pretending to be important. Just wait, I will beat you to death today." Qin Qinghao didn't like studying but was good at fighting. He sneered and grabbed Sun Yiqian's whip. "It's been a few months. Miss Sun, your temper is still so fiery. As far as I know, young Master Qiao is still unmarried, but he prefers gentle and beautiful women. If you keep acting like this, even if you chase him to the ends of the earth, he probably won't like you. You. Sun Yiqian was furious. She tried to pull back the whip several times but couldn't. She glared at Qin Qinghao with hatred, wanting her guards to step in, but she knew they were only there to protect her and didn't want to interfere in her family matters. Qin Qinghao, she gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes almost shooting fire at him. "Hey, who's that shameless person bullying Miss Sun?" Just as they were arguing, a group of people rode over from afar. As they approached, it was clear they were Qin Qinghao's rivals, Mu Kaicheng and his followers, more than 10 men and women, including Qin Ryu, Qin Qinghao's sister. Seeing Qin Qinghao, she ran up to him. "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell the family in advance? What's going on? Did you have a fight with Miss Sun again?" Qin Qinghao didn't like studying and was a bit of but he was different from the usual rich kids in the city. He liked doing business, but those other playboys liked to flirt and cause trouble, so he didn't get along with them. If Mu Kaicheng was his rival, then Sun Yiqian was the most spoiled and rude woman he had ever met. They didn't get along and often argued or fought, causing chaos. That was why Qin Qian and others turned a blind eye and let him stay in Yunhe County. Seeing the situation, Qin Ryu was not surprised and simply asked Qin Qinghao casually, "I don't want to either." Qin Qinghao released Sun Yiqian's whip and elegantly fanned himself. "Wasn't I just about to return to the city? Some reckless people mistook the main road for their own horse farm and charged straight ahead. It was really unlucky. You. Qin Qinghao, how can a man be so petty?" Sun Yiqian was furious. She pointed her whip at Qin Qinghao, ready to fight if he said anything wrong. Bullying a woman is no big deal. Mu Kaicheng saw that Qin Qinghao ignored him and felt very angry. But today, the eldest son and the daughter of the governor's family were also here. He held back his temper, glared at Qin Qinghao, and said unhappily, "Cousin, if you want to cause trouble at home, that's one thing. We all tolerate you. But Miss Sun is the daughter of Deputy Governor Sunday. I advise you not to go too far, or you might bring trouble to your uncle. That wouldn't be good. Son Ichian, did you hear that? This kid is saying your father is a corrupt official who abuses power and seeks revenge. Qin Qinghao sneered and looked at Mu Kaicheng. Cousin, if I fight with Sun Ichian, it's just kids being naughty. Why are you bringing my father and Deputy Governor's son into this? Did Deputy Governor's son do something to offend your Mu family? Are you trying to slander him? Mu Kaicheng's face turned pale, and then pale again. I was just talking. I was trying to stop the fight and tell you not to bully Miss Sunday. You're going too far, cousin. A man dressed in a long scholar's robe, looking like a scholar, nodded. Young Master Qin has become more rude after being in the countryside for so long. Not only does he bully little girls more smoothly, but his bragging skills have also improved. I heard you even made a bet with Mu that you could grow rice yielding 1,000 jin per Mu this year. Why did you come to the city instead of farming properly in the countryside? Are you planning to cry and back out? After speaking, the scholar-style man chuckled. The men and women nearby couldn't hold back, and all started laughing.
Ha ha ha. I also heard about that.
Young Master Qin and young Master Mu bet that the rice could produce 1,000 jin per Mu. It's crazy to say that after coming to the countryside, maybe he doesn't understand rice yields and just blurted out nonsense. He has no common sense at all. I wonder if Lord Qin knows about this. If he finds out, he might get very angry. Disobedient children, haha, you. Qin Ruyu, who was spoiled and raised with love, was a bit stubborn but mostly innocent in nature. Now, seeing her brother being bullied, she was so angry her eyes turned red. She stood in front of Qin Qinghao, glaring at the spoiled brats, and shouted angrily, "Don't be too much. My brother is not like that. He does business and he's really good at it. Brother, let's go home. From now on, we won't bother these people anymore." She huffed and pulled Qin Qinghao, ready to leave. "Wait, can we say you can leave now?" A young nobleman who had just mocked Qin Qinghao rode up on his horse and blocked their way. "If you want to go, that's fine." Qin Qinghao apologized to Miss Sun and also to Mr. Mu. "Why should I?" Qin Qinghao pulled his sister behind him for protection and looked coldly at the man in front. "Luo Shaoxing, the Sun family and Mu family are not weak. Why are you stepping in?" Luo Shaoxing looked at Mu Kaicheng, speechless for a moment. "Besides, Miss Sun almost bumped into our carriage. I could have held her accountable, but I didn't. Why should I apologize to him? As for Mu Kaicheng, 5 shops. Did your father agree? No? Even if he didn't, it doesn't matter. The young Master Qiao personally witnessed everything. Even if he wanted to cheat, he probably wouldn't dare. Young Master Qiao. I didn't expect that this matter was witnessed by young Master Qiao." Mu Kaicheng hadn't said anything about coming back. Everyone turned to look at Mu Kaicheng. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Mu Kaicheng's eyes flickered. He raised his chin proudly and said, "That's right. Young Master Qiao happened to be in Yuna County at the time and witnessed everything. How shameless." Qin Qinghao looked confused. Didn't young Master Qiao help just because of his third uncle and third aunt? Prince Qiao is well known. Rumor has it he holds the Imperial Dragon Order and works for the Emperor. Last time, for some unknown reason, he clashed with Deputy Supervisor's son, and Deputy Sun suffered a loss in his hands. Now, Qiao Yuyuan has become the person all their families want to bring into their fold. If the family elders can't do certain things but he can, then he will likely rise even further within the family. At least, money won't be a problem anymore. Everyone looked at Mu Kaicheng with eager anticipation. Mu Kaicheng felt a bit guilty and cleared his throat. That was an accident last time. Prince Qiao only helped us because of the Mu family's reputation. My relationship with Prince Qiao isn't very close. We just nodded at each other. Even a nod is good enough. Look at us. Except for Brother Sion, who can Prince Qiao remember? The person mentioned Sion is Lu Sion, the eldest son of the Lu family. Yes, Brother Mu is really impressive. Brother Mu, once you get rich, don't forget your brothers. Everyone praised Mu Kaicheng, and he started to feel proud, as if he truly knew Prince Qiao. He smiled proudly and said, "Oh no, you're all too kind." Huh. Qin Qinghao rolled his eyes, having never seen such shamelessness. He was about to leave with his sister. What do you mean, Qin Qinghao? Someone trying to flatter Mu Kaiqing deliberately provoked Qin Qinghao.
What are you snorting about?
Seeing Mu Xiao knowing Prince Qiao, are you jealous? Exactly. Even with rice yielding 1,000 jin per mu, Prince Qiao doesn't believe it. When the time comes, don't cry if you lose. That's because I wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, I'd bet with you too. Exactly. The others chimed in, all expressing deep regret. Zhaowen sat in the carriage, her face dark. Was Qin Qinghao usually so useless? Not a single person was willing to speak up for him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard a deep voice from outside. What are you all arguing about? Didn't Qin Xiao just say that nothing is decided yet? We'll see who wins when the rice matures in a few months. There's no point in arguing now. We're all brothers who've known each other since childhood. Some words, it's better not to take too far. When the eldest son of the prefect's family spoke, those who had just been shouting looked at each other and fell silent. After all, he was the eldest son of the prefect's family, so he carried some weight.
Hey.
Don't, Xiao Yan, let them talk. Qin Qinghao stopped and looked at the people who had just spoken. You want to bet with me?
Fine.
Mu Kaiqing is offering 5 shops. 3 grain stores in the city, Yunhe County and Xingyan Town, plus a silk shop on Jixing Street and the largest general store on Shuixing Street, making 5 shops in total. If you want to bet, go ahead. But first, tell me what you can actually offer. The spoiled children present looked at each other, unable to decide on their family matters. What can you really offer? Someone was not convinced and glared at Qin Qinghao. I bet 5,000 taels. Can you come up with that? Ha! That's laughable. Qin Qinghao looked at the person with disdain. The Lin family isn't that wealthy anymore? 5,000 taels? I wouldn't want it even if you offered it to me. That's a shameful thing to bet with. You. Lin Wentai was speechless, unsure how to respond. Compared to young Master Mu's wealth, we're not on the same level. I'll bet 3 shops. Young Master Qin, what do you think? To hurry and meet young Master Qiao, many young members of noble families had come out today. Zhao Jin, the son of the Zhao family, had been silent, but suddenly spoke. I also bet 3 shops. Seeing Zhao Jin make a move, the young master of the Li family thought for a moment and followed. I bet 2. My mother owns a tavern on Jixing Street, so I'm in. Then I'll bet on 2 farms outside the city. Our family also has 2 farms. I can decide. I'll bet on those. These people weren't trusting Mu Kaiqing but were following Zhao Jin. You must know, Zhao Sun was naturally a born businessman. Even at a young age, he was already helping manage family affairs. Now, more than half of Zhao's business was in his hands. They believed that as long as they followed Zhao Jin, they would definitely win. Zhao Jin saw this and raised an eyebrow. My bet today has nothing to do with whether young Master Qin can grow grain. It's just for fun. I advise everyone to think carefully before betting. If you lose, Zhao won't be responsible. Hearing this, those following him hesitated again. Seeing this, Qin Qinghao quickly grabbed his sister, looking guilty. I told you can't play this game. If you can't play, then don't. What's the point of just Zhao Jin? I won't bet anymore. Let's go, Royu, and go home with my brother. He looked like he was running away in a hurry.
No.
Qin Qinghao, a gentleman's word is final. I will bet. Me too, I bet. We all bet. Stop right there. Those people blocked his way again, looking fierce. You all. Qin Qinghao seemed a bit angry and said hurriedly, Fine, we'll bet. But don't regret it later. Ping'an, bring the pen. Qin Ping'an quickly climbed into a carriage behind, taking out paper, ink, and a brush. Write down all the shops, farms, and silver they want to bet. Why? Qin Qinghao, why only record ours? What about yours? We're putting in so much. What can you offer? The young masters were unhappy. Qin Qinghao seemed a little unsure but still insisted, no matter what you bet, by July or August, if I can't produce 1,000 jin of rice per mu, I will pay triple compensation. If I do, then all these things will be mine. Thinking about it, those people figured Qin's family probably spent all their money, so they could only offer these things. They looked at Qin Qinghao as if he was a fool. Fine, we'll bet. After Qin Pingan finished writing, everyone pressed their thumbprints. Xiaoyan, are you not betting? Seeing everyone press their thumbprints, Qin Qinghao glanced at Lu Xian, who had been silent all along.
Such a good chance.
Are you sure you don't want to place a bet? Lu Xian looked at him calmly, cleared his throat, and said seriously, No, I'm not interested in triple bets. This kid was clever. He definitely wouldn't make a losing deal. Now Lu Xian was even more curious. When the time came, where would Qin Qinghao find rice that yields 1,000 jin per mu? Did he really find a way after going to Yunhe County? It seemed I should find a chance to go to Yunhe County. While Lu Xian was thinking, he saw several carriages coming down the road. The lead carriage looked familiar. It was his own father's. Governor Lu sat in his carriage, clearly noticing them. He quietly told the coachman something, and the coachman then drove the carriage to the group of young men. Greetings, Your Excellency, and everyone else. When the governor arrived, Qiao Wan and old Qin's son could no longer hide in the carriage. Everyone, including Granny Mei and others on the following carriage, got out and bowed to greet the governor.
Ha ha ha.
When you're out and about, no need for formalities. Governor Lu Xian smiled cheerfully, stroked his beard, and didn't notice Qiao Wan and her husband beside him. Maybe he saw them but thought they were unimportant, just watching the young people and smiling. You're all here. What are you doing? Oh, isn't that Xiao Hao from old Qin's family? Weren't you supposed to stay with your grandparents in Yunhe County? When did you come back? Uncle Lu. Hello. Qin Qinghao's face darkened. He didn't like being called Xiao Hao. It sounded like a little mouse, really unpleasant. But when he saw his father's threatening look, he quickly became timid. He sincerely bowed to the others and politely replied, It's been several months. I came back to visit my mother and handle some matters. Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Old Qin, it's been a while. It seems Xiao Hao has grown a lot. Now you can rest assured. Huh. Before Qin Qianhe, his father, could speak, they suddenly heard a snicker from the crowd. What's wrong? Luo, family boy, are you unhappy with what I just said? Governor Lu's face darkened as he looked at Luo Shaoxing. As someone in a high position, the pressure from the governor was intense and not easy to bear. Luo Shaoxing's forehead broke out in fine sweat. He hurriedly bowed and said, replying to Your Excellency, I dare not. I also think Your Excellency is right. Young Master Qin has indeed become quite capable. He looked at Qin Qinghao and Qin Qianhe, then whispered, You all probably don't know, but just now young Master Qin was betting with us that he could grow rice with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu.
What?
1,000 jin per mu? Not only did the governor look surprised, but the 4 or 5 officials accompanying him also froze. Some even couldn't hold back and exclaimed in shock. That brat! Where does he get the idea that he can grow rice with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu? After Qin Qian and Dai Ling were stunned, Qin Qian reacted first. He angrily slapped Qin Qinghao on the head. Did you cause trouble outside again? Do you know how many jin of rice are produced per mu? Still boasting about 1,000 jin? Do you know what 1,000 jin means? I am your father. A father who does nothing all day but causes trouble. If you can produce rice with 1,000 jin per mu, I will call you father. Qin Qinghao was chased and beaten, crying out in pain. Hey, old Qin. Forget it. Let's ask the kids what happened first. Qin Qianhe, exhausted and panting, was persuaded by everyone to stop. Honorable elders, I am telling the truth, said the young man. After watching the scene, Luo Shaoxing and others looked dark. They handed a signed contract to Lu Xian. This is the contract between young Master Qin and us. By August at the latest, if he can't produce rice with 1,000 jin per mu, he will pay us triple compensation. Lu Xian took the contract and quickly looked it over. This young master, how is trying to ruin the Qin family. He silently retracted all the praise he had just given Qin Qinghao and looked at Qin Qianhe with sympathy. He handed the contract to him. Old Qin, you better read it yourself. Good for nothing. Qin Qianhe saw the contract and almost had a heart attack from anger. He started hitting Qin Qinghao with fists and kicks. You good for nothing. You've grown some skills, and you've caused such a big mess.
You.
Are you trying to make me die of anger? What kind of contract is this? Apologize to the people right now. He raised his hand, ready to tear up the contract. Everyone watched helplessly, knowing Qin Qianhe was just bluffing, but no one dared to stop him. Dad, what are you doing? Don't tear it up. Qin Qianhe was anxious. Without caring, he grabbed his father's arm, snatched the contract, and protected it in his arms. He shouted, "This contract has many copies. Everyone involved in the bet has one. If you tear this one, there are still many others. You can't tear them all." Stop, Qin Qianhe. He really wanted to die right now. He hit Qin Qianhe a few more times. After the officials nearby persuaded him, he gradually stopped. Still, he kept muttering, "Unfortunate family. Unfortunate family. You good for nothing, you good for nothing. All right. Old Qin, please don't be upset anymore." A nearby official, who usually gets along well with Qin Qianhe, seemed to be comforting him, but was actually speaking to everyone. "It's just a childish quarrel. There's no need to take it seriously. Let Xiao Hao apologize, and then we can forget about it. Kids playing around shouldn't be taken to heart." Governor Lu narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said to the young men, "Today, this is Xiao Hao's fault. Xiao Hao, come here and apologize to everyone. Once you do that, this matter is settled. In the future, think carefully before acting. Don't be so impulsive." Since the governor personally spoke, even if these people felt unhappy inside, they didn't dare to say anything. But seeing Qin Qianhe being beaten so badly by his father, they felt a little better inside. Then they thought, if Qin Qianhe apologized, the story would spread in their circle. From then on, he wouldn't be able to lift his head in front of others. And if they met him again, they could tease him a little more, which made them feel quite satisfied and happy. So they all held their heads high, like proud roosters, turning to look at Qin Qianhe, waiting for him to apologize. "I won't apologize." Qin Qianhe puffed out his chest, disdainfully glancing at the group of spoiled brats in front of him. He then turned to Governor Lu and cupped his hands. "Uncle, the result of the bet hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to apologize now." The officials all looked on silently. "This kid from the Qin family is hopeless. Xiao Hao, are you?" Governor Lu looked at Qin Qianhe, who was pale, and opened his mouth to try to persuade Qin Qianhe again. But before he could speak, Qin Qianhe interrupted him. "By the way, Uncle Lu, since you're here today, please be a witness. This is the contract we just signed. I made an extra copy and ask you to keep it safe, in case someone tries to deny it later." Qin Qianhe handed a copy of the contract to Governor Lu, then turned around and handed back the contract that Luo Shaoxing had just taken out. "This is yours. Keep it safe. Don't say you lost it by accident next time. The bet is settled now, with the governor as a witness. I think no one will dare to deny it in the future." A group of spoiled brats led by Mu Kaiqing all looked on in shock. This Qin Qianhe must be crazy. Pushed too far, they all stared at him as if he were a fool. As you can see, everyone, it's not that we don't want to let young Master Qin go, but he insists on fulfilling the bet himself. We really can't do anything about it. Lu Shaoxing and the others secretly felt pleased, but outwardly looked very troubled, as if they had no choice and were forced by Qin Qianhe. Things have reached this point, and Magistrate Lu couldn't say much more. He looked at Qin Qianhe with disappointment and then at Qin Qian, finally forced to agree and serve as a witness. The trouble temporarily settled down. Magistrate Lu and the other officials continued their inspection, while the young masters and misses, led by Lu Xian, went to meet young Master Qiao. Qin Qianhe took his sister onto Qiao Wan's carriage. "How was it? Third aunt, am I impressive?" As soon as they got on, Qin Qianhe leaned toward Qiao Wan and handed her a contract like a treasure. "Those good-for-nothings are still gloating now. When the rice matures in July or August, they'll be the ones crying." Qiao Wan nodded. She didn't expect today to cause so much trouble for so many people. She just glanced lightly and returned the contract to Qin Qianhe. "What are you giving me for?" Qin Qianhe was momentarily stunned, then pushed the contract back to Qiao Wan. "The rice is your crop, so of course these things belong to you." He just enjoyed seeing those troublemakers cry. He didn't want these things himself. Whatever you win is yours. Xiaowan smiled and returned the contract to him. Qin Ruoyu watched from the side, wanting to speak several times but hesitating, finally saying nothing. Qin Qinghao held the contract, feeling a bit uneasy. It seemed he had gained a lot, and was uneasy about it. Third aunt, since the rice is yours, how about this? I want a part of these things, and you can have the rest. Or, if you want something else, I can exchange it for you. Xiaowan smiled and pointed to several villages on the contract list. Since you're so generous, I won't be polite. These 4 villages are quite large. After I win the bet, I want to take them. She had also planned to buy land in the city, and now that she had these villages, it was perfect. Moreover, she knew Qin Qinghao didn't like farming, so giving him these villages would be a waste. She wanted to come here, and this was just right. Although these villages are large because of their size, they are a bit far from the city. Qin Qinghao looked around for a while, then scratched the back of his head. If you want to talk about value, it's really the shops. Third aunt, maybe you should choose 2 more shops. You'll still need to do business in the future, right? It's just right. No need. Xiaowan was not greedy, and with the 5 shops from the Mu family, that was enough. The rest is yours. But with so many people and so many gambling agreements, our Qingyan town's estate might not be peaceful in the coming months. Since the gambling agreements had been made, someone would definitely try to find out more. Some people, just to be safe, might even try to ruin her rice fields, and cotton fields could also be affected. Old Qin San held Xiaowan's hand. I will arrange things on that side. Nothing will happen for now. For now, everyone only knew that Xiaowan used over 10,000 bushels of wheat to get a chance to stockpile food. In the future, only the emperor and a few close people would know that her family's wheat yield was 1,000 jin per mu. To hide the secret, Qiao Yiyuan also bought grain in different places and shipped it to the capital. All sides are now trying to find out the truth, but the emperor's real plan is still unclear. However, once the news about wheat cultivation spreads, all forces will act. Even with Qin Lao San and Qiao Yiyuan's tricks, within 3 months, they will likely trace everything back to the Qin family, or even to Qiaowan herself. Those are the truly difficult ones to deal with. As for the current stage, the spoiled young masters Qin Lao San didn't care about them at all. What Qin Lao San was thinking, Qiaowan had already guessed. She nodded. As long as we can keep things safe for these few months, that's enough. As for the future, we have that backing, right? He won't let anything happen to us. Hearing this, Qin Lao San felt a bit uncomfortable. He snorted softly, then said after a while, "Without him, I can still protect you." Qiaowan smiled, her eyes shining. She looked at Qin Lao San. "My husband is the best. I believe in you." Qin Ruoyu was watching nearby, stunned. He didn't expect Xiao want to be like this in private. "I can't take it anymore." Qin Qinghao, on the other hand, often approached the 2 of them and was used to their way of interacting. He looked at Xiao Wan and Qin Lao San, then seriously joked, "You 2 make me want to get married too, really?" Qin Ruoyu blinked excitedly at her brother. "Brother, the day before yesterday, I heard Mom and Dad talking about calling you back. They said they found a few girls for you to meet." Qin Qinghao. "Did he just say that?" "His business is just starting." "Oh, no, it hasn't even started yet. Why would he get married?" "Don't say you've seen me," he said to Qin Ruoyu before trying to slip away. "Too late." Qin Ruoyu looked at him thoughtfully. "Dad already knows you're back and caused a big fuss. Do you think you can run away?" Qin Qinghao looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, not far away, he saw a carriage slowly following them, with the housekeeper of the Qin family sitting inside, trailing behind as they headed toward the city. As soon as Qin Qinghao entered the city, he didn't have time to escape before the housekeeper caught him and brought him back. Xiao Wan and her husband, along with Grandma Mei, had arranged to buy someone. After sending her off, they followed the housekeeper's plan and moved into the largest inn in the city with Qin Pingan. Before leaving, Qin Lao San had prepared thick cushions and mink fur in the carriage, even coaxed Qin Bei's favorite small pillow to make Qiao uncomfortable. But this was her first long trip, and after half a day on the carriage, she was still a bit tired. Back at the inn, she washed briefly and then fell asleep from exhaustion. The next day, she and Qin Laosen first visited Qin's family to see Qin Qinghao's parents. Qin Xian had always gotten along well with the former Laosen, and they talked easily. Especially after learning from Qin Qingchu that Grand Tutor Jiang was teaching his 3 children at Qin Laosan's house, and that one of them was a girl, he had been thinking about sending his own 10-year-old son there too. Even if he couldn't formally apprentice, having Grand Tutor Jiang give some guidance would be a great honor for his son. His wife, Mrs. Qian, clearly knew her husband's plans and warmly welcomed Xiao Wan's arrival. "Little Xiao, I heard you're now doing business and that your business will expand into the city. Speaking of which, we are like sisters now. In the future, when you come to the capital city, you must visit us often. If you don't mind, you can even stay here for a while." Mrs. Qian was polite to Xiao Wan at first, just because she was following her husband's advice. But after spending some time together, she found Xiao Wan's confident and graceful manner very comfortable. Now, she genuinely considers her a relative and smiles as she says, "Qinghao's return to Huaxi village probably caused you some trouble, right?" Her son was eager to do business with Xiao Wan and her husband, and she had heard about it. Xiao Wan smiled gently and shook her head. "Actually, he has helped us a lot. From selling charcoal at first, to working as a servant and handling many daily matters, Qin Qinghao truly helped them a lot. I know what kind of person that kid is, so you don't need to defend him." Mrs. Qian snorted, but her expression became kinder and more friendly as she looked at Xiao Wan. "Mother, you're talking about me again." Qin Qinghao, who was about to leave with Qin Ruyu, heard Mrs. Qian talking about him and hurried over. Just as he entered, he heard his mother speaking about him. He walked in, sat in front of Mrs. Qian, and looked at her with a bit of annoyance. "You've been mischievous since you were little. Am I wrong?" Mrs. Qian glanced at him with a disapproving tone, but her eyes showed her affection.
Fine.
"In your heart, only Qin Qingqi, that bookworm, is not mischievous," Qin Qinghao said casually, leaning back in his chair. He looked around the room and then picked up a box from the table, asking, "Where are Dad and third uncle?"
Oh.
"What's this? It smells so good." "Wow, it smells wonderful. Brother, what are you holding? Is it perfume powder?" At this moment, Qin Ruyu also hurried over, catching sight of what Qin Qinghao was holding. She ran up and reached out to grab it, but Qin Qinghao quickly dodged, avoiding her hand. She missed. "Mother, look at brother." Qin Ruyu stomped her foot, hugged Mrs. Qian's arm, and pouted playfully. "You're so unruly." Mrs. Qian pulled her daughter's hand away and tapped her forehead gently. "That's your third aunt. You should greet her." "Third aunt, hello." Qin Ruyu didn't like Xiao Wan. Although she seemed comfortable with her brother on the carriage yesterday and didn't take advantage of him, she still didn't like her. However, in front of her mother, she didn't dare to be too bold. She could only reluctantly greet Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan nodded softly, saying nothing more. "Mother, where did you get this? It smells so nice, with a light floral scent. Is it perfume powder?" But it doesn't seem like it. Qin Ruyu was attracted by the delicate wooden box in her brother's hand and asked Qianshi. "This was given by your third aunt." "I don't know what it is." Qianshi was also drawn to the contents inside the box. She took it and looked at it but couldn't tell what it was. "Big sister-in-law, this is a moisturizer. I made it myself using my father's leftover ingredients." Xiao Wan smiled and explained, "It contains some special herbs. It can't keep you forever young, but it can moisturize and whiten the skin. Since it's your first time using it, you can try applying it on the back of your hand. If it were to be used on the face," Qianshi was a bit worried. But on the hand, she didn't mind. She took a small amount and gently applied it to the back of her hand. Qin Ruyu mimicked her and also applied some. "Wow, it's really good. Mother, look, are my hands much softer now?" Not long after applying, Qin Ruyu happily exclaimed. Qianshi looked at her hands and then at her own. They did feel softer. She smiled and nodded. "Is it really that magical?" Qin Qinghao originally planned to find his father and Qin Laosan, but upon hearing this, he came back and dabbed some on the back of his hand. After applying it, he looked at it and nodded. It's good. Truly a fine product." Third aunt, are you planning to take me into business with this? Qin Qinghao was a bit resistant, but also somewhat hopeful. He was sure that once this product was sold, it would be wildly popular among the ladies of the noble families. Every time he made a move, it was a good way to make money. Qin Qinghao looked at Xiao Wan with shining eyes. This isn't suitable for you, Xiao Wan said, and both Qian Shi and Qin Ryu let out a sigh of relief. As Qin Qinghao relaxed, he also felt a bit disappointed. Don't worry. The business I plan to start with you is already in the works. It will be ready to launch by the end of the year. Seeing the situation, Xiao Wan smiled gently and turned to Madame Qian. I am also looking for a partner for this business. I wonder if the madam would be interested? Madame Qian was surprised and didn't expect Xiao Wan to want to partner with her. Xiao, this skin cream feels quite good. If you sell it, the business will definitely be very popular. Are you sure you want to work with me? Xiao Wan looked at her honestly. The reason I gave you this skin cream is to let you try it first. Once you've tested it and liked it, we can talk about working together. I didn't expect that today. Qinghao would find out by chance. Well, madam, I'll be honest. This cream uses rare ingredients that most people can't afford. If I sell it cheaply, I won't make much profit. If I sell it at a high price, it might be hard to build a good reputation. I want to work with you because I value your connections. Madame Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Wan. You want me to help promote this skin cream in the circle? Xiao Wan nodded.
Yes.
But since you've seen how well the cream works, you don't need to promote it yourself. Just use it, and if your skin improves, people will ask you about it. That way, your reputation will spread naturally. Of course, I'm just suggesting this. Whether you want to do it depends on your decision. Madame Qian looked at the cream in her hand, thinking deeply. This product really works well for moisturizing. If it also has whitening and skin smoothing effects, it would be very popular. No matter whether it's from a financial perspective or the value of the cream itself, everyone would find it hard to resist such temptation.
All right.
I'll try it for a while. If there are no issues, we can discuss further cooperation. Since it's a product, she had to be cautious. Many people in her circle were not to be offended. So, she decided to test it first. Madame Qian is straightforward. Seeing Qin Ryu love the cream so much, Xiao Wan smiled. I'll have someone bring over 2 more boxes this afternoon. Take your time to try it. They chatted for a while longer. When the butler announced it was time to eat, Qin Qian and Qin Lao San returned together. They exchanged smiles and didn't discuss the topic further. They walked into the dining hall arm in arm. After dinner at the Qin family, Xiao Wan and Qin Lao San went straight to the herbal shop that Grandma Mei had mentioned. At this time, there weren't many people in the dental shop. Since it was introduced by Grandma Mei, the staff there were very friendly and patient. When Xiao Wan said she didn't want any recommendations and wanted to see all the options, they didn't mind at all. Without hesitation, they called everyone over. As Grandma Mei said, in Fucheng, there are more choices than in Yunhe County. Xiao Wan looked around and selected 28 people. She also added a family of 4, making a total of 32, and asked Du Xing to take them back to the farm first. After walking around again and seeing that there weren't many options left, she decided to leave. As she reached the gate of the courtyard, she suddenly noticed a yard on her right side filled with many people. There was even a big man kept in a cage. Xiao Wan was surprised and asked casually, "Who are they?" The person who was hosting Xiao Wan today was a man named Jean, a chubby man. He smiled and said, "Most of these people were recently bought and haven't been trained well yet. For now, they're staying here. Some have been trained, but no one wanted them after a while. We plan to sell them all when we get the chance. Would Lady Qin like to see them?" Seeing Xiao Wan's interest, Jean asked proactively. "Is that okay?" Xiao Wan was very interested. If it were someone else, probably not. But since you were introduced by Grandma Mei, I will talk to the boss. It should be fine. Moreover, Lady Qin was very generous. She bought over 30 people at once, so she is a big customer. The boss probably wouldn't refuse this request. Sure enough, Jean went to talk to the person in charge. The person just gave a few instructions about safety and not to offend the noble guests, then agreed. Jean quickly nodded and led Xiao Wan to a separate yard on the right. The environment there was clearly worse. Several people, even entire families, were crammed into one room. When they saw someone coming, their numb expressions showed a slight change. They all quieted down and looked curiously at Xiao Wan and old third Qin. "Miss, wake up. Miss, I will go find the doctor now. Please hold on a little longer, Mississippi." At this moment, a frantic cry came from a room in the corner. The cry sounded abrupt in the quiet environment. There is a story about a master and a servant living together. The master was once a young lady from a wealthy family in the south, but something happened, and her family fell into hard times. To pay for her father's funeral, she sold herself. After many hardships, she ended up here with us. When the new owner bought her, they didn't know she was sick. They thought they could sell her for a good price. But after bringing her home, they realized she was very ill and beyond help. They couldn't sell her and didn't want to send her away, so they let her stay here and hoped she would pass peacefully. The man with gold teeth sighed and politely bowed to Zhou Wan and old Qin. "Sorry to bother you, sir and madam. I'll go tell them to be quieter." "There's no need," Zhou Wan said, raising her hand to stop him. She then walked toward the corner room. The door was slightly open. Zhou Wan looked inside and saw a thin girl lying on the ground. Her lips were streaked with blood. She was leaning on another small girl, who was turned away from the door, so her face was not clear. "Little Green, don't go." The girl, weak and fragile, was holding onto Little Green's arm. "I know my body best. I can't go on. I'm almost done." "It's useless to keep asking for help." Little Green, the maid, was crying loudly and desperately. "Miss, you'll be fine. You will definitely be fine. The master and madam will watch over you from heaven. Please, don't say such foolish things. Don't leave Little Green. Okay? Please? Foolish girl." The girl struggled to lift her hand and gently touched Little Green's face. "Without me holding you back, you would live happily. Little Green, I am no longer a young lady. I've told you many times. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Shuatong. I am happy to have a sister like you in this life. Thank you, Little Green. Thank you." Her voice grew softer and softer. "Miss Mississippi," Little Green cried so hard she was almost hysterical. She shook her mistress desperately, tears streaming down her face. "No, miss, don't leave Little Green. Please don't leave." No matter how much she shook her, the girl's breathing grew weaker and weaker until she stopped moving altogether. Xiao Wan saw everything and sighed softly. She pushed open the door, took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve, poured out a pill, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and gently fed it to the girl who was barely breathing. At this moment, as she approached, Xiao Wan finally saw that the girl's face had 2 deep scars, which looked quite fierce. "It seems she has a story to tell."
Who?
"Who are you? What did you give to my young lady?" Xiao Lu stared blankly at Xiao Wan. After a moment, she reacted, looked at her young lady, then at Xiao Wan, and asked carefully, "It's medicine to save her life." Xiao Wan glanced lightly at Xiao Lu's swollen, tearful eyes, then took out another small porcelain bottle and handed it to her. "Wipe your eyes or they'll hurt later. Thank you, madam," Xiao Lu stammered. Seeing that Xiao Wan was clearly holding the lady's hair, Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment, quickly took the small bottle and accepted it. But after receiving the medicine, she didn't rush to apply it to herself. Instead, she wanted to pick up her young lady and carry her to the bed. "If you don't want her to get worse, don't move her first." Xiao Wan quickly stopped her. "My medicine can only keep her alive. To cure her completely, you need a doctor, but the best doctors in the city have already seen her. They say, Miss, there's no hope," Xiao Lu said blankly. "Yes, Lady Qin. We've asked several top doctors in the city, and they all say Miss Shengwan's illness can't be cured," Jin Yuren added. Xiao Wan checked Shengwan Shuedong's nose and found she was starting to breathe more steadily. She thought for a moment, then gave her another sip of spiritual spring water. Turning to Xiao Lu, she said, "She won't be in danger for now. I know a skilled doctor, but he won't arrive in the city until tomorrow. I'll bring him over to see your young lady then. The Dr. Xiaowan mentioned is her own humble senior brother, Wu Jun originally. He and Lady Feng were supposed to come together. But because something urgent came up at Wu Xiaoxing Academy today, Lady Feng had to stay behind to handle it, so they had to delay for 2 days. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Xiao Lu seemed to see a savior and hurriedly knelt down, repeatedly thanking Xiaowan. Xiaowan nodded lightly, then left the room, followed by others. Would you like to see Madam Qin again? The man with gold teeth became more polite to Xiaowan. He has been in this line of work for a long time and has seen all kinds of joys and sorrows, so his heart has become as hard as stone. Although he never makes things difficult for those who have been sold, and sometimes helps out when he can, he still can't bring himself to give such precious medicine to a complete stranger like Xiaowan did. Over the years, he has met many wealthy and powerful people and their servants. Most of them treat life as worthless, and few see slaves as humans. There are hardly any as kind as Xiaowan. He has gained a new understanding of her. No need, Xiaowan said after this incident, losing interest in continuing to look around. She shook her head and headed out the door. Since she was rarely in the city, after leaving the house, Xiaowan didn't rush back. Instead, she wandered around with Third Qin, buying many things without realizing it. Seeing that Third Qin was already holding too many items, Xiaowan reluctantly stopped. It's okay. If you like something, you can keep buying. When you're done, ask the shopkeeper to send everything directly to the inn, Third Qin suggested softly, noticing her interest. Xiaowan secretly thought, women, no matter the era, love shopping. She shook her head and said, that's enough. Let's go back, then return to the inn with Third Qin. Unexpectedly, when they arrived back, Madame Feng and her husband were already there. Big Sister Feng, you said you'd arrive tomorrow. Why are you here today? Xiaowan approached her and asked, holding her arm. Madame Feng smiled warmly and patted her hand. That kid just got a bit restless and caused some trouble. Now he's going to school properly. We sent him to the academy, and on the way we came here. Wu Xiaoxing is now studying in the county. No wonder you're so early. Xiaowan smiled and went upstairs with Madame Feng. Big Sister Feng, have you heard of the Shengguan family in Jiangnan? Once inside, Xiaowan remembered seeing Shengguan Xuedong and her servant at the Mei family's pharmacy today. She looked at Madame Feng casually and asked. Lady Feng frowned and looked at Xiaowan. Many years ago, there was a family called the Shengguan in Jiangnan. I heard that their women learned embroidery for generations, with excellent skills. They mostly did work for the palace and occasionally took orders from high officials in the capital. Many years ago, the Shengguan family had a girl named Shengguan Xuedong. Her skills were said to be the best in the family for generations. Her embroidery was so superb that even Tang Xiuxiu, known as the embroidery goddess in the capital, couldn't compare. But later, for some unknown reason, the Shengguan family was destroyed. After the old master died, they didn't even have a mat for his body. The rest of the family either died or disappeared, and no news was heard of them afterward. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Have you met someone from the Shengguan family? Yes. Xiaowan nodded and told Lady Feng about her encounter with Shengguan Xuedong and her servant today at the pawn shop. You're lucky then, Lady Feng said happily, her eyes widening. She smiled. Aren't you planning to spin cotton? Shengguan Xuedong must be talented in this area. If you can buy her and her servant, you won't need to look for people in Jiangnan. Don't celebrate too early, Sister Feng. Xiaowan sighed and continued. When I saw Shengguan Xuedong, she was already near death. She had 2 deep scars on her face and hands. From what I observed, her hands seemed to be disabled too. I also think she's in poor health, partly because of many hardships in her life, and partly because she might have been poisoned. That's why she fed Shengguan Xuedong's spiritual spring water again yesterday. Lady Feng was shocked and looked at Xiaowan with horror. You suspect someone is watching her? Is her condition still treatable? Thinking about it, a girl with such embroidery talent, once famous, whose family was destroyed. Who could protect her? She was just a young girl burdened with such fate, which was truly sad. We haven't found any signs of surveillance, but maybe they think she won't live long, so they withdrew. Xiaowan said with a slightly heavy tone. Whether she can be cured will be known after my senior brother examines her tomorrow. Could there be danger? Lady Feng asked nervously. The Shengguan family worked for the palace, and she knew many officials and nobles in the capital. Someone powerful enough to destroy the Shengguan family might pose a threat if Xiaowan intervened. Xiaowan also knew she needed to think carefully about this matter. Even if Shengguan Xuedong was dismissed, she was still very attracted to such a genius. After a few seconds of silence, Xiaowan continued, "Let me plan things carefully again. Tomorrow, I will take senior brother to see her situation before making any decisions." The next morning, after breakfast, Xiaowan took Wu Jun and his wife directly to the dental shop. Today, they were still greeted by the gold-toothed man. "Greetings, Madam Qin." Xiao Lu had already learned from the gold-toothed man that the lady who saved her young lady yesterday was surnamed Qin. Seeing Xiaowan arrive, she hurriedly bowed to the group. "You're too polite." Xiaowan glanced at her and led Wu Jun and others into the room where Shengguan Xuedong was. "Brother Jin, Lord Qin, Madam Qin." Shengguan Xuedong had already woken up and knew she was saved by a noble person. Now she was lying on a hard wooden bed. When she saw Xiaowan and the others come in, she struggled to sit up, but just as she moved, she couldn't help but cough violently. Seeing this, Xiao Lu hurried over to support her. "Young lady, be careful, just lie down." Xiaowan looked at her frail, thin body, which seemed about to give out at any moment. She frowned and pointed at Wu Jun. "This is Dr. Wu, my senior brother. Let him examine you first." Wu Jun stepped forward. Shengguan Xuedong naturally extended her right hand. Wu Jun carefully examined her complexion, then placed his hand on her wrist. He frowned and looked serious for a long time. He then straightened up and shook his head at Xiaowan. Shengguan Xuedong had been carefully observing Wu Jun's reaction. When she saw him shake his head, the small flicker of hope in her eyes was extinguished again. "Thank you, Madam Qin, and sorry for the trouble, Dr. Wu." She looked at Xiaowan calmly. "My body is so broken that I have long lost hope. I'm sorry to trouble Madam Qin to come again. I don't have much time left. It's okay if I leave. Xiao Lu is a sincere girl. I'm worried she won't survive if I'm gone. Madam Qin, Xuedong has a humble request. Please buy Xiao Lu. She's careful, diligent, and loyal. Buying her won't be a loss for you." As she spoke, Shengguan Xuedong struggled to stand up from the bed and directly knelt in front of Xiaowan. "Miss, please don't say that. Little Green won't leave you. Wherever you go, Little Green will follow. Please don't send Little Green away, okay?" Little Green hurriedly bent down and helped her up. Perhaps because she had been caring for Shengguan Xuedong for a long time, Little Green, though thin, was very strong and easily helped Shengguan Xuedong to her feet. "Strange. Did I say you can't treat her? Why are you now talking about giving up?" Wu Jun stared in shock at the master and servant, feeling a bit stunned. "Dr. Wu, what do you mean?" Little Green paused her action of supporting Shengguan Xuedong, then suddenly looked up at Wu Jun. "Are you saying Miss still has a chance? Please, Dr. Wu, save our Mississippi. As long as you can save her life, I will work as a servant for the rest of my life to repay you." Shengguan Xuedong also looked at Wu Jun blankly, not daring to hope, but a small spark of hope still rose in her heart. "Dr. Wu, do I still have a chance?" Wu Jun nodded confidently. "Although it will take a lot of effort and medicine, saving your life is not a problem. However, I can't do much about the injuries on your hands and face. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Thank you. Thank you." After so long, Shengguan Xuedong and Little Green no longer expected to heal their faces and hands. As long as they could survive, they saw it as a blessing from heaven. They hurriedly knelt again and bowed their heads to Wu Jun several times. "You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my younger sister. Also, your body won't recover overnight. To save you, we need to buy you back. This matter should be decided by my younger sister," Wu Jun said, clearly used to such scenes. He stroked his beard and turned to look at Xiaowan. "Madam Qin, please, buy us and our Mississippi." Little Green suddenly knelt down with a loud slap and faced Xiaowan. "Although our miss is weak, I am strong. I can do anything. I can do the work of 2 people. Please, Madam Qin, buy us. Little Green, get up. Shangguan Shuedong looked at Little Green, who kept kowtowing on the ground. She sighed inwardly, pulled her up, and looked at Xiao Wan. Her voice was weak and tired as she said, Madam Qin, let's talk. She is a clever girl. She quickly understood the key points. Zhou Wan nodded happily and turned to Old Third Qin and Lady Foam, saying, Husband, senior brother, Sister Foam, please go outside and wait for me for a moment. Old Third Qin and the others left, and the man with gold teeth also couldn't stay any longer, so he followed to the door. How much silver for these 2? Old Third Qin asked him. The man with gold teeth hesitated for a moment, then realized that Third Master Qin was serious about buying people. He quickly smiled and said, These 2 have been here for several months. They were almost at the end of their lives, but now that they met Third Master and Lady, it's their good fortune. Thank you for not despising them. I'll sell these 2 to you for 16 taels of silver. Buying a strong worker in the county town costs about 12 taels. The city has more options and better training, so it's a bit cheaper to buy there. Yesterday, Zhou Wan bought over 30 people, each costing around 11 taels. At 16 taels, the average is about 8 taels per person. These 2 servants have been here for so long without being sold, so strictly speaking, the man with gold teeth didn't ask for much. All right. Old Third Qin handed him 17 taels. The man with gold teeth's eyes lit up, and he happily hurried away. When Zhou Wan finished talking with Shangguan Shuetong and Xiao Lu helped her out, the man with gold teeth arrived late. Third Master, these 2 servants might be not simple. Are you really going to buy them? His eyes flickered slightly as he approached Old Third Qin and lowered his voice. I just want to get their sale contracts, and 2 masked men in black came to ask about their situation. It seemed they were very concerned about whether their injuries would heal, especially asking about Shangguan girl's hand injury. Old Third Qin raised an eyebrow. What did you say? I told them the truth. The man with gold teeth lowered his voice even more. Those people don't look like good folks. If they really cared about Shangguan girl, they would have taken her away already. So I kept a little alert. I told them her hand and face injuries couldn't be fully healed, but I didn't tell the truth about her other injuries. I just said she was hanging on, but it was impossible for her to recover completely. When they heard that, they let me go. I took their sale contracts and came straight to you, Third Master. Good. Well done. Zhou Wan didn't know when she had already come behind them. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile and ask, Brother Jin, are you interested in changing your job? This clever person will be very helpful for Jiangwan's future business expansion. The man with gold teeth was initially startled, then looked at Jiangwan with some difficulty. Thank you for Lady Qin's kindness, but my family is in the capital city, and I have elderly parents to care for. I'm afraid I can't go with you. Still, he was somewhat tempted. Everything is fate. Jiangwan didn't insist. She took the contracts from Shangguan Shuedong and Xiao Lu and prepared to leave the pawnshop. But just as she reached the door, a rough-looking man in tattered clothes, with messy hair and a beard, suddenly jumped out. Qin Lao Send quickly stepped forward, shielding Jiangwan. The man couldn't speak. After blocking Jiangwan, he pointed urgently in a direction, making it clear he was very anxious. Jiangwan felt a bit confused. Mute uncle, what are you doing? He's a valued guest of the pawnshop. Don't be rude. Please step back. Seeing this, the man with gold teeth hurried forward, pushed Mute Uncle, and bowed to Jiangwan and her husband. Sorry, Lord Qin and Lady Qin. This is Mute Uncle from the pawnshop. Sorry for the disturbance. After saying that, he saw Mute Uncle still standing there, not moving aside. He stepped closer and pushed him several times, but no matter how hard he pushed, Mute Uncle remained rooted in place. The man with gold teeth looked helpless. He explained to Jiangwan, Mute Uncle is a strange person. He's very strong and stubborn. When he gets set on something, he won't listen to anyone. Like now, pushing him is useless. Sorry to trouble you both. I'll go find someone to take him away. Qin Lao Sand carefully examined Mute Uncle several times. Where did this person come from? I'm not sure exactly. I only remember he was here when I entered the pawnshop. He was with a daughter, who also seems to be ill. I haven't seen her clearly. The pawn shop owner looked worried. Mute uncle is very strange. He usually stays inside with his daughter and rarely comes out. The shopkeeper once considered selling him, but he seemed to be attached here and refused to leave. The shopkeeper tried to find someone to catch him, but he fought them off. Later, the owner of the shop came personally. When some troublemakers arrived, Mute uncle stepped in to help. The owner was grateful and tolerated his presence. They have lived here for 5 or 6 years. Occasionally, Uncle Ye would help with chores, so no one chased them away. This time, Uncle Ye stopped you because I think it's related to Dr. Wu curing Miss Shangwan's illness. Old Third Qin is rarely interested in someone like this. Uncle Ye seems to be quite capable. Xiao Wan raised her eyebrows, looked at Old Third Qin, then at Uncle Ye, and said, "Take us to see her." Uncle Ye shook his head and gestured, pointing at Xiao Wan and Wu Jun, meaning others are not allowed inside. "Wait here for now." Xiao Wan nodded, prepared to go inside with Wu Jun, but Qin Old Third held her back. "I'll go with you." Uncle Ye is clearly skilled. When trouble happens, Wu Jun has a hard time protecting himself. He doesn't trust that Xiao Wan and the others can go in alone. Xiao Wan understood Qin Old Third's worries. She thought for a moment, then looked at Uncle Ye. "This is my husband. He's worried about me and wants to come in with us. Don't worry, he's obedient. He won't look at anything he shouldn't or say anything inappropriate once inside." Uncle Ye considered for 2 seconds and nodded. The 4 of them entered the room where Uncle Ye's daughter was staying. With a loud bang, Uncle Ye closed the door, blocking all outside visitors. As soon as they entered, they saw a graceful young girl come out from the inner room. The girl was very different from Uncle Ye's rough appearance. She was dressed simply but neatly, looking very fresh. Her long, blonde hair was eye-catching. When she saw Xiao Wan and the others, a look of surprise flashed in her light blue eyes. She quickly hid behind Uncle Ye and whispered, "Why did you bring people here?" Uncle Ye hurriedly grabbed his daughter's right hand, patted her gently to comfort her, then pointed at Xiao Wan and Wu Jun. He gestured and explained for a while. Only then did the girl realize these people were brought by her father to see her. She was a little shy and didn't dare look at Qin Old Third or Wu Jun. She watched Uncle Ye's gestures and secretly looked at Xiao Wan several times. Seeing her clear, innocent eyes like a young deer, Xiao Wan found it amusing. Suddenly, she missed Qin Bebe. She took the initiative to say, "Hello, my name is Xiao Wan. You can call me Sister Wan. Do you know Shengwan Xuedong next door? Her illness has been controlled by my senior brother. It will be cured soon. Your father saw this and wanted us to come help you. Would you like to try?" The girl shyly looked at her, opened her mouth several times, then curiously whispered to Xiao Wan, "My name is Yaoer, Sister Wan. Is it really you who cured Sister Shengwan's illness?" "I believe it is you." Before Xiao Wan could speak, the girl suddenly smiled, her eyes shining as she looked at her. "You look so pretty, like a fairy. It must be the old man with a white beard who sent the fairy sister to save us." Xiao Wan. This girl seems about 16 or 17, but why is she so innocent? Could she have a brain injury? That would be troublesome. But, upon closer look at the girl's innocent appearance, she didn't seem to have a brain injury. She clearly has blonde hair and fair skin, looking very much like a foreigner. Xiao Wan thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. Although Yaoer is about 16 or 17, perhaps because of her appearance, she rarely leaves the house. The only person she has contact with is Uncle Mute, who cannot speak. Over time, this might have made her develop her current innocent and naive personality. She's not mentally challenged or clueless. She simply hasn't had much contact with the outside world. What she knows might be just her own imagination or things she saw secretly when she sneaked out. "Yaoer, can Sister Wan ask you a few questions first?" Thinking this way, Xiao Wan felt a bit sorry for the girl. She smiled gently and softly said, "There are some questions you might not want to answer, but I need to be sure if you are really sick. So, no matter what, you must tell Sister Wan honestly, okay?" Yaoer looked up at her, hesitating for a long time, as if thinking about something. After a while, she looked steadily at Xiao Wan and slowly asked, Sister Wan, are you really not afraid of me? Xiao Wan, don't you think I'm a monster? Before Xiao Wan could answer, Yaoer continued to ask, why would I be afraid? Xiao Wan took Yaoer's hand and smiled. You might not know, but far away from here, there are some people who look just like you, blonde hair and big blue eyes. I think they look very beautiful. How could a monster be so pretty? I can't explain it clearly now, and I can't be sure of the exact location, but I know that somewhere outside our country it definitely exists. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman with exotic features made Xiao Wan feel a lot of pressure. She gently patted Yaoer's hand that was holding hers. Actually, I think you're not sick and you're not a monster. Yaoer, do you remember your mother? Was she also like you? Yaoer's eyes darkened, and she shook her head. Since she was born, only her father was around. She really didn't know what her mother looked like. The mute uncle nearby nodded desperately, confirming what Xiao Wan said. So, this isn't really a sickness but a genetic trait. Xiao Wan was a bit speechless. But since you've been staying indoors all the time and haven't been in the sun, your body might have some small issues. To be safe, I'll ask my senior brother to check you. Yaoer instinctively wanted to hide when she heard this. Yaoer, you're not a monster. Don't listen to those people talking nonsense. Be good, let Brother Wu Jun check you. Once it's confirmed you're healthy, you can go outside and walk in the sunlight. Walking in the sunlight. That was what Yaoer had longed for since she was born. She really didn't want to go out at midnight every day anymore. She only dared to go out when it was quiet and no one was around. She wanted to go outside. She longed for sunlight and for being among people.
Yaoer looked at Xiao Wan, then at Wu Junior.
Finally, she grabbed Xiao Wan with one hand and the mute uncle with the other, and gently nodded. Wu Jun saw this and quickly stepped forward, quietly checking Yaoer's pulse. At first, Yaoer was very nervous. Gradually, seeing that Wu Jun was only focused on his diagnosis, with no disgust, contempt, or any bad feelings in his eyes, she slowly relaxed and waited quietly. Yaoer's health is indeed fine. After finishing the check, Wu Jun took a step back and bowed slightly to the mute uncle. If I'm not mistaken, Yaoer has been practicing martial arts with the mute uncle. On the contrary, her physique is very good, probably related to her martial arts training. However, as the little sister said, Yaoer has been staying out of the sun for a long time, so her joints and bones might sometimes ache. That's normal. As long as she lives normally and takes some medicine for a month or so, she'll be fine. Thank you. Yaoer couldn't speak because her father was mute. She quietly whispered her thanks to Wu Jun, Sister Wan. Actually, my father says I am healthy and has taken me to see other doctors, but I just don't believe it. Do people like me really exist? In fact, she was troubled by her own worries. She was afraid of crowds and worried about others' strange looks. Since she was a child, people called her a little monster, and she was truly scared. But today, Xiao Wan told her that there are others in the world who look exactly like her. She even learned that her mother was also such a person. Suddenly, she felt a bit more at ease. Still, she was afraid that Xiao Wan had just made up this story to comfort her, and that she was still a monster. Really? I swear. Xiao Wan looked at her seriously. The world is big, and there are many things we haven't seen. That doesn't mean they don't exist. Yaoer, go out and explore. Maybe one day, you'll find someone like you. Xiao Wan's words were meant to encourage her to go outside more. But the girl suddenly became very excited, grabbing Xiao Wan's hand. Can I go with you?
Sister Wan.
If you buy us, I can serve you. I am good at martial arts and can protect you in the future. She felt warmth from Xiao Wan, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Suddenly, she didn't want to leave her. Xiao Wan looked at the mute uncle. According to the gold-toothed man, as long as the mute uncle didn't want to leave, no one could take them away. Tears welled up in the mute uncle's eyes. He looked happily at his daughter, who was finally willing to go out, and nodded quickly. As long as his daughter could live normally again, he was willing to do anything. All right then. Xiao Wan looked at Qin Lao-san. If you're taking one, you're taking one. If you're taking two, you're taking two. Go find the gold-toothed man and get the contract of sale for the mute uncle and his daughter. So, on this trip to the city, Xiao Wan bought over 30 people back to the village. She also bought Shengguan Xuedong's servant and the mute uncle's family. Luckily, they arrived with an extra carriage, so the journey home wasn't crowded. By the way, Uncle Mute, my senior brother is good at medicine. Maybe he can help you too, Yaoer said as the carriage stopped by the roadside for a rest on the way back from the city to Yunhe County. She was bored, so she caught a few fish from the creek to roast. Xiao Wan, now dressed in new clothes and tidying herself up, looked at the mute uncle and suggested. After 2 days together, she already knew that Uncle Ya's surname was Liang, his name was Liang Chen, and his daughter's name was Liang Yaoer. At first glance, Uncle Ya looked messy, like a homeless person. But after tidying him up, Xiao Wan realized he was a handsome middle-aged man, very attractive. This was before he shaved. If he shaved and wore fancy clothes, he would be even more handsome than modern male stars. Someone like him clearly had a story. However, Xiao Wan was not the type to pry into others' privacy. She asked nothing, just treated him as if she had bought a maid and a guard. Liang Yaoer wanted to be her maid, and Uncle Ya didn't oppose. She also had no objection. Having a martial arts skilled maid for outings would be very helpful. As for Cui Yuner and Dulan Tao, they still had a lot to learn. Just like the 3 children assigned as helpers to the triplets' most loyal maids, they needed to learn first. Only after mastering their skills could they keep up with their masters. As for Uncle Ya, she and Old Qin had discussed it. They planned to keep him at home to train the guards and also to teach the triplets. Yining had too many things to do and wasn't suitable to stay in the Qin family. Uncle Ya responded, reaching his hand out to Wu Jun. If possible, he also wished he could speak. Wu Jun carefully examined Uncle Ya for a long time, checking thoroughly. After a while, he said, Uncle Ya's muteness isn't congenital. If I'm right, it was caused by poison taken later, poisoning that happened some years ago.
Uncle ya narid.
Can it be cured? Xiao Wan asked directly. Even Liang Yaoer, who was carefully roasting fish, couldn't help but look up at Wu Jun. Wu Jun shook his head. If it was poison caught just recently, maybe. But Uncle Ya's poison has been in his body for over 10 years, deeply affecting his blood. I can't cure it. If Master were here, he might have a way. Then, do you know where Wu Daifu's master is? Liang Yaoer asked, hoping her father could get better. Wu Jun was stunned and looked at Xiao Wan with a hint of apology. He's missing. Xiao Wan sighed and said, his master is my father. 5 years ago, he went up the mountain to gather herbs and treat my illness, but disappeared. He hasn't come back, along with my mother. I'm sorry, miss. Liang Yaoer didn't expect such an outcome and felt very guilty, quickly apologizing. It's okay. Sometimes no news is good news. Xiao Wan comforted Liang Yaoer with a gentle smile. Actually, she didn't have much feeling for her parents and brother she had never met. Uncle Ya shouldn't be disappointed. The world is big, and maybe one day he'll meet someone who can cure him. Just like us, fate is often hard to predict. That's right. Lady Feng nodded. Uncle Ya smiled quietly, with little emotional change. It's good if he can be cured, and if not, he wouldn't feel regret. As long as he can see his daughter slowly recover, he's already very happy. After breakfast, they set out. By the time Xiao Wan and her group returned to Qingyan town, it was already afternoon. This small town looks pretty nice, but why are there so many people at this time? Maybe because of the new environment or hope for the future, Shengguan Xuedong looked much better. She lifted the car curtain curiously, watching the lively crowd outside. Uncle Ya also nodded repeatedly in his heart. This place is really good. Maybe because today is market day, Xiao Wan guessed with a smile. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people normally. Dong Zi was driving the cart. The group didn't stop for long and planned to leave the town directly, aiming to get home before dinner. Little Xiao? Is this your family's carriage? Little Xiao, are you back? Not long after the carriage left the town, Xiao Wan heard someone calling her. She lifted the curtain and saw it was the village chief. Xiao Wan smiled and greeted Li Wenshan. Then she noticed that the village chief's ox cart was also carrying many familiar faces, including the village chief's wife, Li Songzi and Li Shunzi. Besides the elderly Qin Lao Zhu, many respected elders of the village were on it. Xiao Wan frowned and asked, "Village chief, is something wrong? Little Xiao, you're finally back." Something big has happened. Li Wenshan felt a strange sense of relief when he saw Xiao Wan and Lao Sanqin. He hurriedly said, "Stone, that reckless kid has taken Dababao, Erbao, and Babe to the town. We're just about to go find them." Xiao Wan's heart suddenly jumped. How long ago did they leave? Are they still not back? What are they doing in town? Little Xiao, don't worry just yet. Mrs. Wan glared at her husband. It's not what you think. The children haven't been lost. That's good. Xiao Wan was really startled just now, and still felt a bit dizzy. She looked at Mrs. Ruan and saw that she had been working in the workshop for a long time and was calmer than the village chief in times of trouble. She smiled, took Mrs. Ruan's hand, and asked, "What exactly happened?" "Aunt Ruan, tell me everything. This matter is indeed related to the stone," Mrs. Ruan explained. Li Shirtu is the village chief's grandson and the triplets' close friend. They often played together. From Mrs. Ruan's story, Xiao Wan learned that Li Shirtu used to study at the Tree Man School in town, the same school where Wu Xiaoxing from Madame Feng's family once studied. However, because the new Yuan school in town charged 50 more coins per month, many students transferred there. Seeing their own school losing students, only 2 or 3 left, the teachers at the Tree Man School couldn't keep it running and had to stop classes, dismissing those 3 students. One of them was Wu Xiaoxing, who went to the county town. Another, from a well-off family, decided to go after seeing Wu Xiaoxing leave. As for Li Shirtu, although his grandmother and uncle now worked in Xiao Wan's workshop and earned quite a bit, it was still hard to send him to the county town. So, he was transferred to Yuan School. After Li Shirtu started at Yuan School, he couldn't get used to it. He felt the atmosphere there was not as good as at the Tree Man School. But Qin Dabao told him that no matter the environment, he had to learn to adapt. If he didn't understand something, he could ask Qin Dabao later. So, Li Shirtu managed to stay at Yuan School. Everything was fine at first. But 2 days ago, the teacher held an exam. The content was exactly what Qin Dabao had taught Li Shirtu, and Li Shirtu had even taken notes. He thought about what Qin Dabao had taught, combined it with his own ideas, and wrote his answer. When the teacher read Li Shita's essay, he found many parts that he hadn't taught. He paid special attention to it. Unexpectedly, at the end of grading, he discovered an essay that had very similar ideas and content to what Li Shirtu had written. This was clearly plagiarism. The teacher was furious. He stormed into the school, caught Li Shirtu and another student named Li Yazu in front of the whole class, and sternly questioned them. Li Yazu was one of the first students to transfer to Yuan School. His father was well acquainted with the school's director. Since Li Yazu started learning at age 3, he performed quite well among the children. Even if he managed to write things that the teachers hadn't taught, it was understandable. In fact, deep down, the teacher believed that Li Shirtu had copied Li Yazu's ideas from the beginning. When they confronted each other at the school, Li Shita's notes were missing, but the notebook was found in Li Yazu's hands. Faced with this evidence, Li Shirtu couldn't explain himself and was severely beaten by the teacher. Still, he refused to admit fault, so the teacher expelled him from the school. After being expelled, the small Li Shirtu felt wronged and scared. He couldn't go back to the school or his home. Fortunately, he was clever and decided to find Xiao Wan's carriage. He told a small lie and secretly followed her carriage back to the village, then went straight to the triplets. The triplets were furious when they heard what happened to Li Shirtu. They discussed with Jiang Yuni, and a few children got on the carriage, heading out to seek justice for Li Shirtu.